The world is ending. It has been 13 hours now since the assault on Earth began. Officials have been relatively clear about the damage done across the world, but have refused to comment on the mysterious spaceship hovering in the outer atmosphere. We know that following the ship's laser attack, ocean levels around the world rose significantly. Many areas in lower elevations have been completely flooded, with many heavily populated cities permanently lost. The total number of casualties worldwide is unknown at this point. What we do know, however, is that the previous global coalition formed against the Mesopotamians has been halted at this time. The Assembly of Nations has demanded that the members of the Planetary Defensive Treaty Organization prioritize this new extraterrestrial threat over the highly debated and supposed violation of the Mesopotamia Accord in the name of saving humanity. Contact has yet to be made with the beings operating the alien craft that attacked our planet. Nonetheless, the militaries of the world stand united in protecting our planet, Earth.
Your planet? Greetings, humans that occupy Earth. We apologize sincerely for the temporary devastation we have brought about to your planet. We were unsure of the effects our land restoration project would have on sea levels, but it appears we have completely failed. I offer my strongest of condolences while pledging aid in making this right. Now then, I'm sure you are all startled by our sudden appearance and have many questions. We will do our best to answer them. You may notice similarities between my appearance and your own. That is because we are of the same species. We are human, just like you. The main differences, however, derive from millennia of evolution. We lack many features that you historic humans have while simultaneously being improved in many areas. We may have slightly smaller brains, but we make up for these losses in our great intelligence and improved physique. Now you may be curious about how an evolved human race exists. For that, we ask that you turn to your governments for answers. Our early scouting indicates that your world's governments did not notify the general population of our existence, despite knowing very well we would return to Earth. We find that very troubling. We are from the past, yet also from the future. We call ourselves the Alternites. Thousands of years ago, we inhabited the very Earth you stand on, but we were forced to the stars after a world-ending event wiped out most of humanity. It appears that in our absence, humanity has re-emerged almost identically to us before fleeing our home. We are willing to share even more information should you allow us to safely enter your planet. Our mothership is currently hovering in the upper atmosphere of Earth. We would like to land peacefully and without risk of being destroyed. We know that the militaries of your world are armed and waiting, and to that I say we come in peace. Lower your arms and welcome us, and we will show no harm. After all, we have already prepared for the occasion. We have risen the mighty ancient continents of the world in wake of our return. The legendary Atlantis, resurfaced from the depths of the very Atlantic Ocean, the European empires voyaged to discover the Americas. The lost Doggerland, risen from the North Sea once dominated by the fearsome Nordic Vikings. Zealandia, the forgotten continent hidden in the coastal waters of the once existing nation of New Zealand. Mauritia, an ancient continent that predates even our humanity, lying under the waters of the Indian Ocean where courageous traders once utilized monsoons to sail to various trade destinations across the ocean. These continents have arisen for our return. We do not seek to take your land nor to erase you, but to share the earth with our descendants. The choice is yours.
So today we're going to be continuing to take a look at a scenario where civilization starts over. We are now on episode 96 of the series, and if you guys haven't seen the previous episode yet, make sure to go watch it before seeing this one. But what we saw in that last episode was one of the most world-changing events in the series so far, definitely the most world-changing event in the series. Additionally, make sure you've watched all of the other series on the channel. That's Alternate Future Season 1 and Alternate Future Season 2. If you don't want to watch those entire series, I completely understand that, so for that I would say just watch the ending of Alternate Future Season 1, the recap of Alternate Future Season 2, and then the ending of Alternate Future Season 2. After that, you guys are pretty much all caught up. But basically, at this very point in time, Alternate Future Season 1 has officially returned to Earth. And as you saw in the cinematic, they've resurrected 4 main areas of land: Atlantis, Doggerland, Marisha, and Zealandia. And as you also saw in the cinematic, the Alternites, which is what they call themselves, aren't here to conquer the world or anything. They're simply here to re-inhabit it in the new lands that they have risen from the ocean. These 3 continents and also Doggerland are going to be inhabited by the Alternites if the WICSO world allows it. Before we get into that though, let's recap just a little bit. The WICSO world for many thousands of years was separated from the rest of the universe via a barrier that was created by 2 Swiss scientists at the end of Alternate Future Season 2. This barrier, once again, just completely hid the solar system from the rest of the universe, which is where the Alternites, or the people from Alternate Future Season 1, existed. So they didn't know Earth was there, they didn't know the rest of the solar system was there, they just assumed that it had been wiped out after the events of Season 1. A few episodes ago, that barrier was completely dissolved, and that was signaled by the meteor that fell and hit the Mesopotamian region over here. Of course, now most of the world has flooded due to these new continents. The Americas got hit very hard, as well as some parts of Europe. The areas surrounding the Indian Ocean also got hit hard, and even a lot of islands were submerged. But yeah, that barrier was completely destroyed. It just simply dissolved over time, and this was something that was mentioned in the Singularity Testament, which is once again that mysterious prophecy that was found at the bottom of the ocean in the Indian Ocean. That prophecy was left by the Swiss scientists, the same people who created the barrier that separated the solar system from the rest of the universe. Those Swiss scientists knew that eventually the barrier would dissolve, and they also knew that at around the same time there was a meteor that would fall and wipe out a portion of Mesopotamia. So they left that in the prophecy. That's how they let the WICSO world know that the barrier was gone. Simply, the meteor has fallen and therefore the barrier is gone. The Alternites eventually discovered this and made their way to Earth to find that it was actually still inhabited by humans, just not the same ones that were there when the whole world was destroyed. These were their descendants, in a way. It's important to note that the Alternites also view Earth as a godlike thing. Remember, in Season 1, it was almost completely wiped out, and they fled to the stars. They look back on Earth as this kind of divine figure, this almost like God. God has now all of a sudden returned to them, so they made their way back to the planet. The Alternites look to just simply re-inhabit the Earth. It's where they originated from, and it would just simply make sense for them to come back to their home, while simultaneously they want to maintain all of their extraterrestrial claims that lie outside of the solar system in other galactic areas. So their main priority isn't inhabiting Earth, it's instead just having a base on Earth, and thus we see the resurrection of these 4 continents, well, 3 continents in Doggerland. And once again, they come in peace. They don't seek war or annihilation. So with that little bit of lore dump in, let's get back to the present, where the WICSO world is deciding what to do. Almost every single person in the world has received the message from the Alternate leader. They understand that they don't want war, they simply just want to re-inhabit these continents that they've resurrected. They know that the Alternites feel bad about what they've done in flooding a lot of the world. They know that hundreds of thousands, if not maybe even millions of people have been affected by these floods, or definitely millions. Casualty-wise, I don't know if it's that high, but it definitely could be. So the Alternites acknowledge that there was a lot of damage that they did in resurrecting these continents, and they're offering to help the WICSO world rebuild itself in a way, just as long as they welcome the Alternites back to Earth. So the WICSO world now realizes that the teachings of the Singularity Testament are more likely than not true. They predicted that the barrier would be broken. They predicted that this alien species would come back to try to take over the Earth. Except they don't really appear to be wanting to take over the Earth. They just kind of want to inhabit it in some specific areas they've risen. The Testament doesn't speak of that, so maybe the Testament isn't 100% accurate. And on top of that, the world is in pretty much full-on chaos. Just imagine in real life if an alien species came down and just, made 4 continents come out of nowhere. And on top of that, you have all of these flooded areas across the world map. Millions of people are displaced. It is very hectic on Earth right now. And every single country and every single leader in the world is completely overwhelmed. On top of this, each and every leader knows that they are at an extreme disadvantage towards the Alternites. They know that if they try to fight back, they would likely be annihilated. These guys just came out of nowhere and pulled these pieces of land out of the ocean. What makes people think that they can fight back and successfully win? This is not going to end well if they fight back. So with that in mind, the assembly will meet and convene, and a few leaders will give their thoughts. The Alternites are, without a doubt, a grave threat to our planet. Technologically, however, we lack the abilities to protect ourselves. For the sake of our existence, we welcome humanity home.
The current circumstances have completely changed. To our people, I apologize for keeping this reality hidden. We were unsure of its validity. Now, though, we believe coexistence is the safest path forward.
For now, we will comply with the Assembly of Nations and lay down our arms. Greece, however, will not fail to remember the breaching of international law by our neighbours.
Humanity must adapt and evolve as time goes on. That is how we exist as a species. This situation, however, has brought about extreme uncertainty. I cautiously welcome humanity home, while expecting full cooperation.
And in a very, very narrow vote, the Assembly of Nations will decide to lie down their arms and allow for the Alternites to inhabit these pieces of land. This was by no means an easy decision. The circumstances of this situation are too mysterious, and honestly, it's just a matter of what's the best path for humanity forward, because we're faced with either possible coexistence or complete annihilation. If we fight back against these aliens, we are probably going to get wiped off the map and they'll just take the whole Earth. So the WICSO world will respond to the Alternites, and in that response, they will allow them to land on Earth. So a few ships come out from the mothership that we saw in the cinematic, and each continent gets a few ships. And as time progresses, more and more Alternites will start to inhabit these lands. They will begin to settle, they will begin to build, and soon enough, they will start to have a full-on civilization in each of these pieces of land. Not just yet though, over time. For now though, in their declaration to the Alternites, the WICSO world also sets out a few specific conditions, one of which is that the Alternites are required to remain on these pieces of land. Under no circumstances are they allowed to leave other than political meetings. And those political meetings will be determined by the people of the WICSO world. So once again, under no circumstances are the Alternites allowed to leave these new continents in Doggerland. By doing so, they violate the treaty, and well, not there's any real solid backing towards that. If they violate that, then I'm not too sure what the WICSO world would do, because declaring war on these aliens once again would probably result in annihilation. But still, the Alternites will agree to that condition. The second condition is to help rebuild, which the Alternites already said that they would do. But the third condition is a very tricky one, in which the WICSO world demands that the Alternites share all of their technology with this world. It is a very big ask. You want these aliens who are from Earth, but thousands of years in developing on their own, to just share their technology with the WICSO world. It could be very risky for the Alternites to do that. However, surprisingly enough, the Alternites will agree, and they begin to share technology with the rest of the WICSO world. Technology that will go ahead and move the WICSO world centuries ahead in progression. Once again, this will occur over a few years, not all at once. But now though, with all that said and done, and with the Alternites starting to inhabit these continents, let's get back into the events of the video. And the world is totally divided. Now, right before the Alternites invaded, there was a whole World War VI thing going on, possibly. It was never formally declared, but it did in fact form. But with the Alternites back, the Assembly kind of abandoned the coalition and it completely fell apart. The will to participate in this thing is now all of a sudden gone with the return of the Alternites. And a few countries are very mad about that, like specifically Greece. But overall, the countries agree that there are bigger issues at hand, and fighting World War VI right now would be extremely inappropriate. And the Assembly of Nations will slowly but surely begin to crumble. Not because of the failure to act on the Mesopotamia Accord, but because of the chaos brought about on the world. Once again, it is just completely chaos everywhere. Mass hysteria, anarchy in a few countries. It is just completely crumbling. The international order at this point has collapsed. The only ever time in history the Assembly came close to crumbling was first of all with World War V, and second of all with the possible World War VI. That has tumbled into a full-on collapse now. Countries are beginning to act on their own. The coalitions will both completely collapse, and with it goes a majority of the Assembly. But most notably, the countries that decide to leave it are mostly Unitarian. The first to go is actually Mesopotamia Unitaria. Followed by this is Canadian Unitaria, Iberian Unitaria, African Unitaria, Indonesian Unitaria, and Japanese Unitaria. Once again, the Unitarian countries are the first to declare themselves no longer members of the Assembly, and there is no punishment for leaving the Assembly. There is no requirement to remain in the Assembly. It's just that as countries joined the Assembly over time, they saw improvements within their own country and saw no need to leave. But now with mass hysteria, the Unitarians are taking a new lead. They view the Assembly as weak within their response to the Alternates, and they want a very solidified and very concrete example and new order, one of which is able to work with the Alternites, but one of which is capable of defending itself against those said Alternites, something that the Assembly was unable to accomplish within the first couple of weeks of the return. Many countries are going to follow the Unitarians out of the Assembly as well. Notably, we see other former Old Imperial countries leave as well. Both Norway and Finland leave, as well as Poland, the Farmers Republic, and Estonia. Rome, Sicily, and Germany will all leave. Over in the Oceanic region, we see Australia leave, as well as both the Philippines and Vietnam. Bangladesh and dark blue China will exit, as will the Communist and Manchuria. The Green Team leaves. Various Central African countries will leave. Surprisingly, all of South America will remain, while over in North America, we only see America leave. And in place of the Assembly of Nations, a new international order will be formed by the Unitarian countries, but also joined by a few other countries, known as the New World Order. Simply put, it is a rival organization to the Assembly. It functions exactly the same way, but they do business just a little bit more differently, a lot more solidified, and a lot more united. The decisions made by this new order will usually be completely unanimous, and once again, a lot of countries join it. So we have the Farmers Republic, Rome, Norway, all of the Unitarian countries join it. Vietnam joins it, as well as the Communist country. But a lot of the nations that left the Assembly simply did not join either international order, and that could be for various reasons. And as time goes on, those reasons start to increase to mostly being due to anarchy. Most of the people in the world at this point have a sense of impending doom. They feel as if the world is going to end very soon, if it's not already ending. This alien species coming down, pulling these continents out of the ocean, re-inhabiting them, saying that they're from the past, but also technically very futuristic. It's too much for the human mind to really comprehend. And the best way I can try to give you this feeling is just to imagine this happening in real life. It would be very chaotic. The first country to fall into complete anarchy is the Lime country over here in South America. The government will completely collapse, and a lot of factions will begin to form, dozens and dozens of factions led by different groups in society. As time goes on, those factions and militias will begin to take one another over and will begin to solidify, but for now, this nation ceases to exist completely, and the Assembly of Nations will make the decision to not intervene within these countries, which is going to make a lot of countries question that decision, because why shouldn't we help out these other former Assembly nations? The next nation to fall into complete anarchy is the dark green country over here in North America. Like the South American one, their government will completely collapse and a bunch of factions will form. The next country after that is the dark red country over here in Europe, the Anatolian country over here in Asia, the green team down here in Africa, Bangladesh, the yellow Papa country, Sudan, the green country in South America, and finally, the nation of Caribbean. So many countries will fall into complete anarchism, the governments collapse, and it's just insane, it's crazy all over the world. A lot of countries are close to anarchism, but are able to maintain their hold. And usually what we see is countries that are either recently formed or countries that are just extremely weak that fall into anarchism. Notably, we see Caribbean fall into anarchism due to the fact that the creation of Atlantis wiped out a good portion of that country. Hundreds of their islands, well not hundreds, but a lot of their islands are now underwater. A lot of the countries that used to be down here in real life, or the islands down here that Caribbean had, are now completely gone. On top of Cuba being heavily impacted, the Dominican Republic area being impacted, basically it just destroyed the country and the government collapsed, and once again we saw anarchism emerge. But now we head over to Mesopotamia, where we actually have more unification taking place. Now, the Mesopotamians are no longer in the Assembly of Nations, they're now in their own order, which is once again known as the New World Order. So the Mesopotamia Accord is meaningless now, and the Assembly cannot take action on the Mesopotamians anymore because they no longer technically agree to that very Mesopotamia Accord. Some may theorize that the Unitarians originally planned to create this New World Order despite the Alternite invasion. It's just that now that they're here and now that the world is in complete chaos, the New World Order was a lot easier to create and there would not be as much backlash. Also, it gives them perfect justification for leaving the Assembly, which before would have been very taboo and they would have been looked down on not only by the rest of the world, but even their own citizens. So the Alternite invasion technically benefited Mesopotamia, other than all the land they lost from the water down here. But the country that is joining in on Mesopotamian Unitaria is the Teal country up here in the Anatolian Peninsula. Previously, the whole United Mesopotamia Old Empire idea was very unpopular in this region. However, after a few wars and very close relations with the rest of Mesopotamia, the people here have kind of reignited the flame and are now reevaluating and, well, since have reevaluated and decided that unification would be the best for them, especially now in these troubling times. the more unified people are, the stronger the country is, and the better of chance of repelling these aliens they have if needed. So the Mesopotamian Unitarians expand once more, and the New World Order gains even more strength. Now, the relations between the Assembly and the New World Order are not good at all. The Assembly sees this New World Order thing as the kind of like the taboo thing. Once again, before the whole Alternite invasion, that would have been extremely taboo. It still is, but now it's just a slightly more understandable in the wake of this disaster. Still, though, they don't really like each other because the Unitarians willingly formed that coalition against the Assembly, or more so in defense of Mesopotamia, which defied the Mesopotamia Accord, and now that a majority of those countries have joined this New World Order, that disapproval is still there. But in response to Mesopotamia's expansion, and something that is very surprising to even the Assembly, we have Greece, the most frustrated country in the world right now due to the lack of action against the Mesopotamians, decide that they want to flex their muscles on Mesopotamia and show that they have not forgotten that they violated the Mesopotamia Accord. And in order to flex their muscles, they're going to be invading the anarchist territory that was once this Anatolian country. Now, for the sake of us actually being able to do this correctly, I'm going to have to go ahead and enable its original color. But Greece, in a show of their military might, will begin to send their military into this anarchist territory. They will take out all of the individual clans that have formed here over time, and they will declare a new Anatolian government, one under Greek control. Now, the major cities, of course, are all still here, and that is what Greece is primarily targeting, since that is where most of the more powerful factions are. But this is a very easy cakewalk for Greece. They just go in, kill any people that are holding guns against them, and they declare themselves the ruler of this land. There's not really much of a war being fought here, as much of just like a removal of anyone that is like disobeying them. Like, you have to imagine, there's no generals, there's no leader of this territory. It's essentially just Greece walking in and taking it, and that's exactly what they do. So they will completely occupy the territory, and once they're done with that, Greece will fully annex it into their country, so they become a lot larger, and this notably will make Mesopotamia very angry, because the people that were here were all Mesopotamian people, or were of Mesopotamian descendants and were once Old Empyrean. Mesopotamia has this sense of unity with all of its people spread out all across the map. There's a lot of Mesopotamians over here in the Sicilian country. There's even a lot of Mesopotamians in Greece. But this aggression on their people here, even though they're very disorganized, isn't something that is very welcomed by Mesopotamia, especially considering they likely had plans of their own within this territory, not as an aggressor, but someone who is there to unite the people under one government once again. It's just that Greece beat them to it, and now Greece is flexing on them. And tensions between these two nations are extremely, extremely high. Out of all tensions in the world, this is where it is the most heated. And to further fuel the fire, Greece will now be forming a military alliance that is specifically made to deter Mesopotamian expansion and to hold it in its place, and maybe even coalition against it in the future. Remember that Greece is like a vengeful spirit here. They're never going to let this down, and they're never going to allow for Mesopotamia to exist. So now we can take a look at their new military alliance. One that is going to be named the Parallelogram Alliance. Welcome back, unfortunately. But that includes them, their longtime ally in the Orange Team, the Gold Team in Africa, the Orange Afghan country, and most notably, India. Some of the most historic Mesopotamian haters have now all combined forces under one military alliance, and they are in some very strategic spots. They are completely threatening the Mesopotamian Unitarian country. You have Greece all the way up here in the north, India, a very strong country, all the way over here in the east. We have to the south the Gold Team, and some countries on the outside are kind of interested in joining this, like the Green Team, for example, although they have a very large Mesopotamian population, therefore they're likely not to stand in the way of Mesopotamia. It would be very unpopular with their people. Even through this divided history, they are still of the same people, just a little bit more mixed thanks to a certain somebody over here. But like Libya, for example, is kind of thinking about joining this military alliance. But yeah, tensions are brewing over in this region, the Middle Eastern region, although once again, there still is a bigger problem at hand here, which was the Alternites returning. The world is slowly learning how to coexist as the Alternites begin to build their civilizations within these continents. It's not enough yet to draw in a color because they're still settling and unpacking resources they brought from, the galaxy and all this stuff. It's a lot to take in, and it's a lot to cover. And honestly, this video might seem like I've had a lot of rambling in it, but it's just so much stuff to talk about and to inform you about. It's kind of hard to all put together in like a flowing state. But I do believe I've gotten the main points across now. And if there's any questions, put them down in the comments below. I might start replying to some of them even. Join the Discord server. I do talk about the lore a lot over there as well. But on the topic of the Alternites, we're coming over here to Australia, who has been very impacted by this event. Zealandia has reformed, and a lot of their land has been completely engulfed in this area. Now, the Australian government is very curious about the new arrival of the Alternites. They're not necessarily against them in any way, they're not really opposed to them. They are, once again, just kind of curious and also kind of fascinated in a way, learning about this old civilization that is so futuristic that has all of a sudden returned to Earth. But they decide to be one of the first countries to diplomatically meet with an alternate government over here in Zealandia, and in that diplomatic meeting, they broker a very mysterious deal, one of which they don't share with any other country in the world. They keep it to their top officials, but the only thing that we know that comes out of this is the Red Australians receiving a very large portion of land from the Alternites. They are going to double the size of New Zealand over here. And this is a very, very interesting event. No one really thought that the Alternites would be willing to give up any of the land that they've resurrected, but the deal that Australia made with them was apparently good enough to where that they would be willing to give up this land. And Australia will expand across this land, now separating Zealandia into two main areas. We have the north and the south. And not much else is known about this deal, other than the fact that they are going to break one of the conditions, which was that the Alternites were not allowed to leave the land that they resurrected. And the Australians are able to do this due to the fact that they left the Assembly of Nations. They are no longer an AN country. They don't have to comply with any of the laws or any of the conditions that the AN sent for the Alternites. So, this is going to make the AN very angry. The New World Order also doesn't really like the Alternates leaving their land, but they're a little bit more understanding of Australia, although very, very skeptical because, what exactly happened here? Why were they just given all this land? What did they give up for that? But what we do know now is that there are Alternites in Australia, not to live there, but to explore the land that their ancestors once inhabited millenniums ago. So there's a lot of mystery in this region, but Australia is able to expand. Now moving up north here to Vietnam, where we have a major event happening for this country. They, like many other countries across the world, are experiencing very heavy instability right now, and they aren't necessarily close to anarchy, but they're treading along that line. The government is keeping control. They're using their military to do so, which kind of defies the whole AN thing. They left the AN though, so they don't have to follow that once again. But something that they're unable to do is maintain control over the Malay island at this point. It used to be a peninsula, but the flood that was created by Mauritius over here went ahead and separated it from the rest of Vietnam. But they've lost control. It's almost complete anarchy down here, not as stable as the north. And Vietnam is simply unable to lend resources to deal with this. They're going to have to let it go because they can't. They're dealing with all of the more important stuff up here. Like, this area is pretty populated, but it's definitely not as populated as the north. And this area, especially around the capital, is way more important. So Vietnam refuses to do anything about this, and this will kind of break into its own country. While at the same time, a few of the major cities in the south will make the very curious decision to become unitaria and join Indonesian unitaria. This will go ahead and create a few new provinces, but that's unimportant. The areas that decide to break away are these ones. They go ahead and join Indonesian unitaria, so they expand a little bit, but mostly everyone over here is semi-happy now. There's still a ton of instability. This country is struggling immensely. They're not going to join any international organization or anything like that. They're going to try to make this government work at these times of great despair and great hysteria. There are a lot of things happening in the world, and forming a country right now is one of the most difficult things you can do.
Sir, the rebellion is quickly faltering. We've lost a dozen systems since our return to Earth. It won't be long before we collapse.
We moved our capital to Earth for a reason. It buys us the most time to repel the Empire while we search for the power of God.
Sir, with all due respect, that is just an ancient tale. We've scanned Earth countless times. It's just an ordinary planet. We need to focus on saving the rebellion.
We can do two things at once. You are dismissed.
Sir, our forces have lost the Alpha Centauri system. Contact with General Hannibalov has been lost. There's no distress signal either. It is a complete failure. We estimate that the Empire will reach Earth within a month.
I see. Thank you for informing me. What is your name, soldier?
My name? Zach Alexander, sir.
Zach, you are honorably relieved of your duties. Spend the rest of your time with the ones closest to you. Don't forget the great service you've done us. Thank you.
Sir, relieved? Is it really over? We're surrendering? What does this mean for the rebellion?
Vice Commander, our rebellion is down to its last 3 systems. The Wolf 359 system and the Epsilon Iridani system are both under heavy attack as we speak. We have just lost the Alpha Centauri system. The enemy is en route to Earth.
Sir, we have to accept the reality of this conflict. There is no possible way for us to win. A motion is being made to recall all forces to Earth.
Good. Earth will likely be our last stronghold. But what do you think comes next, Vice Commander? We fight the Empire on Earth? That would mean the end of both the Alternites and the Second King.
That's true. What should we do about it?
I'm developing a plan that will ensure the survival of the rebel population here on Earth. Vice Commander, please extract all civilians from neighboring systems and have them en route to Earth as well.
Sir, with all due respect, there is not enough room on Earth for 2 entire sentient species. We can't raise enough land for that. Earth simply isn't big enough.
I'm very aware. Please proceed with your orders.
As you wish.
I sure hope those technicians can replicate the barrier machine that we found on Europa. Those 2 legends had a way with technology.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first public podcast and interview of the mysterious Alternite people who zapped our planet and allegedly came from beyond the stars. My name's Drew, and you're watching the Drew Nil Experience. Now, what's your name, friend?
Hello, Drew. My name is Kesta Marinek. Thanks for having me on the show.
Glad to have you. People from across the world have been filling our inbox with questions. I'll be asking you a bunch as a way to introduce the Alternites to the common people of Earth. Completely unfiltered. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
All right. Question 1. Is it really true that the Alternites once inhabited this very planet? And how long ago?
I believe so. All human forms in the universe have a common tale amongst the people. Well, really, it's kind of like a religion, but it goes something like, millenniums ago, our ancestors upset the gods by creating a life of their own. God didn't like it, so he cleansed the earth of both life forms. Our ancestors escaped, but Earth disappeared without us there. It's a really fuzzy story that's become lost in the newer generations.
Wow, that's crazy. Obviously, Earth didn't disappear. We're standing on it.
Right? It is a tale after all. I'm not even sure if I believe it myself.
Well, you Alternites had to have came from somewhere. We're both human. Sorta. So, maybe it's true. Anyways, next question. How long do you Alternites live for?
Well, it depends on the sex. Males live for around 120 years, but females live for around 140 years. So it's a big difference, really.
How interesting. Human lives also work in a similar way. The average male lives for around 82 years, and the average female lives for around 87. Maybe with your guys' technology, we can live even longer. Our next question is from a listener named Dallas. How big is the Alternite civilization outside of our solar system?
Good question. I currently serve in the Alternate Earth Force. This is my official assignment, but before here, I lived in the TRAPPIST-1 system around 40 light years from here. Our nation consists of a vast amount of systems surrounding your own. I'd say around 500 light years in every direction. At its peak.
At its peak? Your nation has lost territory? What does that mean?
Yes, we've lost territory.
To who?
I cannot say.
Aw, come on. Tell us.
I'm not allowed to. I'm sorry.
Fine. Alright, our final question of this segment comes from a user named Alties Must Leave. Alright. They ask, when will these illegal aliens leave our planet alone? I'm tired of seeing these pale faces everywhere. Oh god. Dude, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have read that one. My apologies. He doesn't speak for all of us.
It's fine. I've been through way worse. Hell, the worst is yet to come.
What does that mean?
There has been reports across the world of the general population, the human population, becoming more aggressive. Not just like angry and mad, but actually aggressive, and it's pretty unknown of what the cause is. Some people are saying it's just the general circumstances of all that's happened recently, and other people are pointing to a more mysterious circumstance. And this isn't limited to just like the general population, this is also having roots within the leadership of the countries of the world, like politicians. They're also feeling this aggression, which was not here before the Alternites showed up. So it's a very weird and mysterious circumstance, but people are generally just mixing it along with all of the, the doom that everyone is feeling from the Alternite return. Basically, it's just another one of those emotions. The world is ending, which, by the way, if you can't tell already, it's not ending. But now talking a little bit about the AN and the NWO, that aggressiveness around the world has led to heightened tensions between the two international orders. And basically what I'm trying to tell you is that the AN and the NWO do not get along. There's very little cooperation other than like regional aspects, but internationally, they don't like each other. They're not working with each other. And in a way, it has created this international rivalry between the two orders. But in response to this, a few countries have stepped forward as like the voice of the AN or the voice of the NWO. On the AN side of things, Ireland, Pacifica, and China have presented themselves as the voice of reason within the AN. While for the NWO, Mesopotamia, Canada, as well as Norway have presented themselves as the voice of reason within their respective organization. So amidst all the chaos, the world is still trying to find a way to work with each other amidst all of this chaos and, with the presence of a foreign possible threat here on Earth. Now, though, jumping into some actual changes on the WICSO map, we have the first established Alternite nation over here in Atlantis. Now, a lot of people have been very curious about how the Alternite colonization of these new continents is going to work. Is it going to be just one ambiguous country, or are there going to be multiple countries? Well, the main Alternite force that is on Earth is a military force. It's not just necessarily this entire population which has come over, although that apparently is happening now if you watch the cinematic earlier on. But as of right now, it's mostly just military forces here, as well as some general population, but not a lot. Only those that would be on the Alternite mothership, which is like the main capital kind of thing of the Alternites. The mothership is essentially where the leader of the Alternites is, which he's currently on Earth. And if you also paid attention to the cinematic, you'll know that the Alternites span a very vast portion of the galaxy around Earth. So all the important Alternites are here on Earth. And they're not really going to be establishing like independent different countries, but instead they're going to function like states or provinces within an entire country. So Atlantis might be home to different colors, but they're all a part of the same country. They're all ruled by the Alternite leader, and they're not like independent at all. They don't function independently. They're all under the control of the same person. So in a way, they're going to have multiple colors, but they're not going to be independent from each other, if that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Anyway, as you can see, the first Alternite civilization that is laying claim over Atlantis is a very large one. And now the Alternites are actually settling land that is very close to another country, and I'm just now realizing that this belongs to the Iberian country, which doesn't exist anymore. So technically, they're settling right next to Iberia Unitaria right here. But yeah, the first Alternite civilization has been created, and within this territory exist around 3 major cities, all on the coastal areas of the continent, with one of them being the entire capital of the Alternite faction on Earth. Now, this is a very scarcely populated country. There isn't a lot of people here just yet, but this isn't happening all at once. They didn't just come down and colonize all this land at exactly one time. This has been happening since they've returned to Earth. But now heading on over to Europe, we see yet another Alternite civilization be created. Now, Dargaland will be filled in pretty quickly, and that's because it is the smallest of the territories risen. But the Alternites for now are going to refrain from getting too close to any of the WICSO countries, as to not make them angry with their presence. And still, the AN is very cautious about the Alternites. They're not allowed to enter into their land. So they just want to be very cautious not to make the people of Earth, or as they call it, the second kin, too angry. Dargaland is only going to have one major city as of now, and just like Atlantis, it'll be near the coastal waters. Now heading on over to Mauritia, this one's going to be pretty interesting. The Alternites will establish their territory in the southernmost area of Mauritia over here. Well, technically not the southernmost, because that would be over here in this island, but one of these southernmost points on this continent. Anyway, this civilization will be pretty large in size compared to the Atlantis one. And really, the 2 main populated areas where the Alternites are going to focus on are both Atlantis and Mauritius. This continent will have 2 major cities, and just like the others, it will be on the coastal areas located here and up here as well. And now heading on over to the last continent, Zealandia, we'll see that the Alternites settle the easternmost portions of this area. Now, noticeably, they're going to go ahead and directly border the Australians. Not much else to be said there, other than the fact that this is the first time that the Alternites and the Second Kin have ever had a direct border with each other. Interestingly enough, it just so happens to be with the country that somehow got some extra land from the Alternites in the previous episode. Conspiracy theorists, do your thing. And this will be the first civilization to span coast to coast on one continent. As for their major cities, they'll have one all the way up here at the tip of this peninsula, and then one all the way over here on the westernmost coast of Zealandia. So the Alternites have begun to fill in some of the land that they rose. And on the topic of Alternites, it's time to discuss exactly how they've been helping Earth. Remember in the declaration that the Alternite leader had to Earth, he stated that the Alternites would help Earth rebuild all the coastal areas that were destroyed as a result of the rising of all the continents. And while very cautious about it, Earth has decided to accept that help. And the results are actually very good. Now remember, the Alternites have begun to share their technology with Earth. They have almost all of the technology other than military technology. They're still trying to figure out how to use it in their own context, but it has led to some very rapid rebuilding of coastal areas. Now, of course, anything underwater cannot be recovered. And it's important to note that the machine that rose all the continents out of the ocean was very experimental. They didn't know if it would work. They didn't think that it would raise sea levels. That was like a design flaw that they had. They wanted to specifically make sure it didn't happen. However, as you can see, it did happen. So that was unintended. But technically, it's all right. They helped Earth rebuild a little bit, which has led to humanity becoming a little bit warmer with the idea of sharing Earth with the Alternites. Now still, most people are freaking out and panicking, but overall, the tensions have eased very slightly with the presence of the Alternites. But Alternites aside, there are still a lot of crazy things happening in the world, and one of those crazy things happens over here in America, who will make the decision to send their navy out and invade/conquer the anarchist territory of Caribbean. Now, America once owned this land a while back just before World War V broke out, but of course, after they lost that war, they were forced to spit it out. Now, though, that the government of Caribbean has collapsed, and that's mostly due to the fact that they were all wiped out when the continents rose. Like, their capital city used to be right here, and obviously that's very far underwater now, so that kind of sucks for them. But the Americans will move into the anarchist territory. They're going to put down any of the factions that have started to gain any strength. Now, notably in Caribbean, that has yet to really happen, as the factions are kind of fighting on each individual island. They haven't really consolidated, and really it's just like a lack of governance in Caribbean. Like, the people here are just doing whatever they want to do, which is very dangerous, and a country would have to have come in to fix it. Anyway, America decides that it should be them. So the Americans will come in and they will occupy/annex all of Caribbean, every single island, including Puerto Rico down here, which barely even exists anymore. None of the countries that were in this island chain here are here anymore. They're underwater, long gone. But America is going to look to help rebuild the areas that have been damaged over here. As you can see, there's still a lot of major cities, so they're going to help them out as much as they can. But also, America isn't done expanding just yet, because as you'll notice, just to the south of them, a former territory of theirs is up for grabs. Now, notably in this territory, there has been some minor faction formation. Some pretty large ones have formed, but they're mostly focused around the major cities that were of the Green Team. This central land here is still without governance. It's still just open for grabs. And America will begin to move their military into this territory and take it for themselves. Now, interestingly enough, they will not go after the factions just yet. Instead, they're more focused on taking this land, which has another country in the region a little bit worried. The Gold Team will do much of the same. They're going to send their military into this unoccupied territory as a way to stop America from getting too powerful, because remember, the Gold Team in America, they aren't the kindest of friends with each other. But all of the ungoverned territory is filled in, leaving just the factions, which mysteriously disappear overnight after America has their way with them. And they all go away except for the purple one down here, who will partly voluntarily choose to join up with the Gold Team. The other part of it gets taken by the American military, which raises tensions between the Gold Team and America. But it's probably best they don't try anything, because, America's on the way back. And also, they're like a top 10 country in terms of power, so probably shouldn't mess with them. So North America is now back to being filled in completely. There are no longer any anarchist territories over here. All is well, all is good, other than the sense of impending doom everyone still has. Now, though, we are going to take a second to talk about a few countries which are going to be leaving the AN. Remember, the AN has kind of lost its image around the world. A lot of countries no longer fully trust it and are weighing their options between neutrality or the new organization, which is once again the New World Order. But the countries leaving the AN include the Lavender Team down in Africa, the brown team over here, both the yellow and red Chilean countries, the pink team, the teal team just south of it, East Russia over here, Persia, interestingly enough, the light gray Caspian country just above it, and finally, and also very interestingly, Egypt. So the AN loses even more of its members, and this organization is holding on for dear life. Really, it's just kind of like the more powerful countries in the world at this point. A lot of the medium tier powers have decided to leave, but also a few of them have decided to join the New World Order. Those countries include the light green Caspian country, the pink team, Germany, the lavender country, and Korea. So the international order of the world has shifted greatly, more so in the favor of the NWO, but also a lot in the favor of neutrality and just, abandoning this international order thing. Most likely, countries are doing that in pursuit of their own interest in sovereignty. The threat of the Alternites, or the apparent threat of the Alternites, makes people think that, the international world isn't doing enough right now. So instead of having to send money to them, let's focus on ourselves and building up our own nation, just to, prepare for the worst. You'll also notice now that Africa is pretty neutral, which Africa has always been very neutral. A lot of countries here joined the AN pretty late, but there's really just not a lot of countries here, and most of them are in the Assembly of Nations, but very interesting. Now though, taking a break from all that international stuff, we're going to talk about some military alliances, and more specifically, we're going to talk about the Eastern European Military Alliance. Now, actually, taking back what I just said for a second, you'll see that there are some varying opinions within this military alliance. And more specifically, there are some differing opinions between Ukraine and the Farmers Union, who have had relations shift from warm to not so warm as of recently, and that is to do with the overall aggression in the world and the distrust between the AN and the NWO. So to deal with this, both countries will leave the Eastern European Military Alliance, and on top of that, the Farmers Republic will be joining in on Mesopotamia's military alliance. Now, it is important to note that Mesopotamia's military alliance at this point is only between them and the Caucasian country. They're also in the alliance with the Unitarians, but that is only for Unitarian countries. Mesopotamia's alliance used to only be for Mesopotamian countries, but after the whole, Mesopotamia Unitaria thing formed, there really aren't any more countries that are, in the alliance. So the Mesopotamians made the decision to go ahead and open the alliance up to other countries outside of the Mesopotamian region, and that also includes the Farmers Republic. So their long-standing ally will of course join their alliance. Now it's important to note that they're not necessarily hostile with their old allies up here. If anything, the Farmers Republic is still very close with both Finland and Poland. Estonia just got recreated, so the relations there are kind of new, but still they're warm. However, relations with Ukraine, not so much there anymore. They're not very friendly. But now shifting our focus just to the west over here, we're going to talk about Rome as well as the lime green country right here. Never change Rome. Never change. Roman forces will unexpectedly cross the border and begin to invade the Lime Team territory, very quickly securing 3 major cities right off the start of the war. For a few weeks now, there has been a lot of bantering going on between the leaders of both of these countries. They've been hurling insults at each other, calling the other nation a disgrace, and Rome really didn't take it too lightly, so they sent their military in. Now, it's important to note that the Lime Team was once a part of Rome, so in a way, this is them kind of like reconquering their old territory. Western Europe would not be a big fan of that, especially the Dutch, but what are they going to do? Now, before this gets a little bit too crazy, we also have to talk about the fact that we have a member of the NWO attacking a member of the Assembly of Nations. This hasn't really happened yet, so the world is like looking at this like, oh god, did they just start World War VI? Like, is it going to happen for real, for real? And luckily enough, we have international leaders like Ireland and Norway stepping in and saying that, hey, this does not represent our overall values. This regional war between 2 sovereign nations has nothing to do with the overall international order, and it shouldn't be used as a way to create even more divide between the 2 international organizations. Basically, they're saying don't look too far into this, it's not that big of a deal, and the international organizations have pretty much nothing to do with this. So the world will avoid a World War VI for the second time, and Roman forces will resume their conquest of the Lime Team. Rome will successfully cut off the north of the Lime Team from the rest of the country, but they won't really send any forces up there because the Alps are here, and those are pretty damn hard to invade. But back down south on the rest of the peninsula, it is a free-for-all, as Roman troops are absolutely obliterating this country. Military-wise, Rome is far superior, obviously, than the Lime Team ever has been. But notably, another country will be involved in this conflict, and that is the pink Sicilian country down here in the Mediterranean, who will quickly go ahead and seize the entire island of Corsica, while sending their own army across the border and beginning to take over some of the Lime Team territory. Now, these guys will have a lot of trouble taking over any of the major cities of the Lime Team. That is a job that is much better suited for the Romans, who are very barbaric in their ways of war. They might still be putting heads on pikes over here. Rome is a very barbaric country when it comes to their war. They like their war. It is very, very liked in Roman society. which is ironic because war was also kind of a thing in actual Roman society. But the Romans and the Sicilians will go ahead and meet. They are very friendly with each other. These two nations do like each other, so there's not any hostility. If anything, there's a lot of celebration because, hey, the Lime team is now officially gone after the capital is taken, the government surrenders. So let's go ahead and take a look at this peace treaty between the Romans, the Sicilians, and the former Lime team. Now in this treaty here, we'll see that the Romans are going to get all of the north of the Lime team, while the Sicilians will get all of the south, including the former capital area of this country. They also get all of Corsica, so both sides get a very healthy amount of land. And really the Sicilians might have gotten even more valuable land than Rome. Now Rome did take a lot of major cities, so they got a lot of population, but like population density, in my mind at least, is probably more skewed towards the center of the Italian peninsula than it is up in the north. But then again, there's more major cities up here, so that's probably not entirely true. I don't know, up to you guys, as always. Also, have any of you guys ever noticed that San Marino's here? Like, I never got rid of the border originally. It's just been here through 97 episodes. Yeah, it's going to be here throughout the entire thing. I'm not getting rid of this. This is like an artifact. Some might even call it a reference. Or maybe San Marino's just endured all this time. But now we see the former neutral nation of Sicily go ahead and join in on the New World Order. They are, once again, friendly with Rome, but they're also friendly with the Mesopotamians. As I've said before, there is a pretty large Mesopotamian population over here from the time that the Old Empire ruled this land. But also, just like they've been friendly throughout the time that this country has been independent. Anyway, though, our new map of Europe is looking something like this. Rome is reclaiming lost land. Sicily is expanding. There's a lot more purple now than there was previously. That's mostly thanks to the Alternites, but also thanks to Rome. So if you like purple, that's a good thing, I guess. But now we're going to come down here to Northern Africa, where we have yet another military alliance losing members, except this time it's not just losing one member or two members, it's losing the entire thing. Now this also has something to do with the overall collapse of the Assembly of Nations. As you'll notice, the only nation that is still in the Triangle Alliance is Libya. The other three have left the alliance, and one of them is in a state of complete anarchy. So obviously at this point, the alliance really isn't functioning. These countries are very disconnected at this time. So in a way, the Triangle Alliance will simply just cease to exist. But I do want to zoom in a little bit more on the relations between Libya and Egypt, because there has been a complete flip, a complete flop in relations. They used to be very friendly with each other. If you'll remember, Egypt helped Libya, or this Libyan government, win its civil war. However, nowadays, Egypt and Libya are going very far apart. And the thing that kind of put the stake in the official end of friendly relations was when Egypt left the Assembly of Nations. And really, ever since the Libyans won their civil war, Egypt has been getting closer and closer with their neighbor over here in Mesopotamia. Now, this is a very sovereign nation. They have no aspirations to join the Unitarians, but they are very close and very friendly there because, once again, they have a common people. It is mostly the exact same, all the way down through their major cities. And on top of that, they're also in Mesopotamia's economic alliance. So I guess we should also probably, fix that as well. But they're just close with Mesopotamia. They've been growing far apart from the AN, far apart from Libya, while Libya, on the other hand, has remained one of the most loyal countries in the world to the Assembly, because a large part as to why Libya was able to win their civil war was because the Assembly of Nations was favoring their side of the war. They were sending their side supplies, and they weren't really helping out the other sides. So in a way, Libya feels as if it's in debt to the Assembly for their existence, and thus they have to, remain in the organization, even throughout all of these crazy things that have been happening. And they also felt very betrayed when Egypt left, and that also furthered the stake in their relations. Now they're actually seen as negative countries. The opposing view is not very good, not very hostile, but it very easily could get there. It's a very, very quick turnaround in relations. Probably one of the quickest turnaround in relations in world history. Anyway, let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about all the anarchist countries that have appeared across the world. There are still a lot of them. 2 in South America, 2 over in Africa, 1 in Europe, and then 2 over here in Asia. Well, actually, technically, 1 in Oceania, and then 1 up here in Asia. What is happening within these territories? Well, similar to what we saw with the Green Team over in North America, there are factions, and they're beginning to accumulate, and they're beginning to take over a lot of land. That is mostly apparent in Sudan. Now, Sudan had probably one of the better economies of all of the anarchist countries. They used the Mesopotamian currency, and they were very close with the economy of the Unitarian country here, which, as we know, is one of the strongest economies in the world, probably the strongest at this point, maybe still behind India, maybe behind China, but definitely up there. But factions have begun to form here. The most notable of which is one that is formed in the southeast of the country that claims to be the government of Sudan, trying to reclaim land and rebuild their nation. They have a very vast amount of land, and this is the largest faction within this territory. But as for the other factions, there is a fairly large one up here in the northwest, a very strained one over here in the middle that is basically just one major city, one up here in the very top that consists of two major cities, and this one also notably borders the claimed government of Sudan. There's one right here, a very large one up here that is centered around this major city, and then finally there's one down here that is mostly just along the border of the blue team, might even be the blue team, but they claim to be a faction within the anarchy that is Sudan. Now, everywhere else here in this country, or former country, is still under complete anarchy. This kind of factionalism is also seen over here in the former green team, I believe, except it's a little bit different. Instead of being just like, factions here and there everywhere, there are four main factions in this country. Now, there has been a lot of consolidation in this nation, the most consolidation out of all the anarchist territories, which has led to just these four factions remaining. And, well, of course, they all hate each other because they all believe that they should be the official ruler of this territory. Now, in a lot of cases for these other anarchist countries, there isn't a lot of foreign involvement. Like in Bangladesh, for example, India, the blue team, China, and the Vietnamese country have all decided to not intervene because they want to focus on themselves right now, especially Vietnam, who, they lost a lot of land to say the least. But yeah, taking land right now isn't a priority. In India, you can see just how many major cities of theirs were affected, some of which are borderline underwater right now. I see 2, 3, maybe 4, 5, or 6 cities that are underwater. That's a lot of population lost. So yeah, India's focused on themselves right now, to say the least. Now going over to Ecuador, though, this is another territory that is going to have multiple factions pop up. This one has one dominant faction, which claims to be the government faction. But in other nations of the country where there is like little to no population, remember this country only has one major city, there are other factions that are going to oppose the government faction. I don't really know how they're going to oppose it because, once again, there's like no population here. But the groups here are actually pretty large. They haven't managed to fill in all of Ecuador just yet. They're still working on it. But similar to the green country in Africa, there are a lot of big factions here. Now, this isn't necessarily from consolidation of smaller factions, more so of like, there's no population here, so it's easier to claim more and more land without any resistance being there. If the dark red country really wanted to, they could probably take out all the other factions, but it's technically in a state of anarchy. Very, very loose governance here, so they might want to work on that first. But now heading on over to Bangladesh, this is the last anarchist territory that we are going to have factions pop up in. But similar to Sudan here, there's going to be like a lot of small factions. They haven't filled in all of the territory yet. They're more focused on the more populated areas, which in regard to that, they do have a lot of population, and mostly like this is like they're all functioning as their own individual countries. But like, once again, anarchy, very loose governance. But all four of these could technically run their own nation. But now heading on over to Europe, we're talking about another anarchist territory, except this time there's not going to be any faction creation or anything like that. We have another country that is going to decide to send military forces into it to take it for themselves. And that nation is the Dutch team, who will start to send military forces into the previous dark red country to recapture it for themselves. If you remember, a very long time ago, this land used to be Dutch. Now, it did break away after a few wars because, well, the Dutch had to be punished somehow, but now they can go ahead and get their historic lands back. They will completely be annexed into the Dutch Republic, and now they go ahead and span all the way down to the Mediterranean Sea, making them pretty relevant in European politics, but also making the clear divide between Western Europe and the Central European theater. No one is really opposed to this because, it's anarchist territory. The Dutch, even though they're kind of frowned upon for what they did in the last couple of world wars, they aren't like super disliked. They don't have like the Germany rhetoric that the real life Germans have. It's just kind of like, hey, you did some bad things, but you're different now, so we're cool. But now leaving the European theater, we're heading on over to the East Asian theater, where we have a pretty interesting event happening, and that is Korea invading Manchuria. There's no justification. There's no reason. They're just invading Manchuria. This is, of course, after the First Manchurian War, which Korea got involved in, and that war was originally between the Gold Team and the Pink Team. Now, the Gold Team is here, and they're also sending forces into Manchuria. You see, after the First War, the Manchurian government, that is the one of the Purple Team, was kind of disliked by their people. And then the Alternites came down, and that instability was shot up in relevance. It's extremely unstable. They didn't collapse or anything like that. The government still has control over this country, of course. It's just that they're extremely weak. And the Koreans and the Manchurians are going to take advantage of that. Especially the Koreans. They are blitzing through Manchurian territory. Now, this did used to belong to Korea, which might be part of the reason why they're invading. But notably, the Koreans and the Manchurians are working together in this war. And that's very, very interesting considering that the communist Manchuria country over here originally split off from Korea during its civil war. So now their relations are somewhat warm, and if they're working together, that might suggest that they might even be allies. We'll have to see after the dust settles, but as for now, Manchuria is, well, they're getting their ass kicked. And remember how I said earlier that they weren't anarchists, but they were very unstable? Well, the whole new war has forced Manchuria to collapse. That's very unfortunate. But also, it might not be unfortunate because a few countries like China and the seafoam green country are going to decide to get involved in this conflict, not as like an invader, but as an occupier of land, and eventually, they will annex this land into themselves. They are looking to stunt the expansion of Korea, as well as stunt the expansion of the Manchurian country. China, of course, is looking to block Korea, but the seafoam green country is looking to block the communist nation down here. Nobody knows about the secret foreign investor, though, being Japan. They have a lot of ties with the communists, and now apparently they have pretty close ties to Korea, which might have had something to do with the fact that Korea was the one that colonized Japan, but yeah, we're not going to get super into history here. The Manchurian nation, after being invaded, will completely fall, so let's go ahead and take a look at this peace treaty. And in this treaty, we see that the Manchurian country will cease to exist as it gets divided up by all of its neighboring countries. So the seafoam green country will annex this large province up here in the north, which will go ahead and make the largest country in the world even larger. China actually doesn't get too much land, instead they only get this province here, which is still better than nothing. And then we have Manchuria getting all of this land up here. It is the largest amount of land that is won in this peace treaty, and they made a deal with Korea down here that has two parts. First of all, Korea will not get as much land from the peace treaty. Instead, they'll give that over to Manchuria. And in exchange for that, Korea will do two things. First of all, they will go ahead and annex these parts of the Manchurian country that are more Korean than they are Manchurian. So this is just kind of like realigning the people here. But the second part of this deal is that Korea will militarily protect the Manchurian country from either Siberia or China or anybody really. This is a military alliance. So Korea gets some pretty valuable land on the coast, and then Manchuria gets military protection as well as a crap ton of land from the Manchurian country. The other Manchurian country. There's two, but now there's only one, so that's good. But yeah, the relations between these two countries has warmed up a lot recently, and that's just due to like common enemies in the region, like China, for example. But the current state of the world has flipped everything upside down, so things like this are happening more and more. And also, quite the opposite is happening like we saw over with Egypt and Libya. Now moving on down to Madagascar, we have to talk about this country, which is splitting up into two. Now Madagascar was the country that probably got affected and screwed over the most by the resurrecting of the ancient continents. They lost a ton of land, especially over here on their easternmost coast. Now, I do want to say just real quick that not a lot of land was lost, like up in India. You might notice that these two islands are still here and not submerged. And that's because when those beams came down and hit Earth, the Earth land that was, hit by those beams didn't get eradicated. It was unaffected by the floods, and that just might be a part of like the design of the machine that did it. Remember, originally they didn't want to raise the ocean levels, and it appears that only worked in the areas that were directly hit by the beam. So like in southern India, there's no flooding here because this was directly hit. Up here, this was not hit, and as you can see, very flooded. That is mostly the case up here in Europe, although this beam was relatively small compared to some of the other ones, and it led to some flooding in Norway, and then some flooding over here in the English Bay. But other than that, the entire eastern coast of the UK is fine, all of Denmark is fine, so yeah, that's kind of the logic there. I just wanted to clarify that just in case anyone was curious. But Madagascar is splitting into two countries peacefully for a pretty good reason. And that reason is that the devastation brought about to the entire island of Madagascar has caused the northern central government to only focus on itself. That means that there hasn't been any economic incentives sent to the southern part of the island, and that's because the population of northern Madagascar is like 90% of the country, and the rest is like 10% of the population. So most of the people living in this country are here in the capital or this major city here. There are some other major cities down here, but they aren't as populated. They're definitely nowhere near as populated as the north. Like I said, around 85 to 90% of Madagascar's population is up here in the tip. That's because of ancient times when the Indians colonized it. But yeah, they peacefully succeed from the rest of Madagascar because they just weren't getting help from the administration. Sure, there could have been a workaround. Maybe maybe they could have like found some way to make this work. But it's been like months now since the floods have happened, and not a single penny has came out of the capital. So enough is enough. They peacefully succeed, and the northern government is fine with it. You know, there's not a lot of population down here. They did lose like all of their resources, which sucks, but now that they have less people, less land, they can build up their economy to be even stronger, and then they can just trade for those resources with their friends to the south. These guys aren't necessarily hostile with each other. There might be like a sour taste, but other than that, you know, there's nothing that's going to lead to war or anything like that. Now though, we're zooming out and we're going over to Tanzania. And we're going to Tanzania because tensions between them and the Unitarians are very high. Tanzania has never and never will like the whole Unitarian concept. They think it's stupid. They think it's foreign. They think that it's just going to take the sovereignty away from every country in the world, and they've seen that right next to them. There used to be a lot of countries in this region, and now not so much. They've all come under the flag of Unitarianism. And Tanzania believes that the Unitarians are these kind of secretive people that are planning to take over the world slowly but surely, slowly integrating more and more countries until eventually the only countries that remain are the countries that are opposed to them. And at that point, a full-scale war will be declared by the Unitarians. They believe that the military alliance serves that function, and they don't like it. They hate it. So they come up with a plan to make the reputation of the Unitarians horrible. They're going to stage a conflict between them, but they're not going to be the aggressor. They're going to say that the Unitarians attacked them. This is commonly known as a false flag operation, where a country intentionally makes it look like they were attacked when in reality they were the ones behind it. And how do they do this? Well, the Tanzanians will say that the Unitarians came in here and they murdered the population that was in both of these communities. And on top of that, they've also made some slight advances in the Tanzanian territory in which they have begun to burn down local villages on the border. So that is true. The entire population of both of these sections of land over here along this lake have been massacred and murdered, and there are tons of burning villages right on this border. Tanzania, a member of the Assembly of Nations, will quickly go to the AN headquarters in Europe, and they will begin to spew about how the Unitarians have attacked them, how this new world order is an aggressive ploy to overtake the world. It's basically the original OS, but under a different face. They want everyone to believe that they were attacked by the Unitarians. And of course, everyone is going to ask for evidence. Do you have video footage, satellite footage of this happening? Well, guess what? Tanzania does. Tanzania was able to acquire themselves Unitarian gear, Unitarian weaponry. They even went into Unitarian territory months beforehand and began to plan this. So it looked like there was no trace back to Tanzania. It never showed them coming in because they didn't look far enough back. This was a plan that has been in the making for a very long time. And when the Unitarians are asked to speak about this and defend themselves, they don't have much to say because they're not sure how this happened. They didn't order it to happen, but of course, the AN isn't going to believe them because first of all, there is evidence of your soldiers apparently doing it, and second of all, you're a member of the NWO, our rival organization that, like I said earlier, we don't really like. Now, the NWO will come to the aid of the Unitarians and say that they are not behind this and that the Unitarian countries especially are not aggressive. They're not here to take over the world. That is just not what they're trying to do, but the Assembly isn't going to believe them. Now, the leadership countries once again will come out. Ireland will speak on the behalf of the AN. Now, notably, Pacifica and China aren't standing with Ireland in this case. They're the only real nation in the AN that is saying that this is unlikely a direct attack. This might be an accident. Everyone else is saying that it was intentional. So Ireland is on its own in that regard. And as for the NWO, almost every single one of their countries will come out and say that this is an accident. This wasn't supposed to happen. The Unitarians more likely did not order this to happen. So we need everyone to chill out. Except the AN countries are not going to chill out. Tanzania will begin a military operation into the territory around this lake, and they will secure it for themselves. They will state that they need to occupy this land in order to rat out any of the Unitarians that are there, and to set up a protective barrier around the lands that have been attacked. The Unitarians, of course, aren't going to take this lightly. They've been attacked. So they will send their military over, and they will kick the Tanzanians all the way out. Except when they do that, the Unitarians also occupy both of these communities over here, which is very suspicious. And when the AN sees that happen, they are officially on the side of Tanzania. And when this war is officially declared, the Unitarian allies will not come to their aid because, hey, you did just kind of take land from Tanzania. Even though it was retaliatory, you occupying these two pieces up here is very suspicious because shouldn't you just leave it for Tanzania even though like there's nobody there? And that was a big mistake by this country, a big mistake by the military general in charge of this area. The leader of Unitaria will condemn him, of course. But unfortunately, a much broader war has broke out. One that will not include just Tanzania and the Unitarians. One that will include all of Africa. The Unitarians versus the Sovereigners. In order to avoid a global conflict from breaking out, the Unitarian countries will make the tough decision to remove Africa Unitaria from their alliance. This is a temporary move. The Unitarians are still friendly with them, but it's just precautionary to prevent a full-scale war between the AN and the NWO. Now we see a few things happening on the early days of the conflict, but most notably the anti-Unitarian coalition forms, and the members of that are the Red Team and Tanzania. Now you might have noticed that this country is no longer in the military alliance that are the Diamond Alliance, and that's because they have grown very close to the Unitarians. In fact, they're so close that they were just a few days away from joining these Unitarians. Obviously, they would have left the alliance anyway once that happened, but now that there's a full-scale war, they will be coming to the aid of their Unitarian brothers to the south. These two will form an alliance of their own, being the Pentagon Alliance, which is meant to protect the Unitarians and also beat back against the aggressors, or the apparent aggressors here. Meanwhile, this military alliance will expand to include the Brown Team up here as well. They were already a member of it. But also, like I said, all of Africa. The Teal team up here will go ahead and join the Unitarian side. Ethiopia will declare neutrality because they don't want to fight alongside Tanzania, but their purple neighbor will go ahead and join the side of the Diamond Squad. The blue team will join the Unitarians. The orange team will join in on the Diamond Squad, as well as this green country over here, while the yellow team will join up with the Unitarians as well. Now, West Africa is going to declare neutrality here because, well, West Africa doesn't really care. They are one of the many countries that are pursuing a kind of isolation act right now. They are focusing on themselves. They were very heavily damaged from Atlantis reappearing, and they can't really be bothered with a country that is all the way down here in the south of the continent. They don't really feel like a negative connection, so they're just going to stay out and focus on themselves. But who definitely isn't staying out of this war is Libya, who will happily join in on the Diamond Alliance against the Unitarians, and this is going to make Egypt very angry because Egypt has grown to like the Unitarians, especially Mesopotamia, but also their overall alliance. But yeah, Egypt might be putting troops on their border just in case. But for now, we have a very large war breaking out between the African nations, and this one is going to get bloody. And if you haven't noticed already, North Africa is extremely anti-Unitarian, other than a few countries in the center here who have been invaded, like these guys have been invaded by the Orange Team and West Africa before because of their dictators. They'll let the sour taste in their mouth, and they don't like North Africa, so they'll join up with the Unitarians. But basically, it's North Africa versus Central and South Africa. South Africa itself is going to declare neutrality. They don't want to get involved in this. They were very neutral in the whole Mesopotamia thing, and they're also very neutral here. Now, the first couple of days of this war are going to go pretty good for the Pentagon Alliance, other than here, which I'm coloring in for Tanzania, but the Tanzanians already had a majority of their military on this specific border because that is where the false flag operation took place, and this is where they want to attack first. They will also get a little bit of ground on the coastal areas of the Unitarian country over here, but Africa Unitaria is a pretty strong country, and their military is pretty capable, although not very experienced. The Unitarians are not used to fighting wars. They don't like to fight wars because violence isn't really their thing, but they still have pretty strong militaries, strong enough to push back Tanzania at least. Now, the Unitarians will also go ahead and move troops into the northern portion of Tanzania over here, as well as the Red Team, which they already had troops on their border because the Red Team had troops first, and the Unitarians just responded to that. But the Red Team here, they really don't like the Unitarians either. They're a little bit trigger happy, and they were ready for this as well. They might have been in on the false flag operation. Let's just hope they burn those files, though. No, not those files. Anyway, up north between the Lavender Country and the Red Team, there is going to be a lot of military movement here, as the Lavender Team will move their military in and take over a major city before targeting the capital of the Red Team. Now, the Red Team is a pretty weak country. They're not super strong, but they do have a pretty good military for what they are, but still not as strong as the Lavender Country, and with them also being invaded by the Unitarians, this probably won't end well for the Red Team. Luckily though, there are a lot of reinforcements up north, which is where a majority of the Diamond Squad is. Now, these countries will very quickly jump the Yellow Team up here. They're very curious as to why the Yellow Team even joined this war, because obviously they're going to get folded instantly. It's very easy for both the Brown Team and the Orange Team to send their militaries into this country because there just isn't any population here, And in fact, speaking of population, all of it is right here. So the orange team and the brown team are going to quickly encircle this populated area in hopes of making this country instantly surrender, which they don't. Remember, they still don't like these countries because of what they did to them previously, so there's a little bit of nationalism helping them out here. But yeah, they encircle this area, and that's going to be like that for a while. The brown team will go ahead and capture this major city over here while also filling in all of this land before beginning to send their military forces into the blue team over here in Central Africa. Speaking of this blue team here, Libya will also send their forces in, and this will not go so pretty for the blue team at all. They are a very interesting country, to say the least. They're shaped very weirdly, but also there's just a whole lot of nothing happening here. And in comparison to the Libyan military, which is very strong, one of the stronger ones in Africa, this will not end well for the blue team, like I said. But there might be hope, because their allies are just to the south. Anyway, back on the front line between Tanzania and the Unitarians, well, Tanzania is being pushed back. Not completely, they still hold their ground, but they're getting very close to losing land now. Miraculously, they have a pretty good offensive over here in this portion of the conflict, and they're able to push back the Unitarians out of their territory, which shouldn't have been possible, but it just happened. Now back up north, the Unitarians are pretty much walking through Tanzanian territory as they reach over to Lake Victoria and begin to move down the coast of this lake. Tanzanian defenses, obviously, are in the south where their capital is, and not too focused on the north, which might have been a mistake. Speaking of mistakes, the red team being in this war is a very apparent one, as the Unitarians move up into their territory further, but they mostly leave it over to the Lavender country, who is now just outside of the red team's capital city. And part of the reason the red team might be failing so much is because they have an offensive up in the blue team, which is being eradicated right now. Like, they should probably focus on their own country, but no, apparently they want to help out Libya and their other allies, even though it's completely unnecessary at this point. Over here, we have the teal country finally crossing the border and entering in to the brown team. This is going to be a very chaotic front line, because this is kind of like the main front line between the two sides. It's right here, and soon to be also right here if the Libyans go ahead and finish off the blue team, who is still fighting, even though they're being wiped off the face of the map. Their military is extremely overwhelmed, and the Libyans are now approaching their capital city. Back over in the yellow team, we finally see that brown team forces and orange team forces were able to take out the capital. They worked together to do so, which might have been an echo to history. I think that might have happened before. But at this point, Libya also begins to send in some extra resources, probably reserves, just to take over this land and occupy it. There's really no reason to do so, but just to, prove to their alliance that they are capable and that they are winning up here in the north. Actually, this yellow country up here is pretty much done for after losing just a little bit more land. Their remaining forces will go ahead and surrender over to the brown team, the orange team, and Libya, marking the first country to be eliminated. This has gone ahead and made the active front line officially down in the teal team, like I just said earlier, and it's also going to mean that the orange team and the green team are now sending all of their forces right here. And when that happens, it's not so great, as the teal team begins to be pushed back, because they are simply overwhelmed at this point. But they're also not getting any help from the Unitarians, who are still only focusing on Tanzania. This really cool counteroffensive down here is, it's gone. Which is very unfortunate for Tanzania, because now the entire Unitarian military is snaking its way up the coast. They're also utilizing this lake here to go ahead and cross it and get even more land, which is now proving to be pretty detrimental for the capital of Tanzania, which is in reach of the Unitarians. Now on this front line over here, the Tanzanians have been able to hold out, and they've even been able to encircle a Unitarian major city, unable to take it, but it is still encircled. And up north, they've also been able to push back the Unitarians, who have kind of lost focus on this front in name of protecting their allies, so they are now sending troops up here to deal with this. Now the red team here is still getting bum rushed, and they will eventually lose their capital city, which doesn't force them into surrender, but it does severely weaken them. And in doing so, they've went ahead and invited the teal team to also begin to send in some military forces to wipe this country out, which is what they almost accomplish as they take over yet another major city. Now notably up north here, the military that was previously invading the blue team is no longer doing so, as it is now preserving the existence of the country. While up in the blue team, the capital city of that country has just been taken, as Libyan forces now take another major city and eventually get very close to the border of the teal team right here. Additionally, all teal team forces have been kicked out of the brown team, and that country's offensive into the blue team has resumed, now going into the northern area of the front line between them and the teal team, which is causing a little bit of panic on the Unitarian side of things. Now though, at this stage in the conflict, a war-changing event will occur, and this isn't just a war-changing event, this is a world-changing event. It will create a sense of distrust between the two species inhabiting Earth. It will violate an agreement that was made between those two species. And what has happened is that the Alternites up in Atlantis have begun to attack the green team in Africa. And within one day, they're able to take all 4 of these islands, and within the next couple of days, they land just north of the capital city, and the Alternites are doing extreme damage to the WICSO country here. The technology of the military is unmatched. Now this is going to cause an emergency meeting between the Assembly of Nations members, and it's also going to cause a meeting between the NWO countries, although not an emergency meeting. The AN is freaking out because the Alternites have just violated one of the conditions that they said when they returned to Earth. You remain on your continents, you don't touch our continents. But now, not only are they touching our continents, they're also invading a country. An AN country at that. The AN will frantically try to contact the leader of the Alternites, but unfortunately for them, he is not on Earth right now. He is in the atmosphere, and they haven't really established communication that way just yet. So for now, the Assembly is, well, they're not sure what to do. The Alternite military is steamrolling through this country, and, well, that's for a reason, because their technology is like 100 times better than the WICSO worlds. The Alternites are absolutely steamrolling through this territory, and the WICSO world isn't too sure what to do, because what can they do? They haven't given them the military technology yet. And if they try to fight back, well, it's not going to end well. Now, on Earth, the WICSO world does have the numbers against the Alternites, who are only in the few tens of thousands as of right now, but they don't know how many Alternites are outside of Earth. They don't know, like, if they were to attack the Alternites, what would the response be? Maybe they would zap Earth again, and instead of, rising continents, they would just kill everyone. So the AN is going to do nothing. Nothing other than setting up a naval blockade around Atlantis that is going to go ahead and attempt to stop any of their ships from leaving. They'll also go ahead and set up an air force perimeter around this thing to intercept any of their jets or spacecraft that try to leave. But unfortunately, there's already a super huge military presence in Africa, and there's not much the AN can do about that because, once again, they don't have the technology to fight back. So the war in Africa has took a very interesting turn.
Based off the information we have gathered, you and your group are the ones in possession of that contraption, correct?
That may be true. Why?
May we examine it? The art of time travel is completely lost to our people.
It's lost for us as well. We are using it for a different purpose.
And that purpose is?
None of your business. I will do what is best for my people, the true people of Earth.
You know, we're the original people, right? You second kin are so full of yourselves. Fine, keep the contraption for yourself. But just know this, William Rossrock, I will also do what is best for my people, the true people of Earth.
My fellow rep members, the Rapid Human Evolution Project is nearly complete. We do not have a date in mind, but expect completion soon.
The Alternites are different than we expected. They don't seem hostile.
But the prophecy must be followed. It's all we have. We must prevail as the dominant humanity.
And if using the machine goes wrong, what happens? It's extremely dangerous. How do we know it will work?
We don't. The instructions left with the Singularity Testament are vague and hard to translate. Once again, though, it's all we have.
The destruction of the assembly has bought us plentiful time. They're not even looking for us anymore. We have as much time as possible to get this right.
Indeed, but the day of reckoning is upon us, my fellow patriots. We must be prepared.
The actions of the Vice Commander are unforgivable. We've now lost all trust from the Second King because he decided to defy my orders. Now we'll never be able to live outside these ancient continents. There won't be enough room for our population. What is he thinking?
I'm not sure, sir. Attacking a second-kin nation makes no sense if we want to pursue peaceful assimilation.
That will never happen now. We must think of something else that involves peaceful coexistence between our populations before the Empire reaches Earth. We already have limited time, but his reckless actions may have doomed us completely.
Our best minds will think of something. Our forces were able to stall the advance of the Empire, buying us more time before they reach us here.
What should we do? Earth is the only planet that is suitable for us. We don't have time to terraform any other planets in this system.
But sir, what about the moon? We can use water from Earth to help. It shouldn't take too long.
Possibly, if the Second Kin even allow us to take that much water.
Well, sir, they can't stop us if we do.
Soldier, we are trying to build trust with the Second Kin, not betray them. We must act accordingly to their laws.
I understand, sir.
You are dismissed. Men, the Alternites' actions in Africa reaffirm our commitment to our cause. They cannot be trusted. Rapid evolution of the human race is needed to fight back.
But William, even if we evolve a human population on Earth, how will we fight back against their superior technology?
I'm not sure. We must utilize what we have. Perhaps our technicians could find a way to reverse engineer their weaponry?
That is possible, but we're so busy working on the machine. Those resources become from a meteor unlike any other elements we've seen on Earth. They're hard to use.
On top of that, the Alternites are being extremely careful to collect all the equipment from their casualties in Africa. Asmara hasn't been able to recover a single thing.
Asmara is also being destroyed by the Alternites. They've lost thousands already. Only a few hundred Alternites have been killed in comparison.
With the evolution of humanity, those numbers would be a lot more similar. Yes, but we are still at a disadvantage.
Give it time, gentlemen. If all goes right and we utilize the prophecy as suggested, we should be able to expel this alien force from Earth.
And if more Alternites come to Earth?
We fight.
So coming down over here to the Alternite front in the green team over here. Now it is important to note that this country is fighting alongside the anti-Unitarians, but that likely has nothing to do with the motives of the Alternites, who will now enter into the capital city of the green team and take it with relative ease. Now, they are actually moving at this speed. No, not really, that's really fast, but they're moving very quickly. As said in the cinematic, thousands upon thousands of casualties have been reported for the green team. However, only hundreds have been recorded for the Alternites, which really shows the superior technology that the aliens have over the people of the WICSO world. Also, this nation, the green team, is called Asmara. It's like one of the only countries in the series that have an official fictional name that isn't basic like Farmers Republic or Mesopotamia. But no matter, the Alternites will completely take over the nation of Asmara. This happens extremely quickly. This is undoubtedly the quickest invasion that the Earth has ever seen. That includes spanning from Alternate Future Season 1. This happened extremely fast. And because it happened so fast, the world is going to be sent into even further chaos and panic. Remember, everyone is already uneased, everyone is already in complete turmoil, everyone feels like the world is falling apart, you know, all the anarchist states formed. But now that the Alternites have attacked the nation of Earth without any reason, things are getting a lot worse. So much so that the governments of various countries, and it is a majority of countries, are starting to act very strange, very aggressive, like I said in the previous episode, and also getting pretty dangerous. It's very sporadic, very messy, and it's going to lead to some pretty bad decisions. But for now, we're going to finish up the war in Africa, and we'll start down here in Tanzania as the Unitarians take two major cities and begin to approach the capital city of Tanzania. Now, the African Unitarians have begun to shift the tide of the war in their favor as they go ahead and reconnect up with this major city that had previously been encircled and are able to push Tanzania all the way back. This now means that Tanzania has no fronts that are invading into the Unitarian country, which is really not ideal at this stage in the war, because as the clock ticks, African Unitaria gains more and more strength. The government has employed some very effective propaganda that states that it was actually the Unitarians that were attacked in a false flag operation. Now, that is the truth. That is actually what happened. But you have to remember that the Assembly of Nations, which was the OG international order, doesn't exactly believe it, while the New World Order nations, the ones that are aligned with the Unitarians, are starting to get there. They are starting to believe that this indeed could have been a false flag operation carried out by Tanzania to make their organization, the NWO, look bad, or more so maybe the Unitarians. But it doesn't matter. Most of the world is staying neutral in this conflict, and really it's only being fought between African nations. The African Unitarians will go ahead and surround the capital/metropolitan area of Tanzania, cutting off all of the other major cities up north from them. While over here in the upper areas of Tanzania, they'll carry out a wide sweeping offensive. Now, there probably isn't too much population here, but the Unitarians will begin to move out and secure any important areas or outposts they deem necessary for winning the war against Tanzania. They're also notably going to start a very crucial offensive up the coast of this lake here, and which is very successful, cutting Tanzania off from its axis. and further secluding it, which further harms it. As you can see, Tanzania has all of a sudden begun to lose very greatly. But shifting our focus up north now to Libya, they are destroying the blue team in Central Africa, who was never really a strong nation to begin with. Notably, we now see brown team forces cross over into this light blue country here. They don't go super far, but they do have the overall advantage, which is kind of alarming for the Unitarian squad. This is a very important country in the front line, and if it were to fall, bad things would begin to happen. So the Unitarians back down south will begin to speed up their invasion of Tanzania. It gets a little bit sloppy, and they lose way more resources and troops than they originally needed to, but they have to start to send forces up north to help out their allies, who are beginning to falter at the might of Libya, but also the Orange Team. They are probably just as strong as Libya, maybe a little bit stronger because the Libyan government is on the newer side. I'm not too sure. I want to say that Libya is stronger, but I definitely see a world where the Orange Team could be. Anyway, the capital area around Tanzania is being heavily bombed by the Unitarians. This isn't really to go with their policy. You know, they're usually very pro-civilian, only targeting military forces. However, the urgency of this war is making them do some things that a lot of normal countries would do. Now, this isn't like a bad thing. Like, you know, other countries do this all the time. The Unitarians try to refrain from doing it, though. It's just that, you know, maybe in some desperate times you have to go ahead and do what you gotta do. Anyway, the capital city of Tanzania is eventually taken by Unitarian forces, and Tanzania's plan of staging a false flag operation to make the Unitarians look like an evil organization is partly successful, but also partly a failure. Successful because the Assembly of Nations believes that they were attacked by the Unitarians, which is going to harm their reputation, but also a failure because Tanzania is barely existing at this point. The Unitarians will go ahead and blitz up to the border of the red team up here in two areas, which will go ahead and seclude two different areas of Tanzania from the remaining areas. And after taking over a major city on the coast over here and approaching the border of the gold team, we actually see that country send their military into Tanzania, hoping to reclaim some lost lands. Now, like I said, some governments are starting to make some crazy decisions that normally they wouldn't make. The gold team is not the same gold team as they were during World War IV. It is a night and day difference. But under the current circumstances of the world, the gold team might make some different decisions than they usually would have. The whole international order, the whole, like, you know, being intelligent with what you do with your country, that has been thrown out the window. Basically, we've reverted time back to around the World War III era, where countries would just attack other countries for really no exact reason other than wanting to expand. World War V really slowed that down across the world. Countries were very logical with their decisions. However, now that the international order is gone, that isn't the case, like I said. So the gold team will go ahead and occupy these areas of Tanzania. Now, would that make the anti-Unitarian coalition mad? No, because it's a Unitarian coalition, not a coalition against the gold team. So basically, this is just a simple one-on-one conflict that has nothing to do with the rest of the war. But this will actually be a huge help for the Unitarians. Now, notably, the Ethiopians do not like the Unitarians at all. So maybe part of the reason they took over Tanzania was because they didn't want the Unitarians to border them. But nonetheless, the Unitarians are now sending their entire military up north to begin to counteract the expansion of the coalition. The red team at this point is not functioning as a nation. It has completely collapsed, which means that this is just a matter of moving troops through the territory, which the Unitarians successfully do. And not long after, they will begin to send troops into the purple African country as well, starting to approach their capital city. So this has been an amazing turnaround for the Unitarians. It just took them a little bit to kind of build up their forces, build up their equipment and resources to go after all of Tanzania. Remember, they were technically attacked. They weren't expecting a full-scale continental war, so preparation took a little bit. But now moving back over to the active front line over here, the Unitarians are getting very close to meeting up with more of their forces. Now, of course, they have like their troops down here, but I'm saying that their front line is getting pretty close to the active front lines over here. Anyway, the brown team will go ahead and secure all of this land over from the blue team, who is still getting a whooping from the red team, aka Libya, who now cuts off an external area from the rest of the country. And at this point, these guys are basically about to collapse. Now, they do have 3 major cities down here, which will help them out, but they've lost their capital and a ton of other cities. But Unitarian reinforcements have reached the border over here on the brown team, and they make a small counteroffensive down here in the southernmost area. However, they struggle to hold back against the brown team's forces up in the north, who are going to go ahead and advance even deeper into teal team territory. Now, at this very point in the war, everyone is getting pretty exhausted. However, the wind has just blown into some news from the north about a certain country near Libya who might be getting involved in the conflict. That very country has begun to amass mass amounts of equipment, tanks, and all military assets on the border of Libya, which comes at a complete surprise, as this country was once seen as a close ally of the Libyan government. A nation that, in the chaos of the world, has drawn closer to Mesopotamia, a nation that for a long time was a strong independent sovereign country who saw through itself its own determination. That country is Egypt, who officially joins the war on the side of the Unitarians. And this action by the government of Egypt is going to have a lot of backlash amongst her people. Now, Egypt was influenced to join this war by a, certain someone over here. But also you have to remember they're allied with the Mesopotamian Unitarians, who of course are allied with the African Unitarians. And the Unitarian victory in this war, of course, will serve the interest of the Mesopotamians up here, and thus that might also serve Egypt's interests. Plus, there is land to be gotten in Libya. Now, like I said, the people of Egypt are furious with this decision. They are still close to the people of Libya because of the Libyan civil war. Egypt accepted a lot of refugees from Libya, and in that time, the two communities grew very close together. The people feel betrayed by their government, and the betrayal of the Libyan people is something that the people of Egypt will not forget. This is a foreign war that Egypt has nothing to do with. They don't have to get involved. They never would have gotten involved. And this is a former ally. Invading Libya is seen as an insane act by the government. But remember what I said earlier, the world has become insane. Nonetheless, Egypt's advance into Libya is brutal. The Libyans, who were expelling most of their military forces in the south, saw the amassment of troops on the border but thought nothing much of it. They didn't think that Egypt would stray this far away from them. In the end, responding to that and pulling more troops up was a grave mistake by this country, who is probably going through the 5 stages of grief. But war is never fair, and humanity will always find values to portray. The Egyptian military is effective at taking 5 major cities in Libya before they see any kind of counteroffensive, which does come as the Libyan forces reach up north. But those same forces are unable to advance into either of the major cities. Egypt's entire military is involved in this war, and you have to remember that Egypt doesn't border any hostile nations. Of course, they're allied with Mesopotamia, and they're allied with the blue team down here, so this territory won't, of course, attack them. And then all the different groups down here are too weak to attack Egypt, so they really only have one border to worry about, and thus they can send in their entire military. Most countries can't do that in a war. Just like how the Unitarians probably aren't doing that because they border South Africa, a very strong nation to the south, and even though they are friendly, we just saw Egypt betray Libya in a way, so you can never be too careful. But with Egypt joining the war, we have the blue team down here with mostly the help of the Mesopotamians beginning to push back against their invaders, and they begin to establish a lot of their lost land. Notably, we come down to the purple team where we see Mesopotamian forces approaching their capital city, but before they do anything else, the purple team will actually surrender over to the Unitarians. They saw Egypt join the war, they saw the giant wave of Unitarian troops, and they wanted out. They cut a deal with the Unitarians which says that they won't lose any land and will instead just have to pay for any reparations they caused. So, they're going to keep track of all the damage that this country did, and you're just going to write us a check for that. Pretty simple. The Unitarians are going to offer this deal to a lot of the other countries in Africa, and none of them are going to accept it because they want to keep fighting. But at this very point in time, the Diamond Alliance is down to its last 3 members, whereas the Pentagon Alliance still has 4 strong, 3 strong, and this guy, who is just chilling. Oh, and also, Egypt's in the Pentagon Alliance now. I didn't draw that on the map, but that should be pretty apparent. And also, it should be pretty apparent now as to why the Unitarian side is winning. The Egyptians will go ahead and capture a major city just outside the capital city, and their forces are now right here. Now, it is notable to see that the people of Libya are now extremely nationalistic to the cause of defending their country. They were betrayed by yet another country, and now they feel as if they're on their last leg, they're on their last heel, and they need to fight back with all they have. And when that's said and done, the nationalistic movement in Libya will do a ton of damage to the armies of Egypt as they now exert themselves over into the central plain area. They're unable to move north past Egyptian fortifications, but they do find weaknesses in the front line and are able to advance there. Back down south in the blue team, we see that the Unitarians and their allies are continuing to push back any Libyan forces down here that are stationed to protect. Most of them are being recalled to the north, which is leading to a massive re-liberation campaign by the Pentagon Alliance, leaving pretty much the brown team and the orange team to fight this front line over here by themselves. So far, that's been going so good. They have the advantage here even with Unitarian troops, and simply enough, it's just a matter of geography right now. The Unitarians are super far away, their forces are getting exhausted when they get to this front line, and that's leading to more casualties, whereas these guys are, of course, on the front line, which makes it a lot easier. Now, notably up here, we actually have Libya going ahead and relinquishing all control over the garrison of this country here to the brown team, so that will require them to use more military forces while freeing up some forces for Libya to use against Egypt. But the Libyans are very hesitant to pull all troops out of the blue team down here because, as you can see, the Unitarians are the main forces fighting on this front, and they are rapidly approaching Libyan territory until they stop and the Unitarians set up a defensive front. This is not a good sign, because now those troops are moving on over here towards the brown team. Egyptian forces will fight back in a counteroffensive against the Libyans, and this will go pretty well. However, they're unable to amount to the progress they made previously, which could be a troubling sign for Egypt. And at this point, a certain country in Mesopotamia will begin to send volunteer forces into Egypt. Of course, they're not joining the war. This isn't officially military troops. These are volunteer forces. This could heighten tensions across the world, but at this point, Mesopotamia is a pretty strong country, definitely a top 15 military power, maybe probably top 10 power as well. Definitely top 10, I don't know what I'm saying. So countries aren't really going to mess with them per se. They won't be able to get away with everything, but they can get away with things such as sending volunteers into a foreign war. But moving back down to the front line between the brown team and the teal team, with the occurrence up here with Libya and the resurgence of the blue team, Unitarian forces, like I said, are now focusing solely on this front line, and when they get here, it begins to turn the tide of the war extremely in their favor. It's already pretty obviously going in their favor. If you can't tell already, they have a pretty good chance of winning right now. So of course, this means that they're going to have to push back against the brown team, and we now have teal team forces crossing the border and beginning to invade into the brown team, taking over a major city which previously was thought to be pretty protected, not so much anymore. And these forces will continue, now starting to formulate a bulge which will turn into a spearhead towards the capital city of the brown team. Now, it is also important to note that at this very point in time, these countries are all exhausted, every single one of them, except for Egypt, who just joined the war. The capital of Libya is taken by Egyptian forces, and after this occurs, the government goes into a complete spiral. A certain group down here is starting to talk about re-emerging. Have no fear, West Africa is here, and they carpet bomb the entire area. This is a war crime, West Africa. You can't do that. But hey, world's crazy, so who cares? So yeah, no insurgency in Libya because, well, they're all burning alive. It was probably napalm. That's an even bigger war crime. You're definitely in trouble if this all pans out well. But Egypt captures all of Libya's major cities, and from here, they begin to rapidly move through the country, and really there's not much happening here. So Libya essentially is going to just fall into guerrilla warfare in some of the most geographically challenging areas, this big old desert over here. Egyptian forces probably aren't really moving through here, and eventually those forces are either going to run into the other countries or they will surrender, meaning that Egypt is successful in jumping Libya. Extremely unfair for Libya, who was jumped by what they thought to be a friendly nation, just a few months ago, maybe even weeks ago. But with Libya out of the war is now extremely in the favor of the Unitarians. In fact, they have a 99.9999999999999999999% chance of winning. Very, very good chance. Although I'm not good with math, so maybe it's not entirely guaranteed yet. But I mean, at this point, it's basically over. The brown team is about to check out of the war, and the orange team is only here because, well, they're not being directly attacked just yet, so might as well keep fighting. But the thing that will actually officially end this war is when this anarchist group down here begins to take territory from the brown team without any resistance. They're waltzing right into this country, and there's very little fighting back. And the brown team at that point is yeah, we're just gonna do that. It's probably the smart thing to do. And after they surrender, we have the complete fall of the occupation of this country, which leaves just Orange Africa in this war, and they're yeah, we're good. So they will go ahead and make a deal with the Unitarians, a similar deal to what the purple team got over here. They aren't going to be occupied. Now, I should say that this country also isn't being occupied. I just colored it in because, heat of the moment, I guess. But the pro-Unitarians are successful in defeating the Southerners. The false flag operation by Tanzania failed in a physical sense. However, worldwide, the reputation of the Unitarians is a little bit harmed. So in a way, Tanzania sacrificed themselves and their allies for some animosity towards the Unitarians. Will that pay out in the end? Who knows? But we can go ahead and take a look at one of the largest peace treaties in African history, the Treaty of Crete. And looking at this treaty here, we see that there are a ton of major changes in Africa. The Diamond Alliance was not spared. They got a pretty harsh peace treaty for all of their members other than the orange team and the purple team, who, like I said, got special deals since they left the war. But let's go ahead and begin to break it down, starting over here in Tanzania. This country has been pretty solid throughout history. They haven't lost a ton of land in any of their wars particularly, Until now. Tanzania will lose the most land out of anyone in their alliance, and that is because this is now deemed to be a false flag operation because the victors write history, of course. But the Unitarians will take a large chunk of land, and they have begun to cement themselves as one of the largest countries in the world, and also probably one of the most powerful nations in Africa. Now, as for the gold team up here who intervened in the war for the sake of reclaiming lost land, they will be annexing this piece of land down here, which actually I forgot a province. Sorry, Tanzania, you're losing just a little bit more land. But now, as you can see, they reform their previous borders. These guys are looking, unfortunately, very familiar. Just missing a little bit of something. Anyway, the red team here was basically just kind of like the battlegrounds of the war. They actually don't lose too much land. The Unitarians will annex a province down here, and then the purple team will annex a few provinces over here. They take 3 major cities, which is pretty detrimental for these guys. They're left pretty weak. They have to move their capital city, so that's pretty unfortunate for them. But Central to South Africa is now looking a lot more different. But going up north, there is still a lot of changes to be discussed. Starting with the brown team, who will go ahead and give up a few provinces over to the teal team. This is their spoils of the war. They also are forced to release the sand color country here, and are also forced to give them a province, which is kind of surprising considering the fact that this country did a whole bunch of nothing for their side of the war. But somehow, some way, they still get land. And then finally, the green team down here, the little anarchy group, they also get land. I don't know why they were invited to the peace treaty, but they were able to put in their demands, and they got what they wanted. Now, Orange Africa probably could have just wiped them off the map, but they didn't do that, so good for them. But now moving up for the final changes up here, we have land going to 2 countries from Libya. First of all, the blue team will get a province from them, which goes ahead and extends their border a little bit. Then we have Egypt getting a bulk of land. Now, Libya probably lost the second most land out of all the countries in this war, once again only behind Tanzania. The brown team is probably in 3rd place, and the red team in 4th. But Libya is looking very square, and I don't really like it, so I'm going to change it slightly. Shout out to the weirdest looking province ever. But these are our new borders of Africa. The false flag operation fails, and the pro-Unitarians end up getting a ton of land. But now moving up north here to the continent of Europe, we're heading on over to the Dutch Republic here, who is now executing a policy that is named the survival of our nation, in quotes. That sounds like a very sane policy that surely isn't restrictive of human rights and might even, kind of shake up the balance of Europe a little bit, right? No, that's exactly what it is. It's going to do all of those things. The Dutch Republic is one of the countries that is having a lot of panic from their population within, and in order to counteract that, the government goes ahead and enforces restrictions. We're talking curfews. We're talking like you're not allowed to gather in large groups because that's kind of risky of rebellion. There's a heavy police presence, a slight military presence in some of the more major cities, including the capital city, and most notably, their border with the Alternites is the most fortified border in the world. That thing is deadly. You are not getting across it. The Alternites would have trouble getting across it, but they still would because they're the Alternites. Doesn't matter though, the Dutch is going into full lockdown mode. And part of that policy, the survival of our nation policy, involves making sure that, the country is big, expansionist. You see, they kind of threw in a little bit of some secret sauce in there. They were cooking up some, what's a good Dutch dish? I'm not really sure what kind of food they eat in the Netherlands. So they were making some 50% seaweed stuff, and they threw in a little bit of crack in there. Candy crack. Like sugar, not the bad kind. And with that, some very angry politicians who like land got their way, and the survival of our nation bill is also kind of a ploy to take over a lot of land in Europe. Basically, the democratic government of the Dutch team goes ahead and greenlights a bill that will allow for the expansion of their territory. They're fine with it, and that's because everyone is going a little bit loco right now. The government is very panicked, and they just want to make sure they're as strong as possible. And with that, they go ahead and send troops straight into Switzerland, and they don't really fight a war here. They just kind of occupy it, kind of like how Germany did Austria in World War II. They just march in and take it because, Switzerland isn't going to fight back. And that nation will simply cease to exist. It's no longer here, and it is now a part of the Dutch Republic. Notably, that gives them a border with Rome. Very interesting. We're going to have to be watching the Dutch Republic here. They will probably be making more moves in the future, but for now, we're zooming out, and let's talk about the Alternate civilizations in both Atlantis, Mauritius, and Zealandia, and also up here in Doggerland. Don't forget about Doggerland, they're still here. I know that this is like an extremely small piece of land. You might even wonder, why was it even resurrected? Listen, it'll make sense soon. The Alternites need land. But what we have happening here is the continued expansion of Alternate civilization on Atlantis. Now, I do want to go ahead and say that I'm going to go back on my word. Originally, I had planned to have just multiple states that were all part of the Alternate Empire. But I decided that that might be confusing for some people, and instead we're just going to have one continuous color for the entire civilization on each continent. So even though that each continent is a different color from one another, they are still controlled by the Alternites. And the whole thing that I said previously about there being different states, that is no longer true. It's just going to be one continuous color. But as you can see, Alternite civilization is becoming very, very large and expansive, especially as more Alternites begin to make the trip to Earth. And the WICSO world has begun to notice that there are a lot of Alternites coming to Earth. You know, before it was like maybe a few hundred every day. Now it's a few thousand every day. And as time goes on, that number continues to go up, and their civilizations are quickly reaching to the tens of thousands in terms of population. And Atlantis is the first continent to reach a population of 100,000. Now you might be wondering, how do the Alternites already have developments for 100,000 people? They haven't been here that long. The technology, simple as that. They're able to construct buildings very quickly. I'm talking like an apartment complex in a matter of like 5 days. The Alternites are extremely technologically advanced, and that technology is also being shared with the WICSO world. All of the Alternite technology is being shared with them other than their weaponry, other than their military tech. That's the only thing that the WICSO world doesn't have at this point. So you have to really think about this. All of these countries, which might be poor and underdeveloped, are having access to this technology that you can, build entire complexes in 5 days. That is huge. It's going to solve homelessness in the WICSO world, essentially. Now, it's probably going to be pretty expensive for these countries to get this stuff because they do have to buy it off of the Alternites. They are, unfortunately, capitalist still. But maybe they gave it to countries for free. Like, for example, they gave it to West Africa for free because of the damage they caused. Up for debate. Anyway, over to Doggerland. This will be the first continent/area of land to be completely filled in by the Alternites, as they now border the Red Team and Denmark over here. Doing a quick little major city update, there is now 3 up here in Doggerland. And over in Atlantis, they have begun to sprout out in very many areas, more specifically inland, but now they've added around 2 or 3. Now, I do want to say that the major cities, they aren't like comparable to the WICSO major cities, because these are cities that have been developing for very many years. Whereas these ones have been developing for a very small amount of time, meaning that their major cities are likely what we would call like towns or small settlements. But in retrospect to the nation itself, they are the major cities because they are the largest cities within this country so far. Now heading on over to Mauritius, this is another major continent for the Alternites. Like I said before, it is Atlantis and it is Mauritius. That's where a majority of the Alternites will be going. Doggerland and Zealandia are still major destinations for the Alternites, of course, because they can only go to the 4 continents. But they aren't as major as Mauritius and Atlantis. These are the largest continents, and the Alternites are filling it in very quickly, arguably maybe even quicker than Atlantis. After it's all said and done, Mauritius will be filled in looking something like this, and if we zoom out a little bit more, we can see just how filled in both Atlantis, Mauritius, and Doggerland have become so far. As for the major cities, only 3 more will be declared, 1 up here, 1 right here, and then 1 down here in the center area. None of them are coastal, notably, but still these are major settlements. And now finally heading on over to Zealandia, this will be pretty similar to Doggerland in regard to how quickly the Alternites will go ahead and fill it in. They get all of the north filled in, while so far not touching the south, until very interestingly, they begin to emerge from the Australian territory. They don't go super far into the south just yet, as they are more focused on the north, but they fill in a pretty good portion of the southern portion, a good bit of South Zealandia, and this is what the entire continent is looking like as of now. 2 major cities will be built here, and the Alternites are almost done expanding. Also, 2 things real quick. First of all, the capital of the Alternites on Earth is in Atlantis. This is where the Alternite Earth government is right here. This is also where their leader is currently, no longer in space, chilling on Earth. The second thing is what happened to West Africa. I never mentioned it. Well, simply enough, the Alternites have taken complete control over it, and the WICSO world isn't going to respond because what can they do? They have all the technology other than military technology, and if you paid attention to the cinematic, you would have heard that the elite said that they've been unable to, capture any of the technology from the front lines over here because the Alternites have done such a good job at recovering it, making sure that intentionally the WICSO world is unable to get their military tech. If they did get it, they'd be able to fight back, and the Alternites don't really want that to happen because if that happens, then they might be kicked off of Earth, and that would not be good for them, to say the least. Now, it will be extremely hard to keep it from them forever, and there is a chance that they're going to get some low-tier tech equipment. But what really matters is the high-tier tech equipment, like, their futuristic tanks, their hovercraft things that blow up entire buildings at once. That's what the WICSO world wants. They're not too worried about the guns, because bullets still kill Alternites. They're not like invincible. They're not lead-proof. A bullet to the head will still kill them. But a laser shot to the chest will disintegrate an entire human from the WICSO world, so they might want to get that smaller tech under control as well. Maybe try to find a way to prevent that from happening, because that hurts. But now zooming out for a second, we need to talk about the Planetary Defensive Treaty Organization. As you guys have probably noticed, this hasn't been mentioned since the Alternites showed back up. And the purpose of this thing was to stop the Alternites from invading Earth. Now, it was a little unexpected when it happened. They didn't invade Earth. In fact, they came in peace and offered their condolences to the WICSO world, which kind of defeated the purpose of this thing. They laid down their arms, and after that, of course, the assembly split up, the New World Order formed, and with that, the PDTO completely collapsed. Like, even the members of the assembly left it. It's no longer there. It doesn't function. But in its absence, members of both the NWO and the AN have proposed a similar alliance in their own respective orders, which are aimed at defending themselves against the Alternites should a threat appear. And the way they do this is going to be very interesting. If you're a member of the AN or if you're a member of the NWO, you're automatically in the new PDTO. You don't have a choice. If you're going to be in the organization, you have to go ahead and make a budget that is specifically meant for the defense of the entire planet. It's going to be expensive, but if you want to be in this international organization, you need to contribute, and you need to understand that this could still be a threat, even though it appears friendly. They did just take out a country in Africa, which is going to go ahead and give a lot of people doubt. And with all that doubt, there just needs to be a way to reassure the people of the world that the militaries can still function together. And so there's one in the NWO, and there's one in the Assembly of Nations. Interestingly enough, they sometimes hold joint drills together. So even through all this chaos and through the division of the NWO and the AN, they still recognize that they are both of the same species and that the aliens still pose the largest threat to either organization. So they hold joint drills together. These aren't like friendly drills, they're probably war games, good practice on one another should a war break out between the two organizations. But it shows that there's still unity in the world even through these chaotic times. But now we're moving down to one of the last completely anarchist territories in the world. We're moving on to Red Australia. Well, I might have just spoiled it, but we're moving on over to the Yellow Papa country, who is still in complete anarchy. There has been no consolidation of groups here, and it is probably one of the worst off places in the world. Remember, these guys just got their independence not too long ago, and before that they were a nation for a very long time, but the constant in and out of existence on top of the Alternites coming back, the flooding, and now the complete collapse, there is no governance in this nation, and the people here are refusing to be governed. It is like basically primitive humanity over here, except they're all smart and they're very aware of what's happening. Dangerous stuff. Really dangerous stuff. A lot of people are dying. So in a very, very weird turn of events, the Australians and the Unitarians make a deal to work together to occupy and annex this thing into their own territories. Yeah, they're enemies. They don't like each other at all, but they recognize that this is getting pretty damn bad, and we need to do something about it before a lot of people start dying. So they draw up a treaty which will divide up the Yellow Papa country between their two nations, and they also agree to work together to bring about order to this island. Once again, this showcases that despite the world being in complete chaos, unity can still be achieved, even between some of the most unfriendly nations. There's always balance in the world, and it's no different here, but the Australians will get the eastern half, and the Unitarians will get the western half. This will be a very interesting experiment to see which side does better under whichever country. Like if the fascist side prospers and the Unitarian side doesn't, that's probably going to be really alarming for the Unitarians, because fascism working instead of Unitarianism, that's concerning. Everyone would assume that it would work better here, which is probably what's going to happen, but you never know. And yes, Australia still is fully fascist. The only fascist country in the world, the most far-right country in the world, and they're still kicking, so props for them. I mean, it's not really a good ideology, but whatever. We're not here to have that debate, we're here to WICSO it. But now moving on back over to Europe, we're going to the Dutch team, who probably is definitely expanding again. And now they're attacking yet another Assembly of Nations country. First of all, Switzerland was in the AN. That didn't sit too well with countries like Ireland, nor West Africa, so, the Dutch Republic's kind of being looked at a little bit weird here. But they still want to reinforce their status as an assembly nation, even though we're attacking members of our own kin. We don't care. Let's get crazy, let's invade the light blue team. And this will do two things. It will make Europe even more mad, and it's also going to make Rome mad, because Rome wanted this land for themselves. Speaking of Rome, Here they come. They take over the capital city of the light blue team. And Dutch and Roman forces will meet in this major city here, wiping out the light blue team and also having a little bit of a brief standoff. The Dutch and the Romans still don't like each other, even though they fought on the same side recently, I think. If they didn't fight on the same side, then they were going to at one point, and I ended up scrapping the idea. But I think they did. Maybe? I'm not too sure. I think, when they jumped Germany, right? Anyway, it doesn't matter. The blue team is now completely occupied by both the Romans and the Dutch. Let's go ahead and take a look at this peace treaty. And in this treaty here, we see that the light blue team will be evenly split between the Dutch and the Romans. Both countries are relatively happy with the outcome of this war, however, are not happy to be sharing a longer border now. But I really highly doubt anything will happen, because if they do go to war, that risks a war between the stars and the gears, and, well, that's not needed right now with the Alternites here. The world wants to avoid a world war at all costs because they know it would make them vulnerable, and if the Alternites have ulterior motives, that would mean that, they have a good time to attack and destroy humanity. So yeah, guys, please don't start World War VI. But now we're going to head down to some of the anarchist territories in the world, and more specifically, we're heading on over to Sudan, where these groups have made some considerable progress in unifying the former claims of this country. And the most notably, the one that claims to be the true government of Sudan has taken over the most land. Now, unfortunately, they're not all gains, as this group here lost complete control over their territory and fell right back into anarchy, and the Red Nation over here lost considerable control of their land, which might have something to do with the war that was just fought right next to them. Some countries, like the Lime team up here, split into two different sections, while other countries, like the Light Blue team up here, were invaded by another group, this time being the Dark Cyan team. On top of that, however, this country has expanded to reach along the border of Egypt a lot further. The Lime team has also filled in a lot of land along the border of this gray country. The Green team has filled in considerable land as well, getting very close to the Pink team over here and bordering them. And even the Pink team itself, which is relatively new, has taken some land from the unoccupied territories in Sudan. So there's been a lot of growth, especially on the north near the border of Egypt, which might highlight that Egypt is helping out these groups and setting up their governments, while the center area has remained relatively unclaimed. Now, in the coming days, what claims to be the true government of Sudan will make some pretty extravagant advances across this territory, aiming to capture this major city, which they do, and also meeting their border with some other nations to possibly establish relations and talking about forming a united Sudanese government. Now, these groups are probably still anarchist and probably don't want to do that, whereas this group is actually becoming a nation of its own. This is essentially the new version of Sudan. It has a government and is beginning to function as one, although in the very early stages of such. Over to Bangladesh, we see some very unique things happening here. We don't see any countries collapse. We don't see any groups take over other groups. Instead, what we see is this kind of working together of the different groups here. They have made their way completely out of anarchy and have begun to work together as kind of like a community of nations, which defies a lot of expectations worldwide, especially in a nation like Bangladesh, which has a recent history of being in a lot of turmoil with their neighbors. So maybe part of the reason that they're able to stick together like this is because they've been together through that troubled history. They've stuck together. The people here are very united, and thus we see that these groups are just working together rather than opposing each other. And it's very possible that we could see a united Bangladesh reappear. The same cannot be said over in Ecuador. I did tease that the red team could just go out and take over all of these lands, and in that time, that's pretty much exactly what they've done. They've taken over both the purple country, I did forget that somehow, and the green team, and they filled in all the unoccupied land and have even begun to take some land from the yellow team, although they haven't fully annexed it or occupied it just yet. This is, in all counts, a dictatorship. No democracy happening here. One guy got into power, and he is trying to consolidate his control over this territory. And a lot of the South American countries around it don't like it because this isn't democracy. Remember, they had a whole economic and military alliance that has kind of fell apart with the anarchy countries. But still, if he goes any further, there could be intervention. Then over here to this community in Africa, there have been no changes here, and these countries are starting to operate on their own. They're not countries just yet. I keep calling them countries or nations. That isn't true other than like in Sudan and arguably in Bangladesh. But these groups are functioning on their own. They're not worried about each other. And really right now, they're just trying to form themselves as actual nations. Now let's talk about the last completely anarchist territory remaining. Similar to the Yellow Papa country, this country has not been able to form any groups. And also similar to the yellow country, there is a lot of death happening here, and the governments of South America will make the decision to step in. More specifically, the military alliance, as well as the economic alliance, which pretty much go hand in hand at this point, will go ahead and draw up a partitioning of this territory in which the surrounding countries will take control of it, and hopefully fix all the problems. Fixing anarchy is something that is very difficult to do as a government, so it's going to involve a lot of collaboration amongst these South American countries, which is very easy to do nowadays. A few years ago, during World War IV, that would have been impossible, but things have changed. South America is the most united continent. But in this partition here, we see how this country will be divided up, so the orange country will get the most of it. They take over all of this land. The red team will get one province down here, and then the brown country will get the rest. So our updated borders of South America are looking something like this, and notably the yellow team didn't get anything from this, which is going to leave a bad taste in their mouth. They feel like they should have gotten at least one province to govern over, but the decision was made to not give them any. So there might have been animosity there, but it also could have very well been unintentional, and that, it just didn't work out for the people that drew up the borders. Nonetheless though, yellow country, not happy. Alright bro, what did I say about starting World War VI? The Dutch army, which has been very active lately, is now invading Germany. The Dutch leader will come out and say immediately that this is not a full annexation war. They only want some parts of Germany. Not all of it. We just want a little tiny bit. Not all of it. We're just taking a little bit. And obviously, this is going to make the New World Order, the organization that Germany is in, very angry. Because, hey, guess what? The Dutch are in the AN. And what did we just say about World War VI? Well, we definitely don't want that to start, so go ham, Dutch people. Go ham. The international orders are too scared to act on one another, and the Dutch are going to get away with their, I don't want to call it a massacre, but their very swift taking of German land. This isn't like the war they fought not too long ago. This is a little bit different. The Dutch are a lot more powerful now, and Germany is a lot more weaker, and, well, as you can see, the Dutch are going to be victorious and taking what they want, which includes a lot of historic lands and also a lot of northern lands over here near Poland. At this point, the Dutch declare that they have what they want, and they will go ahead and form a peace treaty with the Germans, who will reluctantly agree to it, and they're going to go ahead and meet over here in the orange country to discuss the peace with Bulgaria. Interesting choice. But in this treaty here, the Dutch will go ahead and move their border a few, maybe 100 kilometers to the right. It's kind of hard to tell the scale of Europe, because Europe is kind of small compared to the US, where I'm from. And here, 100 kilometers is like that much, I think, ish. So this would probably be less than 100 kilometers. I don't know. You guys get the point, though. They move their border to the right. They annex all this land, including Germany's capital city, which will weaken this country even more, as they are forced to now put it over here. Now, as you can see, this has made Europe very angry. Ireland, not happy. Norway, not happy. Poland, not happy. Rome, not happy. Also, the Iberian Unitarians, not happy. The only people that are happy are Great France, because they like Germany a lot. They love Germany. I'm not sure the Dutch love them back. But yeah, the Dutch have been expanding rapidly. This has all occurred within probably a few weeks of each other, which means that this is officially an expansionist country, and countries around it aren't too happy. Rome, they got allies. Poland, they got allies. Germany, they are safe because they have a peace treaty. Norway, allies. Ireland, I don't recommend attacking Ireland. That would be a bad idea. France is friendly with the Dutch, so they're fine. Meaning that, Denmark could be in trouble. Or the Alternites, they could go gangsta with it and try to take out the Alternites. Yeah, that would probably happen. But they're gonna chill out for now. They need to take it slow, they need to take it easy, or else maybe some countries will come together and try to topple you. But on the topic of schizophrenic and very frantic governments, we're now coming over to the pink team, who is, like I said, schizophrenic and very frantic. They will pursue a pretty similar policy to the Dutch, which is survival of our nation by all means. And by all means, this means that they want to take as much land as possible from their neighbor, the cyan team, for the reason of resources. The pink team wants to hoard as much resources as possible, so if a war ever breaks out with the Alternites, they can get a huge economic boost by selling those resources to the other countries of the world. It is actually a pretty smart plan, other than the fact that you're going to have to send some people in there and have them die, and also start a pretty big war between another country that is equal in size. But there is good news for the pink team, and that is that their military is very much stronger than that of the light blue teams. This will be a pretty low difficulty war for the pink team. These guys don't have a lot going on here other than their resources, which is, once again, what the pink team is after, so they can have a resource monopoly should a worldwide conflict ever break out between the Unitarians, not the Unitarians, the Alternites, and the rest of the WICSO world. Anyway, the pink team's invasion of this country is going very well. Now, as for what's happening internally within the light blue team, there's a whole bunch of nothing, because they are one of the countries that is, like, on the verge of anarchy, not there just yet, but getting close. Their government is still in control via forceful restrictions and stuff like that, and the military forces are exhausted from doing that, and there isn't much of a motivation to stop the pink team from advancing because these guys are still pretty democratic. Maybe some people here want to be a part of this. But at the same time, there are countries that are going to be watching every single war in the world. As you can see, the pink team is a member of the NWO, and this guy is a part of the AN. AN countries tend to have each other's back, like the Sea from Green country, for example. They are going to be coming in and helping out the light blue team. Just not in the way that you thought. They're going to be sending their military in to occupy. Now, this isn't really an invasion, similar to what we saw earlier. They're just kind of walking in and occupying different things. Sure, they might fight in some instances where the military is very stubborn, but for the most part, they're doing this so that there is a stronger nation in control of this territory, and more so to prevent the pink team from getting all of it, which would be very, very dangerous for the Sea from Green country. They don't want to have a country that is too strong on their border. With that being said, they do border China and Russia, so adding a third one would be very bad. Anyway, the light blue team will actually finally collapse. They fall into pretty much anarchy as their government dissipates, which is something that the Sea from Green country wanted to stop from happening when they went in. Unfortunately, though, they kind of made it worse and they served as a catalyst. Well, nonetheless, the two sides will go ahead and agree to meet for peace in the dark green country down here in Caspia. Anyway, in this peace treaty here, we see that the pink team is going to get all of the resources they wanted and a little bit more, especially population-wise, as they take over the entire western portion of this country. But also, we see the Sea from Green country take land, which is counterproductive to what their original goal was. But as it turns out, they also had some interest in this country because it's going to heavily boost their population as well. This thing is mostly cold in Siberia. However, there are areas within it where people can live, and as you can see, the land that they just took is a large part of that now. So the blue team does still exist. They're given a new government, and the Assembly of Nations comes in and helps them kind of, reinforce their stability and to beat back any anarchy. Their new capital city will be right here, very close to the capital city of the gold team, which may or may not foreshadow something. I don't know, I just make the series. But here are our new borders of Asia, and as you can see, there are a lot of countries that are becoming very large in this region. In fact, across the world entirely, there are a lot of nations becoming large, like Africa Unitaria, the pink team, Sea from Green country, Pacifica recently. There was even expansion down here in South America that made countries larger, over in Oceania. And the country count in the world, excluding the anarchist territories, is probably the lowest it's been in a very long time. But now we're finally getting to our final event of the video, which is going to involve the Dutch once again. They can't stop putting their noses in other people's business. And what the Dutch are doing is they're attacking another nation, this time, as you guessed it, Denmark. But as you've noticed, the European countries have become very angry with the Dutch, and this move is going to come with grave consequences. The Dutch government is fully convinced that the end times are near. They feel like the world is going to end very soon. There's no evidence of that happening, by the way. It's totally not going to happen, but they feel that way, and because they feel that way, they just want to do whatever they want to do. They want resources, they want population, they want economy, they want land, and they want a stronger military to fight back against the Alternites should that time ever come. Now, the Alternites in Doggerland are the most chill people in the world. They have no grievances with the WICSO world. They are trying to be friendly with them, except everyone's scared of them, and the Dutch are like frantically terrified. The warmest country to them is actually Denmark, and well, they're being invaded right now. So, in turn, this could make the Alternites mad at the Dutch. Maybe. Possibly. But like I was saying, this is going to have grave consequences for the Dutch who really don't care. But those grave consequences include the formation of a military alliance. But not really the formation of one. More like the joining of one. That's right, the Danes will get help from the Eastern European Military Alliance. And on top of that, we have Norway joining the alliance simply to fight back against the Dutch, which have attacked one of their friendly nations, surprisingly. Denmark did break away from Norway, however, they've built strong relations in that time, so those historic tensions aren't there anymore. Who would have known that it took Denmark to finally get a response to the Dutch's actions? But unfortunately for the Square team, this isn't going to end just here. Because the Dutch, in their schizophrenic attacks, have been building an alliance of their own, which as of this very second only includes the French. So the two ancient allies are once again united on the war front. Ireland is like, yo, we got bigger fish to fry here. But I'm going to stay neutral because that's what I do. Everyone else, they're going to war. They're fighting. Now, if you're curious about military rankings, just real quick, the Dutch are the strongest country, followed by Norway, Poland, Finland, and then France. So the Diamond team is the 1 and 5, and then the Square team is 2, 3, and 4. How much stronger are the Dutch over Norway? Considerably stronger, but they're not going to be able to take like a bunch of territory from the Norwegians. But the Dutch will go ahead and occupy all of Jutland, and then they will move over into the Copenhagen Islands, secure those for themselves while also taking over a little bit of land from the Norwegians, showcasing that they are indeed capable of fighting and maybe even winning this war. Something that they wanted to show for another country. They needed to prove themselves to this country that this war was winnable, and the country they needed to prove themselves to is none other than the nation of Russia. Similar to the Dutch, the Russians believe that they need to be as strong as possible for the future in order to preserve themselves as a nation. They understand the world is against all odds, and unfortunately, it's the survival of the fittest out here right now. And they're more so joining against the Eastern Military Alliance, which has a lot of their lands they want to seek to retake for the third time now. And them working with the Dutch is quite weird. But like I said, the world is in chaos, times have changed, everyone is super aggressive, and the overall order of the world as what we knew it is gone. It's different now. Relations break down that easily, relations can change that easily. This isn't me just trying to make things happen in the series, this is me conveying to you that the world is insane. Once again, think about it. What if just continents appeared out of the ocean and then an alien race came down that was super far advanced than us and could wipe us out at any second, just came here? How do you think the world would react? Probably not too civically, right? This might be a little bit exaggerated because this is a fictional, mapping series. But Europe has just got itself into a very large-scale war that could definitely implicate other countries to get involved, such as maybe Germany or other nations that see an advantage on either side. That also extends over to Asia. This war will be a very brutal one, but now coming down to one last thing that has just occurred over in Madagascar. The Alternites have landed in the recently formed Pink Country and have taken over the entire thing with ease. There were very little casualties on either side, but the Alternites once again are showcasing aggression against the home world, and that is making people even more panicked in these difficult times. Their objectives are completely unknown. They say they come in peace, however, some of their actions defy that. They work with the assembly, yet also defy it. Uncertainty and chaos are at an all-time high.
People of Earth, I stand before you once again disgracefully. I was notified that, in defiance of my orders to stand down, a section of our military invaded and occupied one of your nations. I want to be clear, I did not order this. While I cannot tell you everything, someone within our government has gone rogue. We will act swiftly to fix this. To the international organizations of Earth, you still have my complete compliance. Once this internal matter is resolved, we will help make this right by any means. Shortly, I will address Earth once again, giving you more information. Thank you.
Sir, the Vice Commander has taken control over 70% of our military forces. They are planning to oust you and have him lead the rebellion.
What? Impossible. Those men and women are loyal. They would not betray me.
Well, sir, things have changed. The troops have no morale. They do not think your plan is going to work.
Well, of course it won't now. The Vice Commander ruined it with his little invasion.
Yes, but he is framing you, and they believe it. The troops are desperate. They fear the Empire.
I see. Then I suppose it's time to tell the people of Earth the truth and fulfill our requirements completely. They must know that a bigger threat is coming, one that will make both of our groups go extinct. If the Vice Commander wishes to overthrow me, so be it, but Earth must be prepared.
Sir, the Vice Commander has taken control over 70% of our military forces. They are planning to oust you and have him lead the rebellion.
What? Impossible. Those men and women are loyal. They would not betray me.
Well, sir, things have changed. The troops have no morale. They do not think your plan is going to work.
Well, of course it won't now. The Vice Commander ruined it with his little invasion.
Yes, but he is framing you, and they believe it. The troops are desperate. They fear the Empire.
I see. Then I suppose it's time to tell the people of Earth the truth and fulfill our requirements completely. They must know that a bigger threat is coming, one that will make both of our groups go extinct. If the Vice Commander wishes to overthrow me, so be it. But Earth must be prepared. Greetings, once again, people of Earth. In my previous address, I spoke of disobedience within the ranks of leadership of the Alternites. It appears that my Vice Commander has rebelled against my rule completely. He has, unfortunately, gained control over a majority of our military forces. Under his command, Alternite troops have begun to occupy some of your nations. This is in complete defiance of my orders, but unfortunately, it would appear that my power and command is fading. For that reason, I stand before you today to deliver the full and complete truth about us Alternites. Our faction is a part of a galactic-scale rebellion against an entity known as the Empire. The Empire is the strongest force in space, occupying a majority of systems within the Milky Way. Their rule is tyrannical and harsh, and because of that, a revolution was born. Unfortunately, the revolution was very short-lived, as the Empire defeated a majority of the rebellious factions early. We are one of the last remaining groups defying the Empire, but our grip on hope has completely vanished. At this point in time, your solar system is the only remaining system not under control of the Empire. I am unsure of how much longer we can hold them off before they arrive here and take over Earth. Without a doubt, they will wipe both us Alternites and you second kin out, taking this planet back for themselves. Now, when we first rediscovered Earth, we had planned to peacefully assimilate with you. That is, we would coexist peacefully on this planet. Of course, that would require that we gain your trust first, something that is unlikely to happen now. It appears that the Vice Commander disagrees with my plan of peaceful assimilation and has enacted a plan of his own, forced assimilation. I believe that he wishes to bring the entire Alternite population to Earth, moving the second kin aside and prioritizing our people. I do not wish for that. I wish for coexistence. Due to the actions of the Vice Commander, I am left with no choice but to give you the power of the Alternites. I have ordered the remaining military forces loyal to my command to share all military technology with the governments of your world. You will be, in all regards save physical and mental strength, equal to us Alternites. You will be able to fight back against the Vice Commander should he choose to fully invade your world. I cannot speak of his full intentions, but I believe it is best that the people of Earth, those who rose from the ashes in our absence, should be entitled to it. Should my control over the Alternite forces be restored, I will order off his forced assimilation plan and move our population to the moon. We have begun to terraform it with the little remaining time we have, even with the Vice Commander hindering us at every possible moment. I understand that we have, without consent, began to take large amounts of waters from your oceans. I apologize for shorting you once more, but our situation is extremely dire at this point. Now then, people of Earth, I want to reassure you that we are working extremely hard to stop the advance of the Empire. We have discovered a machine on Europa, one of Jupiter's moons, that at one point completely hid your solar system from the rest of the universe. This technology appears to be very similar to our own, and I'm happy to announce we've nearly recreated it. The window we have for full operation is extremely tight. We are unsure if the Empire will reach Earth before we complete it, but rest assured, we are working as hard as possible.
I apologize to you all for the gruesome scene you were just shown, but Wilson was talking too much. I am the Vice Commander of the Alternites, General Bonapatalan, and with the former leader now out of the way, I assume complete control of our remaining forces. It is true that we are part of a faltering rebellion, just as it is true that a galactic-scale empire is en route to Earth, seeking complete annihilation of both of our groups on this planet. The former commander's plan to deal with this was inefficient and untimely. He was a liability. As the new leader of the Alternite forces, I am ordering our military's complete return to Earth. That moon project the former commander was so caught up with will not come to fruition under my leadership. Instead, I will be pursuing a more direct approach. I will offer to the governments of this world a deal. If you agree to submit to the Alternites, I will grant your country limited freedoms in our new world. Should you resist, though, take up arms against us, our forces will act to take control. We do not have time for negotiation, semantics, or peaceful assimilation. The outside threat is too dangerous for that now. The Alternites must be allowed to live on Earth without restriction, and for that to happen, the second kin must be suppressed and controlled. Independence would be your downfall. If you lose faith, respect, or tolerance, keep it to yourself. Do not stand against what is necessary. Once again, I offer the countries of this world a choice. Submit and have limited freedom, or face the wrath of our forces. Remember, we Alternites are doing you an extraordinary favor by recreating the barrier machine which kept your system hidden for so long. Without it, you are a dead planet. So you will come to us, and you will have no choice because you will need us. Second kin, I suggest you pursue the least deadly path. End communication.
All systems a go. Vitals show that subject is calm and stable. The rapid evolution machine is ready for trial number 7 at your command.
Begin trial 7.
Vitals are fading.
Keep going.
Sir, that man will die. We have to stop the trial.
I said keep going.
Yes, sir. Vitals flatlined. The subject is dead.
Damn it! What is the issue? We need this done now. The Alternites appear to be mobilizing.
The diagnostic is almost complete. Here. Result of evolution, success, subject unresponsive, error, proximity?
Proximity?
We'd never considered this. The machine gives off high levels of radiation. We figured that was part of the evolution process, but it's possible that it's not.
So we've been killing people with radiation this entire time? That's it? The machine works. We just need to put distance between the subject and the machine?
I believe you're correct, sir.
How could we overlook something so simple? Quickly, tell the engineers to rework the testing chamber. As soon as that is done, bring in another subject. Time moves regardless of success. We're against all odds here.
Yes, sir. So, just quickly recapping the lore of what we saw in the cinematics at the start of this episode, there were two main things. First of all, the Alternite leader assassinated by the Vice Commander, who now assumes full control over the Alternite forces. It is pretty simple. They have different philosophies of how they should approach Earth. The original Alternite leader wanted peaceful assimilation. He wanted coexistence with the people of Earth, basically Alternites and humans living together throughout the entire world. The Vice Commander, however, had a very different philosophy. He doesn't think the Alternites have time for that. Simply enough, the Empire is advancing on Earth, and with the limited time, he believes that the human population on Earth should be moved aside, and the Alternites, the original people of Earth, should be prioritized over them. And with the change in leadership comes the change in philosophy. The Alternites are now no longer looking to be peaceful. They're no longer looking to abide by the rules of Earth. They're going to be doing things their way now, and that will be very apparent for the rest of the series. Now, before the old Alternite leader was blown up, he was talking about some very important things, such as the Empire. this entity which controls a majority of the Milky Way galaxy. As it turns out, the Alternites as we know them are a part of a large-scale rebellion that has been extremely pushed back. In fact, the Alternites are one of the last, if not the last, remaining factions fighting against the Empire. So the rebellion has failed, and the Alternites know that, hence their retreat to Earth. There is a big issue though. The Empire has found Earth and they are on their way. And that's why the Alternites are so panicked and they're so hasty with their decisions, such as the one to, off the old leader. But staying in this department, we have to talk about a super important event that the old leader of the Alternites brought about. He greenlit the sharing of all technology with the WICSO world. This means that the WICSO countries now have access to alternate military technology. This is huge. This means that the WICSO world can now compete with the Alternites on a military scale. Now, of course, the Alternites are a lot more physically and mentally advanced than the human race. They're smarter, of course, and they're a lot stronger, meaning that the Alternites still have a pretty overwhelming advantage, but the world is starting to integrate Alternite technology into their military, and that is going to be a game changer. On top of that, the old leader also mentioned the fact that they found a machine on Europa, one of Jupiter's moons. This is, according to him, the old barrier machine which kept the solar system hidden from the rest of the universe, hidden from the Empire, and hidden from the Alternite rebellion. We now know that the Alternites are rapidly recreating this machine. It is of very similar technology to them, so they're making essentially a new one which could have huge implications. And then of course the second scene was the Rapid Human Evolution Project organization, the REP group, testing out the Rapid Evolution machine on a subject in a test tube. As you saw, pretty gruesome result, didn't work. However, they figured out what the issue is, meaning that they are nearly done with the machine. It's nearly ready to be deployed if they need to deploy it at all. Remember, the Rep Group is a very mysterious organization. Their intentions aren't fully known. All we really know is that William Rossrock, the elite from World War V that was from America, is the one running the organization. Of course, we know that Fuzong was also a part of that organization. However, he was kicked out and killed after he spilt it to the Assembly of Nations. But they are a mysterious group. Their intentions, like I said, are relatively unknown. Now though, jumping over into Europe, where the bloodbath has officially begun. With the Norwegians joining up in the Eastern Alliance, there is a new front line created between the Dutch and the Norwegians over here near the entrance of the Baltic Sea. And unsurprisingly, the Dutch are fully prepared for this event as they move forces over into the southernmost area of Norway. Quickly, forces will move over and encircle this city, leading to an eventual Dutch victory, while other military forces begin to spread out in the heartland of southern Norway, avoiding major cities for now as the Norwegians have a pretty good defensive area set up. Though they're suffering great defeat, and the Dutch do eventually take another major city while encircling one down here in the south. Over on the front line between Russia and the Eastern Alliance, it is going to be very similar to what we see in Norway, pure domination by the dominant force. Now, we cannot brush aside the fact that Poland and Finland are both medium tier countries that are, definitely capable of throwing hands, but we definitely can brush aside Estonia, who doesn't stand much of a chance against Russian forces, who have become very familiar with this region. This is probably like the third time that Russia has invaded Estonia, but hey, this time they're feeling a lot more confident as they go ahead and start to siege the capital city of Estonia. Additionally, Russia didn't just join this war out of nowhere. They were definitely prepared for this, meaning that they likely had contact with the Dutch far before the war was officially declared on Denmark. So more likely than not, the Dutch and the Russians are working towards something they hope to fulfill after this war if they win it. But back down over in Poland, yeah, the Russians are still having a lot of success against the Polish, who are not really prepared to fight at all on the border with Russia. Now, there is not a similar story happening in Finland, because this country is actually doing some invading of Russia. They begin to encircle this major city down here, but are eventually stopped by Russian forces. They do go ahead and extend across the coast over here near the Gulf of Finland, but are unable to penetrate into Estonia, who is being very rapidly sieged at this point. Furthermore, Finland will go ahead and advance over towards these two major cities that are really in the middle of nowhere, and I don't even think major cities could be here, but we're going to ignore that. But now quickly moving back over to the front line between the Dutch and the Norwegians, we have the Dutch taking over this major city after it was encircled, while up north they move even closer to capturing more major cities. Now it is important to note here that Norway's navy is a very good navy. This is a country that, of course, is in control of the Baltic Sea, and the Dutch Navy is also pretty good, however very limited by Doggerland that destroyed a lot of their naval assets, but fortunately enough they do have access over in the British Channel, so they can deploy their military there. Of course they have access here, and they have recent access gained from the Mediterranean Sea. So at this point in time, the Norwegian Navy is actually probably stronger than the Dutch Navy, and that's going to have a lot of implications on the Dutch's ability to invade further into Norway, as with naval help, the Norwegian military is able to make some pretty good gains back against the Dutch. They are, of course, unable to take back any major cities at this point, but they do begin to push back the Dutch on this front over here in the Far East. Back over in Estonia, we have Russian forces taking over the capital city and quickly moving over and taking this major city all the way over here, causing Estonian forces to completely abandon this region, falling back to the border of Poland, where Polish forces are attempting to aid them. Now, of course, Polish forces are also aiding themselves, and Poland is a country that is definitely capable of throwing hands with Russia. Not as good as Finland, because of course Finland's going to be good at it, but still, Poland has demonstrated before that they are a capable country, and once again, they're demonstrating that here, taking back almost all of the land that Russia had seized. Now, at the same time though, Estonia will be completely lost to Russian forces, and this is going to be pretty troublesome as now Russia expands its front line further into Poland. Even more unfortunate, the Russians begin to push back the Finns in the north. They focus a little bit on this front line over here, but of course this one is going to be a lot more important. This city is pretty much the equal of St. Petersburg in real life, so they want to protect it at all cost. It is a populated city, and that's exactly what they do as Finnish forces are beat back and even separated from the entire occupation zone. This will cause them to retreat to sea as they go back to Finland, which is overall not a good thing as Russia pushes back. Back over in the Danish peninsula, the Dutch are having a lot of issues with their invasion of Norway. Simply enough, their naval assets cannot get across the channel, and they cannot navally invade Norway anywhere else. Furthermore, the Norwegian Navy is doing a lot of damage to any Dutch forces that are stationed in Copenhagen, and of course that is how the Dutch have been able to get into Norway from here. So they are at an extreme disadvantage in their invasion. Still, obviously, their military power is on display. They have taken land and they're not losing. But without a really strong navy, which was once again destroyed by Doggerland, they are going to have a lot of issues. Now, the Dutch Air Force is a lot more superior than the Norwegian Air Force. This means that eventually, if the Norwegian Air Force is wiped out, the Dutch will gain complete air superiority over Norway, and that is huge for them in this situation. They'll be able to bomb naval vessels who will only have their anti-aircraft to fight back. And then, of course, they'll also be able to do bombings pretty much anywhere in Norway if their Air Force is eliminated. So Norway is going to do their best to preserve all air assets, while at the same time pushing back the Dutch, which is still going well. Although a major offensive has just occurred in the very eastern regions, taking over a major city, and this pushes back a lot of Norwegian progress as the Dutch now reach all the way over here to their eastern shore. Back up north, Norway pushes back a little bit more, but is eventually stopped by the Dutch forces, who immediately push back against the counteroffensive and chase them into a nearby major city, where a massive battle will break out, one of the largest battles in the war so far, the Battle of whatever the name of this city is in real life. No, we'll give it a real name here. The Battle of Norsevik. Norsevik. This city is named Norsevik. That's a very Scandinavian name turned Slavic very quickly, but ignoring that. Naming countries and cities is not my thing. As you can tell, there are no original names in this series other than, the former country here that I actually forgot the name of, but they're gone now, so it doesn't matter. Back over on the Russian front, Russian forces are now pouring in from Estonia, and this is much to the dismay of Poland, as they're being very overwhelmed in the north at this point. Now, Poland is going to reach out to some other countries for help. They call up the Farmers' Republic. They don't answer because obviously they don't want to fight Russia. That's a pretty bad matchup. They also call up the Ukrainians, who are also uninterested in fighting against Russia. The goal team here has fatigue. They're Russian fatigued. They don't want to fight Russia because they've been doing it for all of history. Poland calls up the Eastern Russians. They too don't want to fight against Russia because they're also fatigued from fighting. All right, Poland now calls up Rome. Rome has no interest in helping Poland. That kind of hurts them, but hey, you tried. So far, what we're seeing here is a lack of motivation to escalate the war any further. Simply enough, countries want to focus on themselves right now in the chaos of the world, especially considering what the new leader of the Alternites said in his address, giving Earth basically an ultimatum to go ahead and become a subject of the Alternites. That deal was basically, you join us, you get limited freedom under our rule, and if you don't join us, we're going to simply annihilate you. A lot of countries are coping with that thought right now, and they really don't want to fight a war against each other. And that is a very, very advantageous thing for the Diamond Alliance here between the Russians and the Dutch. The Russians will continue to advance into the north of Poland. This is an area which they also have a lot of experience in as of recently, but this is also like the most populated area of Poland, so they're eventually going to be stopped. They do snatch up another major city, however, but Poland is going to unleash a counteroffensive all the way over here in the eastern region to push back and cut off some Russian supply lines, which is exactly what they do. Now, unfortunately for Poland, that doesn't do much to save their capital city. Simply enough, it will just delay the Russians for now. Back up north with Finland, we have their counteroffensive of the counteroffensive working as they go ahead and beat back the Russian forces that just beat them back. And we even see Finland capture a major city here. Although I'm really hesitant to call this a major city, it's probably just a major settlement. And now that I'm thinking about it, I probably should have did that like when major cities were first introduced, called some of them major settlements. Because, you know, this probably isn't a thriving urban center right here. This is more likely than not just like a very, very large town or like a very small city, not skyscraper city. This would be skyscraper city. This would definitely not be skyscraper city. You picking up what I'm putting down? Good. Now put it back down on the ground. I'm a loser, bro. Anyway, Russian forces will now capture another major city, although once again, their advance has been very slowed down, which leads us to jump back over here to the Dutch, who are, at this point, being pushed back by the Norwegians once again. They're having extreme difficulty moving troops through Copenhagen into Norway. Simply enough, every time they try to cross, they're just blown up. Yeah, very unfortunate. It's hard to not be blown up when you have no major naval assets to fight back, and the Dutch at this point are like, you know what? Let's do something different. Instead of focusing on knocking out Norway from this war, let's help out our new allies in Russia. Better said, let's go ahead and invade through Germany and get to the other side of Poland, hopefully knocking them out of the war and taking a lot of power out of the Eastern Alliance. Operation Asarabrab is officially declared by the Dutch government, and they begin to invade into Germany, a country they just recently fought. Now, Germany, unfortunately, is in no position to fight back. They have been experiencing a lot of war as of recently, and they've been on the losing side of pretty much all of those wars. Here, the Dutch military force is fully unleashed as they begin to basically blitzkrieg across Germany, not using blitzkrieg, but, you know, the speed of blitzkrieg across Germany. And they will take their capital city within the first 2 weeks of this war, very quickly. Now, of course, it's going to take time for the Dutch to reach the border of Poland, giving them some time to set up some defensive forces over here. But put simply, at this point, the Polish are feeling very, very doomed. They understand that if the Dutch do start invading from the west, they are probably going to lose. This will probably motivate both Norway and Finland to fight a little bit harder, and that will be demonstrated by Norway pushing back Dutch forces even further, retaking a major city and almost completely kicking the Dutch out of the westernmost areas of this country. Now, I mean, of course, the Dutch aren't really focusing on Norway anymore. They have a new objective, but still, it is a morale boost for Norway. And we even see Finland push back into Russia, but that's actually for a reason. Russia was using some of their forces from the Finland front to sweep through the northern areas of Latvia and begin to kind of put pressure on the capital city of Poland. Additionally, those forces are helping push back the Polish counteroffensive over here in the far east as Russia unveils a full-on invasion of Poland using all of their military forces. Finland will take slight advantage of the lackluster troops up here in the north, but still Russia holds strong in defending this city, and not so strong in holding this major settlement, which is captured by Finnish forces. Now, there really isn't like a land objective up here for Finland. They're kind of far away from anything important other than this city here, which is what they're going to start to try to focus on, although, once again, still disadvantaged. But back over in Germany, Dutch forces are still steamrolling through this thing. They've taken over pretty much all of the major cities at this point. And as they advance further, they get closer and closer to the border of Poland, still taking over German major cities until eventually they're at that border. Germany will surrender over to Dutch forces who will occupy the entire thing, and the Dutch will officially begin the invasion of Poland from the west. It is at this point in time that the Polish military begins to suffer extreme casualties as their air force is almost completely wiped out by the Russian and the Dutch one. They lose more and more major cities over to the Russians. The front line over here begins to completely collapse for the Polish, who are overwhelmed at this point, having to split up their forces between the Russians and the Dutch. And speaking of the Dutch, they are also starting to roll through Poland, much like they rolled through Germany. Eventually, Dutch forces will make a spearhead all the way over to the capital city of Poland, and after a long-fought, hard battle with assistance from the Russian allies, the Dutch will take full control over the capital city of Poland, leaving them without a major federal government. With the capturing of Poland's capital city, the Dutch are going to make a very public declaration. And in this event, The Dutch declare the rise of the neo-authoritarian order. Quickly, the federal bureaucracy is dismantled and a dictator is installed. The sitting president of the Dutch Republic will become the sitting dictator. But this neo-authoritarian order does not just extend to the Dutch, it also extends over to the Russians, who join the Neo-Authoritarian Pact. Two brand new, fierce and authoritarian ideologies are introduced in Europe. This ideology is essentially a modern version of fascism, one that prioritizes the existence of the sovereign state over basic things like human rights. This is a level of fascism that is on a modern scale, while over in Australia, you still have kind of the old-fashioned fascism. The Dutch will declare Victory Day with the capturing of Poland's capital, but on this very day, a major event happens for the Alternites. More specifically, a civil war breaks out between the forces that are loyal to the old Alternite commander and the forces that are now loyal to the new Alternite commander who assassinated the old one. This is a full-scale civil war between Alternite forces, and unfortunately for the WICSO world, who is hopeful of a blue team victory, that's not exactly going to happen, as the new commander of the Alternites has consolidated complete control over the Alternite military forces. The only people rebelling at this point are the forces that were extremely loyal to the old commander, which as we know lost a lot of control over the last few weeks. Over in Mauritius, the front line is a lot more simpler and the rebellion is also a lot more weaker. A majority of the loyal forces are over in Atlantis, and the vice commander, who is now the new commander, will order his forces to go in and to simply just destroy any people that are rebelling against him. He rules with an absolute iron fist, and going against his word probably isn't the best of ideas. Notably, there's really no rebellion in Zealandia. This is where the vice commander was actually stationed for a very long time. When he wasn't on the mothership, of course, he was here. Not in Atlantis, where the capital city of the Alternites is. Very interesting. In Doggerland, there won't be much of a rebellion, and if any forces try to act out, they are simply killed by the vice commander's forces. Doggerland is where the civilian population of the Alternites really is at this point. There's not a whole lot of military assets here. I mean, there's still enough to do a lot of damage to Europe if needed, but for the most part, this is where the resident Alternites are living, and that's highlighted by the fact that these major cities are so far away from the continental Europe, where there is possibly a threat. Back over in Atlantis, the Alternite leader is absolutely destroying this rebellion. He will actually lead a charge into the capital city and retake it, and from here, the rebellion will simply dissipate, and any loyal forces to the old leader will be imprisoned or killed. Just like that, the Alternite Civil War is over, and the vice commander now officially has full control over all of the Alternites. There is no more rebellion. He has absolute authority over the Alternites, and his way will be the way they act from here on out, like I said earlier. Now back to the war in Europe, Russia and the Dutch team are still doing extreme damage to the remnants of Poland, and at this point, they are on the brink of surrendering over to those forces. However, they have made one last call for help, and in their last days, that call will finally be received. An unlikely country that has a chance to be a possible hero will join this war on the side of the Eastern Alliance, a country that will go against their standards, a country that will abandon their beliefs in order to do what they believe is right. The country joining this war is Iberia Unitaria. They will begin an invasion of France as they move their forces into this territory, completely catching this country by surprise and doing extreme amounts of damage early on in the war. They are butchering France here. Unsurprisingly, this makes the Dutch very angry because now they're going to be fighting a two-front war against the Unitarians. Now, it is very notable that Iberia's actions here defy what the Unitarians stand for. Of course, in Africa, what happened here was a false flag operation, and the Unitarians now fully believe that, and they are going to soon reinvite Africa Unitaria back into their military alliance. However, the Unitarians as a whole still stand firmly against declaring wars and fighting wars, and Iberia's actions here simply are unwelcomed. Remember, this area was forged through revolution, something that the Unitarians really aren't wholly on board with, but they decided to invite Iberia Unitaria anyway. Now, this is a pretty strong country, which means it's going to hurt a lot when they decide to kick it out of their military alliance, pretty much excommunicating them from the rest of the Unitarian order. They will remain in the economic alliance, but following the war, that could very well change. For now, Iberia Unitaria will do what they believe is right as they begin to slaughter French forces who were not in France and instead all the way over here in Poland. Now, speaking of Poland, despite the fact that Iberia Unitaria has joined the war in hopes of doing some damage to the Dutch, Poland will completely fall over to both Dutch and Russian forces who have split occupation of the territory. Now, while all of that was happening, the Norwegians almost almost completely kicked the Dutch out of their area, but now that the Dutch are no longer worried about fighting Poland, probably one of the stronger countries that they will fight in this war, Norway could be experiencing a resurgence of Dutch forces. Now, unfortunately for Finland, they're going to be fighting up against a fully focused Russia now. They're no longer worried about the Polish, they're gone, and they might be sending some forces to help with Norway and Iberia. But for the most part, Russia will give its full attention over to Finland, and well, one-on-one between Russia and Finland. It's never really happened, but when it does happen, it's not going to be well. The Finns will be completely kicked out of Russian territory within the first couple of weeks of the resurgence, and Russian troops will quickly cross over into Finnish territory, taking over 2 major cities pretty quickly and advancing towards Helsinki. And they will begin to move over towards the west, advancing towards Finland's capital, taking another major city. Additionally, they'll send forces in over here where Finland has been continuing to attack them. No longer will that be happening, as those Finnish forces are now officially dead, and Russia's full-scale invasion of Finland has commenced. This is going to leave Norway very panicked, because if Finland falls, Norway is going to have no other option than to surrender. At this point, it is a very fleeting feeling for Norway, as they feel as if they need to get the Dutch out of their territory as soon as possible, which, as you can see, they do. That is a pretty big accomplishment for the Norwegians, who were able to repel a much stronger military force. But the issue is they can't really invade the Dutch. They don't have the capabilities to do that. The Dutch are simply way too strong. Back over here in France, the Iberians are going to go ahead and start to siege the capital city of France. And the Dutch are very angry at their ally for being pretty incompetent against a much stronger force. So it's not really France's fault, but I mean, they could do a little bit better, I guess. Also, the Unitarians have made an effort and have made it known that they've crossed over in the Dutch territory, getting very close to a major city down here in the south. The Dutch aren't a big fan of that, and they will send even more forces to deal with the Unitarians now. Back up over in Finland, the Russians are still advancing towards Finland's capital city, taking over another major city, and now presenting a spearhead straight towards their political center. At the same time, they're also moving further into Finnish territory, although there isn't really much up here, so they're really spending a majority of their forces over here now, and that'll be pretty obvious with their advances down here in the south. Back over to the Iberian front line, we see that those forces have now captured the capital city of France, and at this point, they are showing a lot of ability to capitulate all of France. This is going to make the Dutch very angry, who, like I said earlier, already sent down some forces to deal with this, and eventually a majority of their forces will arrive and begin to push back against the Unitarians, although a major problem occurs. The Dutch are splitting their forces between the Norwegians and the Iberians. Now, the Norwegians, with their superior navy, are very, very much trying to attempt to make a landing in Copenhagen, and if the Dutch don't allocate enough forces to that, then the Norwegians will actually go ahead and do that. So they need to have a lot of military up here just in case. And at the same time, their military is, of course, exhausted after invading all of Germany and invading a lot of Poland. And even more so, the Unitarians are fully rested. They just joined the war, meaning they haven't had any casualties, and they're at full strength here. So as time goes on, this front line will actually be fully stalemated between the Unitarians and the Dutch. There will be very little land exchange happening on either side. Maybe here and there the Unitarians will have a major counteroffensive, and then eventually, as time goes on, once again, the Dutch will go ahead and push back that counteroffensive. That is what's going to be happening for a while here as this war is fought. Now, back over up in Finland, we actually have the Russians capturing their capital city. Now, Finland will be very reluctant to surrender over to Russian forces. They have had their fair share of wars against the Russians, and they don't really want to be occupied. So despite them only having 3 major cities left, the Finns will fight on. Now, the capturing of Finland's capital city, however, is going to be a major signaling event. And this will pretty much go ahead and guarantee a win for the neo-authoritarian forces, the neo-authoritarian order here. How are they going to win? All they did was take Finland's capital. You know, they still have to fight against the Norwegians, they still have to fight against the Iberians, and as we know, this front line is stalemated. So how have they won by taking over Finland's capital city? That doesn't make any sense. Well, as it turns out, there was yet another actor who was waiting for the perfect opportunity to jump into this war. A country that has, as of recently, been a kind of hermit state, only joining in on some operations against terrorist organizations in North Africa. This country has been doing some things behind the scenes, and as it turns out, they are in on this neo-authoritarian order. They will soon convert to that ideology. This country is none other than one of the strongest countries in the world, West Africa. They joined the war on the side of the Dutch, on the side of the French, and on the side of the Russians, and very quickly, they began to mobilize their forces to invade into Iberia Unitaria. The West Africans have been waiting for the perfect moment. They've been waiting for guaranteed victory, and with the capturing of Finland's capital city, they feel as if that has been achieved. Similar to how the Iberians caught the French off guard, the West Africans will catch the Iberians completely off guard as well. They move up and begin taking over these major settlements in the center of Iberia, being very efficient with how they go ahead and invade this country. It is notable that the West Africans got a lot of the Alternite equipment first. They have a lot of the military technology because of their proximity to Atlantis, which is where it was all dispersed from. Now, the new commander of the Alternites, he was unable to stop the sharing of military technology, and a lot of countries in the world have it, like, for example, America. The Unitarians have it now. Brazil, all of South America, Brazil is connected to all of South America, so therefore, everyone down here has it as well. West Africa, more likely than not, started to share it with other countries here. The Unitarians are probably sharing it with everyone. The Mesopotamians have it from their connection with the Unitarians. And it won't be long before other countries like China and India begin to get it as well. So Alternite technology is in the WICSO world now, and there's nothing much that the Alternate leader can do to stop it. Going back to my point earlier, the West Africans have a lot of it, and they're using it against the Iberians here, and they're doing a lot of damage. Quickly, they begin to spearhead over to the capital city of Iberia, and they begin to siege it. While back over in France, this event has led for the Dutch and the French to finally be able to push back against the Iberians. They retake France's capital city, and soon enough, the Iberians are pretty much on full retreat, all the way down to the southernmost areas of Iberia. The French will go ahead and begin an invasion of Catalonia, where Unitarian forces are not well off. Those forces are being drawn back over to the capital city, of course, which is, once again, the center of politics. You need the capital city to really function as a country. Now, when the West Africans do take it, they'll simply just move their capital city elsewhere. But that loss is something that the Unitarians really couldn't afford. Now, once again, this country was kicked completely out of the Unitarian military alliance because they declared war on France. They showed signs of being expansionist, which is against the policy of the Unitarians. They're very anti-war, and they only fight wars when they absolutely have to. Declaring war is taboo. There's no reason to do that, and of course, when Iberia did it, they were met with repercussions, those repercussions being that they were kicked out of the alliance. Back up north in Finland, we have Russian forces going out and taking over more and more major cities. They will capture all three of the remaining ones, which are, like I said earlier, probably just major settlements up here. But as the Russians begin to round this gulf up here, the Finns are ready to surrender. The Norwegians will do all they can to keep their ally in the war, but seeing as Iberia is likely to fall soon, the Norwegians also begin to lose hope. Back down in Iberia, the West Africans are still doing a lot of damage to the Iberians. Now, they will kind of fight back a little bit. They'll try to make an effort to retake their capital city, which is, unfortunately for them, unsuccessful. They'll take back another major city over here, and their focus is mostly on the western areas over here. West Africa's focus, however, is now on the eastern areas of Iberia, and they're pretty much moving through this territory without much issue. The Dutch and the French are still kicking back the Iberians up in the north, as France's advance into the Catalonia region will continue to take over another major city, and eventually they will be successful in retaking all of their territory. Back over near Norway, the Dutch, now having less forces allocated to Iberia, will begin to send forces back over into Norway, and this was a pretty stupid move by them because they lose a lot of troops. But in the end, it does pay off in a way, as they're able to have another established foothold in Norway. And it's very apparent at this point that the Norwegian Air Force is pretty much gone. The Dutch have gained air superiority over Norway, and they've begun to target a lot of areas, including the capital city, other major cities, military installations, so on and so forth. They begin to attack Norwegian boats in the Baltic Sea, blowing them up and allowing for even more Dutch troops to move over into Norwegian land. And slowly but surely, the grasp of the Eastern Alliance begins to falter. Back over in Iberia, West African forces are pushing back against Iberian forces, who at this point are losing all morale. They're facing a full-on invasion from the south, one that they now know they cannot win. They lose complete access to the Mediterranean Sea. From there, we see the French and the Dutch begin to invade into more of their central area. This is going to spell out quick defeat for the Iberians, who, although showed a lot of military strength at first, ended up in a very similar situation to Poland, where they were forced to fight a two-front war, one of which they're fighting against two more powerful nations. So really, this is a good old-fashioned case of how do you like it? As the West Africans continue to advance more and more, the Iberians will finally make the decision to surrender over. They felt as if they needed to stop the war before more and more of their population got hurt. Remember, they are Unitarian at the end of the day, and with West Africa's advance and full occupation, they feel as if the best option is just to surrender over to these forces. Sure, your freedoms might be limited now under this new regime, but the good thing is, you're still alive. You know, if we kept fighting, you had a chance of dying. We didn't want to lose any more people. We didn't want any more civilians to die. So this is, as we feel, the best course of action. Notably, this is going to pretty much win the war for the neo-authoritarians. Finland will try to continue to hold out, although their forces are running very low, while the Dutch begin to occupy new land that they had not previously occupied in Norway, signaling that Norway is on the losing side now. All looks to be going well for the neo-authoritarian order until we have the invasion of West Africa by the Alternites. Everything was going perfect for the neo-authoritarians. The Dutch took over Germany, they took over half of Poland, they looked to be winning in all of Norway. The Russians took over Poland, Estonia, they're going to win in Finland. The French are going to gain land, and of course the West Africans were going to gain land. But now, all of a sudden, Alternate forces have begun to invade into West Africa from this area down here. Simply enough, the commander of the Alternites is taking advantage of a distracted West Africa. He feels as if there is an opportunity at hand here. West Africa has not fully revolutionized their military yet with Alternite technology, meaning that the Alternites still have an overwhelming advantage against this country. They're using full Alternite technology to fight. The West Africans are using a majority still WICSO world stuff, just normal human stuff, and a very small percentage of Alternite stuff. The Alternites are going to do a lot of damage to the West Africans before they can even fight back. The advance into West African territory is very quick to say the least, as the West Africans fail to really fight back until they can pull forces out of all of Iberia. Now when those forces do arrive, West Africa will do something that has not been done before. They will fight back against the Alternites, and they will do considerable damage to the Alternite forces, invading them, even retaking a major settlement out here. The Alternites haven't really experienced this. They've never really faced defeat before in battle, and West Africa, of course, is demonstrating that there is maybe hope in fighting back against the Alternites. But as we know, war against the Alternites is still impossible to win. They are still superior, and with more and more Alternites making the trip to Earth and settling in Atlantis, there's more and more military personnel that are going to be fighting for the Alternites. At this point in time, the Alternites have an army that is 10 times bigger than any army in the world. They are only using a small percentage of that to fight against West Africa. And after those counteroffensives, of course, the Alternites allocated a more higher percentage of their forces to this front line, meaning that they can push back. And that's why we see the continued decimation of West African forces as the Alternites begin to split up and just take over as much as they want from West Africa. It appears that this country is finally going to meet an end. The neo-authoritarian order, seeing this, is going to make a very interesting decision, a very private decision that has nothing to do with West Africa. They are essentially going to abandon them. And when West Africa is abandoned by their allies in Europe, they make the decision to also pull completely out of Iberia, meaning that, hey, you just kind of abandoned me, so screw it, I'm going to make Iberia reappear. So West Africa will pull all of their forces out of Iberia, leading to a very brief re-existence of this country. And very brief because the Europeans will be very quick to just move right back into this territory and occupy all of it. Essentially, they just take occupation over Iberia as West Africa retracts their forces to fight against the Alternites. Speaking of the Alternites, they have just went ahead and captured the capital city of West Africa. They also captured the leader of West Africa, and in a very public display of events, his head is separated from his body. They broadcast that to the entire world, and that serves as a reminder, if you don't come under our subjugation, you might meet a similar fate. This will terrorize even more countries, and it's going to lead the world into even further chaos. The Alternites have pretty much just dealt with one of the strongest countries in the world, and they weren't even using a majority of their military forces. Now, the Alternites aren't going to stop there. They're going to continue to advance into West African territory. They'll go all the way up to the entrance of the Mediterranean Sea. However, they show no interest of invading into Iberia. For now, they continue to fight against the West African military, which has not surrendered yet. They are still fighting. Now, notably, those forces will be able to pull off a counteroffensive once again, and this is still a large-scale counteroffensive, defeating the Alternites and pushing them back a considerable amount. This is another amazing feat by a country now that does not have a leader, in a country that is very, very close to, no, well, maybe not full-on collapse, but very close to militarily collapsing. Once again, this gives the world a little bit more hope. The Alternites, with their execution, took all that hope away, but West Africa's counteroffensive gave them a little bit of hope back. Now, they're going to send more forces over from Atlantis, and, oof, that's not going to end well for these guys. Now, though, we have the unfolding of yet another unexpected event, one that is going to once again change the tide of the war, and this is a result of the plans of the Dutch team and the Russian team. As it turns out, their secretive plan was to, of course, abandon West Africa, but to put their trust into the Mediterranean country here just north of Libya. This country will adopt the neo-authoritarian ideology, and with some assistance from Europe, they will begin to invade into West Africa. Following a very similar path to what we've already seen in this Great War, the Mediterranean country will attack the West Africans where they are least expected to be attacked. West Africa is now fighting a two-front war of themselves, and this domino effect is one that will be studied for ages. But the Mediterranean country takes advantage of an unguarded eastern region. They take over 2 West African major cities over here before taking over yet another. Now, it is important to note that the Dutch are helping out the Mediterranean country in this invasion, which really shows their betrayal of West Africa. Back over in Norway, there still isn't much happening here, although the Norwegians have begun to push back. Once again, the fighting spirit of Norway is immaculate. No one puts up hands and defends like Norway. Even so, they're probably screwed soon because the Dutch are focusing on Africa now. Once this is over, it might be wraps for Norway. But hey, speaking of Africa, the Alternites are, they're doing their thing. They're just pummeling West Africa. But eventually, as the military of West Africa officially collapses, we have the Mediterranean country sweeping through this territory over here and being very cautious. They make sure not to go near the Alternites. It is still unknown what the Alternites hope to achieve at this point because, they're just blitzing through West Africa. Who said that they're going to stop? They could just, go through the whole world. We know that, of course, they don't have enough forces to do that, and they've only shown aggression against West Africa, but still, you can never be too careful. With that being said, though, West Africa will officially surrender over to the Alternites, bringing down one of the most powerful countries in the world. With this event, the Alternites will declare that their mission is achieved. They declare that they have no intention of invading the Mediterranean country or Iberia for now. They have what they want in West Africa, which will allow for the Dutch, the French, and the Russians to refocus their effort on Norway and Finland. Finland at this point is going to make the smart decision to go ahead and surrender. They have lost all hope. And with the Norwegians now on their own, facing the entire militaries of the Dutch and the Russians, they will make the decision to concede the war, and they will surrender over to the neo-authoritarian order. Of course, they can't fight anymore. They don't even have an air force. Their navy is severely damaged, and with their ally gone, they're really the only country fighting this conflict, and there's just no point in continuing. The Norwegians make the smart call to go ahead and surrender. With that being said, complete and utter victory is declared by the neo-authoritarian order, presenting themselves as a serious order in this world, not some, fascist order or anything like that. This thing has demonstrated that it is capable. Now, sure, they got some help from the, the Alternites, so, they might be on the fraud watch. But still, the Russians and the Dutch have finally been able to accomplish what they've wanted to accomplish. They've eliminated every single country between the two nations. Poland is gone. Germany, gone. Norway, Finland, surrendered. With that being said, we can finally take a look at the Treaty of Carthage. And in this treaty here, we see that the borders of Europe completely change as neo-authoritarianism takes over a majority of the continent. There's a lot to break down here, so let's start over here in Russia. First of all, they take over a lot of provinces from Finland, and a lot of this used to be a part of Russia, and then it was part of Finland, but now it's back to being part of Russia once again. Estonia ceases to exist, and moving down a little bit further, we can see that Poland is basically no more, as they are now limited to just this very small nation down here. Luckily, they were still granted existence. However, if they chose to do so, Poland could just disappear. Now, what's this thing right here? Huh? What is this, guys? Say it together. Everyone say it together. The yellow team. Fine. I brought it back. Stop asking. Okay, but seriously though, like lore-wise, this obviously isn't the yellow team. That thing fell apart in like episode 5 of the series. But this is more so a puppet state of Russia. It is kind of a barrier state between them and the Dutch because, even though they are allies now, you never know. So it's good to have a border state. But yeah, this is a Russian puppet state here, the yellow team. Moving on over to the Dutch themselves, they've grown very large. They have extended past their World War IV borders, I believe, as they now border the Mediterranean, and they even have some land from Norway. Of course, they completely annexed all of Denmark, and they took over a lot of land from Poland. Speaking of Norway and Finland, of course, they are both still existing, and they are both still allies, still democratic nations, so no government change here. Since they both decided to surrender at the end of the war, they were granted a little bit of immunity for being transformed into full-on authoritarian countries. Now, moving on down south here, a lot of people are going to be happy with this, but Iberia Unitaria is no longer a country. It ceases to exist and it is broken up. Simply enough, Iberia and the Dark Sign team split away. These two historic countries make a return, however, with a slight twist. The Dark Sign team is forced to be a neo-authoritarian country. They joined that new order, which now consists of 5 countries in Europe and 1 in Africa. This is a serious thing. Like, it actually has grounds, it actually has strength, and there really is no one around it that can stop it. With the Dutch and the Russians teamed up, yeah, that kind of sucks for everyone else, not gonna lie. But the Iberians, they are spit out and they are just democratic. They're back to how they used to be a very long time ago. If anything, they are the true successor of the Unitarian state, demonstrated by the fact they have the capital city. Now, I'm sure this has already caught your eye, but now moving down to Africa, we can see that West Africa is taking a lot of damage. The Alternites are going to take a lot of land. Now, interestingly enough, they don't take as much as they probably should have. If anything, West Africa should be a lot smaller than it is, but for some reason, the Alternites didn't take more. Aside from that, the Mediterranean country has taken over a lot of land, and they are now echoing to the past, kind of reforming the African Union. As I said just a second ago, they are a part of this neo-authoritarian movement, and as you can see, they have a lot of grounds around Europe. I mean, really, this is a powerful order that has just all of a sudden emerged between the Dutch and the Russians and their new allies. So yeah, that is the result of that war, and that was a very long war, and I'm an hour and a half into this recording, actually an hour and 47 minutes into this recording, and there's still a whole video to go. This is going to be one of the most eventful WICSO videos, and it might be the longest now in the series, meaning that I'm probably going to be here recording for another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. Buckle up, guys. Anyway, to officially assert their dominance as a brand new order and alliance, they go ahead and sign a military alliance between an astonishing 6 nations at once. Russia's puppet state, the Yellow Team, the Dutch, the French, the Dark Siamese, interesting name I've just given them, and the Mediterranean people down here in Africa. This is a rather large alliance, and this is probably one of the largest military alliances in European history. This is going to threaten a lot of other powers in Europe, such as the Irish over here, who are probably depositing bricks from a certain area. The Romans down here, who are a very fearful country. However, this is something that they wouldn't be able to handle. And then, of course, the Mesopotamians, to an extent, have influence in Europe as well. And a war between the Mesopotamians and the Russians and the Dutch probably wouldn't go so well for the Mesopotamians. Now, we do have to remember that they are backed by the entire Unitarian Alliance, and that is a whole other subject for a whole another day. Let me know down below in the comments, who do you think would win? The Unitarians plus the Mesopotamians and their allies, or this new order? But yeah, the official name of this alliance is the Supreme Axis, and they are really trying to sell the point that they are powerful. But finally, stepping away from this massive war, we're moving down south to the continent of Africa, where we have 2 things happening. First of all, the African Unitarians are reinstated in their military alliance, so the Unitarian Alliance does lose the Iberians, they fall apart, but they do regain their ally in Africa Unitaria, and really they were never like kicked out, they were just suspended because of like uncertainty concerning how the war between them and Tanzania started, but that is now cleared up now, and the Unitarians believe these guys, which that is the truth, it was a false flag operation, so they are now welcomed back into the alliance. At the same time, however, this little economic alliance they have going is officially done. It pretty much disbanded after the war, but the African Unitarians are going to go ahead and leave South Africa's alliance, and so will the red team up here because they are now extremely far away, and they're more interested in another economic alliance. And as you can see, they join said economic alliance with the gold team. And that just leaves South Africa and Madagascar, and that would be a waste of economy for South Africa. So essentially, they just kick Madagascar out and disband the alliance. And yeah, that's one of the most historic economic alliances in the world. It is now officially gone. Africa has been experiencing a large amount of change as of recently. The borders here have changed a significant amount as of recently. And obviously, any kind of order or balance has been completely destroyed. Now, going back up to Europe, we're going to talk about the Square Alliance real quick. Yeah, that thing is also disbanded. And that's mostly because Iceland was the only other nation in it besides the Dutch and the French. And Iceland obviously is not interested in whatever shenanigans the neo-authoritarian order is up to. So that now basically means there is no longer an economic alliance in Europe. There is currently no economic cooperation between the NA, as I'm going to call it now, which, I mean, that could change eventually, probably, but these countries are more focused on their own economies as opposed to being, you know, cross-border economies. Remember, they are essentially neo-fascist, neo-authoritarians. They have a very far-right leaning country, so they're not really concerned about the economies of their allies. They're more focused on themselves. So yeah, taking a quick recount of all of the economic alliances in the world, the Mesopotamian Economic Alliance is the strongest economic alliance in the world. They also have the most members. Followed by that in terms of strength is the Unitarian Economic Alliance. Then we have the South American Economic Alliance, which is, you know, becoming very powerful considering that all South American nations are within it. And then you have the Indian Economic Alliance, which is basically just carried by India itself, followed by the NATO Alliance, which is only concerning of both the Unitarian Canadians and the Pacificans. And then finally, we have the Gold Team Economic Alliance, which most of these countries are poor, so not very strong. But putting economic alliances aside, we have to talk about the Assembly of Nations, because this thing is really unsure of what to do with itself. First of all, they make the decision to expel the Dutch, the French, and the Russians from their alliance, and this also extends down to the Mediterranean country. All four of those countries are kicked out. So they lose their entire European center, and that is extremely unfortunate. But this does get worse for the Assembly because West Africa makes the decision to leave. They were a former Security Council member, and now if you take a look at Africa, man, there really isn't a lot of AN countries here. A majority of them are over in the Americas, and then the rest are over in Asia. But the AN's grasp over both Europe and Africa is very diminished. And it is now apparent that the dominant world order is of the New World Order, formed by the Unitarians in Mesopotamia. Taking a look at their members, they do have less than the AN. However, most countries in the world that are neutral are starting to favor the NWO over the AN because the AN has, fallen apart completely, and the NWO has been relatively stable this entire time. Speaking of the NWO, we actually have a few countries joining it, including the newly released Iberian country. Poland will officially choose a side as they go ahead and join the NWO for hopeful protection as well. Finland will go ahead and join. And for now, that does it for the expansion of the NWO. So they really come into Europe and they start to fill in a lot of the areas where the AN is lacking. If we take a look at the split, there is way more NWO countries in Europe than there are AN countries. And obviously, that is not the case in a majority of the other continents. So the NWO is still gaining on the AN here. Now though, we're going to move over to South America. We're going to be talking about this anarchist territory right here in the Ecuador area. And we're talking about this place because the leader of this large faction down here has gone ahead and taken complete control over this territory. He is now declared the official ruler here, and it actually becomes a country. They're able to put a stop to all the anarchy here, very brutally, very against the AN's conventions, but the AN is pretty powerless at this point, so what are they going to do? And he is going to rule with an iron fist, and he also declares that his country is going to take part in the neo-authoritarian movement. So officially, they are now a part of that movement. Now, notably, they're not invited to the military alliance with the rest of the Europeans and the Mediterraneans, and that's because, they don't really see them as valuable, and they're all the way over here. And your military isn't much and you're surrounded. So simply enough, the Europeans don't invite them to join the military alliance. They're not really actually a part of the order. They're just part of the ideology. And that's going to hurt the feelings of this guy. I mean, yeah, I kind of feel bad too. But to officially declare this as a country, they make their capital city down here in this major city, and they will begin to run as a country. Now though, moving up from here, we're actually going right on over to Central America, where we're actually going to have them join an economic alliance. Now, notably, they're not joining South America's economic alliance because they're not South American. I mean, they kind of are right here, but they aren't considered South American in this world. And on top of that, they're going to join an economic alliance that just has stronger countries in it, and that alliance is the NATO alliance, the Northern Atlantic Trade Organization. Not to be confused with the real-life NATO. So they officially joined NATO, and this alliance is now 3 members strong. Unitaria, Pacifica, very large nation, very economically strong nation, and good old Central America. You know, good for them. They've been very isolationist as of the entire series, so it's good for them to start to branch out. You know, they tried that whole communism thing, didn't work, but here, you know, they finally integrate their economy with some actual strong economies up here in North America. Speaking of North America, we're actually staying right in this region because we're going down to the gold team here, who is not joining NATO, but instead actually joining Pacifica. This is a pretty big move that is going to pretty much change the name of Pacifica because they border the Atlantic Ocean now. And let me know down in the comments below, what would you like to see this nation named as? It could stay as Pacifica and they just have Atlantic Coast, or it could change into something like Great California. I don't know. This is a really big country and I don't think there's an exact definition for this. So I'll leave it to you guys. But yeah, the gold team is going to join it, and that's because the condition of the world, which is, I'm going to remind you for the 100th time in the last 3 episodes, very chaotic, very on the brink of like anarchy in a lot of areas. The gold team wasn't in danger or anything like that, but they just felt like maybe that should be the decision they should make. You know, they're surrounded by Mexico and America. Both of those countries have demonstrated in the past that they're willing to expand into smaller countries. And, you know, Pacifica and the gold team, they've been building very strong relations. So why not go ahead and join that union? Because remember, Pacifica is a union of a bunch of different countries: Alaska, California, West Mexico, and now the gold team, and even Texas, I think, to an extent. So if you're a big Texas fanboy, because I do know there's a lot of those for some reason, Texas lives on now through Pacifica, through a union with California. How about that? Everyone is seething right now. It's horrible. They're calling me all kinds of names in Texas. But going from one gold team to another, all the way over here in Central Asia, we actually have a very similar story. Now, I did allude to this in the previous episode. After the Cyan team here was jumped, they were left very weak. And with the Alternite commander taking over all of the forces, it has instilled mass hysteria in a lot of places, especially in the Cyan team here. Now, what do they have to worry about? They're very far away from any of the Alternites. Well, simply enough, people know that they're outmatched here, and they know that their world isn't ready to fight back against the Alternites, and with the actions in West Africa, it's apparent that, you know, the Alternites might just start invading the whole world at any point. There's really no signal, they just start doing things whenever they want. So that's why there's so much hysteria, that's why there's so much panic. But back to this country here, they're weak, they were just invaded by the pink team, also invaded by the Seafoam Green country. They're weak, their economy's weak, the people are panicked, and they're at risk of going into anarchy. And once again, to solve that issue, they're going to go ahead and unite with the gold team, forming a much larger country here, one that is going to be pretty stable once the gold team is able to control these new areas. Now though, on the topic of Alternites, we're going to talk about what they do next. And what they do next is something that they've been waiting to do for a very long time. Now that the very brief civil war is over, and now that the new commander is in charge, he is taking an initiative to do what the Alternites, or what he thinks the Alternites need to do. And that includes wasting no time filling in the remainder of Atlantis, the remainder of all of Mauritius, and of course the remainder of all of Zealandia. Under his command, the Alternites have fully occupied all of the ancient continents. Their goals are complete, and that's because he initiated a very quick taking over of all these lands. He wanted it done as soon as possible, and he got his military to get it done. Something that the old commander was a little bit slow at doing. That's mostly because the old commander was also trying to peacefully assimilate, and then, you know, the vice commander did the invasion of West Africa, and yeah, now that's not going to happen. There's no room for peaceful assimilation because the WICSO world is terrified of the Alternites, and they are pretty much ending all cooperation with them. Anyway, this is basically seen as the Alternites version of the 4th of July. You know, this is like a big day for our nation here on Earth, and to celebrate, we're going to go ahead and invade a country. And luckily, there's opportune land over here where Vietnam used to be. However, due to the floods caused by the Alternites, it was flooded. It's now an island, the Malay Island. but it's also now notably a part of the Alternate civilization, and they take over yet another country on Earth. That means that they've taken over West Africa over here, they've taken over, of course, Madagascar, and officially now they've taken over Malaysia. Additionally, they've also fought a war against West Africa, so really, under the command of this new leader, the Alternites are a lot more aggressive, and I do want to iterate once again that the old leader of the Alternites didn't order any invasion. He was very against forcibly integrating Earth. However, this new leader, like I've said many times already, is very for that. And like you see, he's done all these invasions. But finally, Earth is going to do something about the Alternites' expansion. They are tired of losing so many countries to the Alternites. They're tired of their people being slaughtered by these aliens. And what they do is they write a very strongly worded letter to the Alternites telling them to stop. What actually happens though is that the Assembly of Nations and the New World Order, the two competing world orders in this world, come together and make a joint statement that is essentially an ultimatum to the Alternites. That ultimatum states that if you attack any other country that is in the AN or in the NWO, you will face a combined coalition between both alliances. This is extraordinary. This is demonstrating that the AN and the NWO are actually working together. A few episodes ago, when the NWO first formed, of course, that would have been impossible, but due to the fact that the Alternites are now seen as the major threat to the world, and it has kind of knocked some sense into the people of the world, these two organizations are working together in the face of the Alternites. They have now jointly combined their global defense, and their militaries will act together should the Alternites attack any of their members. And the response of the Alternite leader to this is, he takes the paper, rips it up, he rolls it up into a joint and he smokes it. He laughs, basically. Yeah, no, that doesn't mean anything to him. The combined Alternite forces on Earth are still stronger than this world, even with their limited Alternite technology. So yeah, he doesn't really care about any kind of ultimatum. But seemingly from here, everything is going to start to go downhill for the WICSO world. And that's because the Alternites are going to announce the creation of the Alternite Dominion, an expansive alliance including all nations in the world that are going to become subjects of the Alternites. They are going to accept the commander's deal, and they are going to give up some of their freedoms in exchange for not being obliterated. The Alternite Dominion, of course, will be ran by the Alternites themselves in Atlantis. This is, of course, the capital of the Alternites here on Earth. Now remember, all of the different Alternite countries on Earth, Atlantis, Doggerland, Mauritius, and Zealandia, they're all a part, technically, of the same country. They are, of course, ruled by the same person, the Alternite leader. So there's really only a need for one symbol on one country, and of course, it's going to be in the capital country of the Alternites, Atlantis. Now, the formation of the Alternite Dominion is a direct response to what the AN and the NWO just sent the Alternite leader. It's a response to that ultimatum, and it's a pretty brutal one because a country in the WICSO world will betray their own people and join the Alternite Dominion. The nation doing this is Australia. Fascist Australia has demonstrated already that they have extremely close ties with the Alternites. The land exchange was the first obvious sign of that. And from there, of course, we saw that the Alternites were in Australia, which defied the AN, the whole AN thing. Obviously, Australia left the AN, so that doesn't really bound to them. But they're actually the only country in the world that has publicly said that they allow the Alternites to come into their territory. And now, it is all clear. The Australians are on the side of the Alternites, but there really isn't a solid explanation as to why. We know that at first, the Australians were fascinated with the idea of the Alternites. They wanted to learn more. They wanted to know more. So there is a chance that the Australians know something that the rest of us don't, and that's why they've joined the Alternite Dominion. But at the same time, they might have just joined over fear. They're fearful of the Alternites because they know they are more powerful than them. But Australia joining in on the Alternite Dominion is world-changing. It's going to change history completely. Because humans have now officially betrayed humans, not in the way of, war, like of two countries fighting war betrayal, not that way. In a sense of they're choosing an alien race over their own people, their own planet. This will have detrimental effects to the mental health of the people of the world who are already caught up in all this Alternite expansion stuff, this fear of the Alternites. Now, it is full throttle, crazy time. But also, on a more serious note, it's going to make a few countries start to consider this offer a little bit more seriously. If Australia joins it, and of course Australia is a very powerful military power, then maybe some other countries are going to start to join it because they see that Australia joined and they're like, oh, this is actually happening, so we need to, choose a side. We need to think for our country's future. Congratulations, Australia. You've officially changed the course of history. But now moving on up over back to Europe, we have a very interesting event happening here. And it's something that is going to be very concerning to the democracies of the world as the Romans go ahead and subscribe to the ideology of AdizzPro. No, they subscribe to me. Yes, subscribe to me. But also, they subscribe now to neo-authoritarianism. Now, this is going to bring up a very interesting question. The Romans and the Dutch working together? Yeah, no, that's not happening. They still do not like each other, especially after what happened down here a few episodes ago. But what's actually happening here is that the leader of Rome is declaring a new government. He's declaring a new country, essentially. A country, of course, that he's going to lead without any defiance. Of course, it's a dictator, it's an authoritarian country now, which is something that Rome does a lot in history, but it's just in their nature, it's in their blood. But to be a little bit more clear on what I mean, he declares the reformation of the Roman Empire. It is officially back. After reconquering a majority of their core territory, the Romans felt as if they needed to allude back to history with the current state of the world. Europe has completely changed. Democracy is no longer the dominant ideology here. It is now, of course, authoritarianism. And to better fit in with that environment and to better exist, possibly, they changed their government over to authoritarianism. Because as it seems, democracy may not be as useful with the current state of the world. It might be weak, and it could even hinder the existence of countries as people vote for different things. The government is constantly changing. That is not good in a time of crisis. And more countries might start to become authoritarian because of that. Rome may have just been the first to do so. Now, once again, they are not aligned with the Dutch. They are not joining in on their military alliance at all. They are not interested in this. This is not what they do. The Dutch? No, bad. They don't like the Dutch. They've never liked the Dutch. Well, there's been a time where they've cooperated, but still, no, bad. Historic rival. No. Now, this is interesting, though, because the Romans aren't necessarily going to be allied with the Mesopotamians, who are still a democratic nation. If that changes, oh boy. But for now, of course, a majority of the countries in the world are still democratic, but like I've said, that could change very soon. But now, zipping down to Africa Unitaria, we finally see the union take place. It has been delayed, and it's been in the work for a very long time, but the Lavender country will finally join Africa Unitaria, and this country is huge. Possibly the biggest country in the world, maybe behind the Seafoam Green country, but still, Africa Unitaria has become very powerful, and finally, the Lavender team can join. There's no longer a war blocking them, because remember last time, they were going to join, they were very close to joining, and then a whole war broke out. So of course, they fought on the side of the country they were going to join, and now that it's officially over, and now that everyone is back to being relatively stable, the Lavender country can make their official entrance into Africa Unitaria. On top of this, Africa Unitaria is now the dominant influential force in Africa. Before, it was actually West Africa that had the majority of influence, but with them now gone, and with the Alternites here, the influence now shifts down to them. Now, they of course block off South Africa from having any influence because they're all the way down here, but the Unitarians are now starting to influence North Africa as well, and really, in this sphere of influence, we're seeing that it's kind of combining with Mesopotamia's sphere of influence. So there is a lot of Unitarianism happening in this part of Africa. That's not to say that there's going to be countries that are going to be, willing to join this country, but still, it's an interesting concept. But now heading on over to China, not this China, the blue China. Since its independence, this country hasn't really done much of anything, and politically they've been kind of isolated, but today that's changing as they make the decision to join in on India's economic alliance. India's economic alliance is, they're definitely on the downfall here. Really, it's only India, and then of course, you have this country and Afghanistan. But other than that, there's not a lot happening here. India actually annexed most of the countries that were in their alliance. Peacefully, of course. There was no forceful annexation, but we'll get into that more here in a second. But finally, we see another country join this alliance. It was looking pretty dire there for a second, but hey, new member. And interestingly enough, it's a Chinese country, which, China and India historically haven't really gotten along all that well. China's been sabotaging India a lot. So I guess India gets one back on them here. They gain a new ally that is, once again, a Chinese country. But on the topic of India, there's a few things happening internally within this country. Now, to clear up some of the gaps in their political history, this government right now that is in charge of India is the same government, or the legacy of the same government that joined the military alliance with Greece, the anti-Mesopotamian military alliance, and unfortunately for India, that has been their main policy. They are obsessed with Mesopotamia, they're obsessed with fine-tuning their military to be able to invade Mesopotamia, and they're obsessed with logistics of Mesopotamia. They have drawn out multiple battle plans, most of them not successful, but hey, they're getting pretty close to having one that will actually work. Now, this is unfortunate for India because, once again, the leader here is obsessed with this. He's obsessed with Mesopotamia, so much so that he isn't doing much for his own people. And when you have a leader that is obsessed with foreign policy more than your own domestic needs in a time of chaos, more likely than not, the leader is probably going to be ousted from power. Issue is, just before the Alternites invaded West Africa and caused a ton of panic, he was reelected. And, the whole policy has since shifted, and the people no longer are caring about Mesopotamia, they're caring about the Alternites. And this dude hasn't shown any interest in addressing the fact that the Alternites are bordering them. Now, their Alternite forces right here, and India hasn't done anything about it. This dude's obsession with Mesopotamia is so bad that he's leaving his own people in the dust, and he actually has another 6 years as president of this country. So, something needs to change. Good news! The opposition government has gained a lot of strength and has gained a popular vote by the people, and the people here will pretty much mandate the opposition government to overthrow the current government. All this is happening in this little yellow dot here, but it does lead to some stuff happening to India. While there will be very brief fighting between Indian forces and opposition forces within the capital city, there's going to be a few areas of India that are going to decide to leave. And I'm referring to the yellow team down here in the southernmost tip of India. They declare their independence during the great instability brought about by the fighting between the government forces and the opposition forces. And I do want to iterate that the fight between the two forces does take a few months to finally settle. And during those months, that's when we see these countries declare their independence. But we also see the purple team go ahead and declare their independence from India. This Bengali province also breaks away from India and declares its independence. And to add even further pressure to them, we have an autonomous region up here breaking away. These are a certain ethnic group of people that have always been an autonomous region of India and have links to a certain historic country, and you could say that they might be the direct ancestor of a certain historic ancient empire, vast country, big lime country, and this is basically them reincarnated. This is their autonomous region, of course, getting independence. This was probably the most surprising declaration received by the new Indian government, which has finally consolidated power and beaten back the actual government. So the opposition forces win and they install a new leader, which we'll get into here in a second. But in the time of the great instability of India, there was no actual official Indian civil war. Instead, we saw multiple autonomous regions declaring their independence. Remember, these two nations actually peacefully integrated into India, and this one has long been a part of India, but has also still been an autonomous region. They now get their independence after declaring it. Now, why does the Indian government allow this to happen? Why don't they move their forces back in? Well, simply enough, the new government is very knowledgeable of this history. They know that, this was a peaceful integration down here. So it doesn't make sense for India to reinvade these territories because they were always, countries that peacefully joined and they can peacefully leave. That's within their right. India doesn't care about this. This is useless land and there's not a lot of people here. Sure, have your independence, whatever. And then what about the autonomous region up here? There's kind of a large population here. Why would India just allow that to happen? Well, that's because the leader of India does not care about foreign policy. He is going to go into this kind of semi-isolationist state, although he's keeping his community, his economic community, within his interests. And to further demonstrate that he is willing to leave foreign policy behind, he makes the bold decision to remove India from the anti-Mesopotamian alliance, and that is a huge blow to Greece, because really that was the most military power in the alliance. That military alliance now only exists between the gold team, between Greece, and between Orange Afghanistan. Not the strongest of lineups, not gonna lie. And India leaving might just capitulate it, but for now it does hold on, and these three nations surrounding Mesopotamia will go ahead and ensure the continuation of their military alliance. Back to India though, like I said, they are going to pursue a kind of semi-isolationist state where they do finally care about their own people. They take care of all of their domestic issues, they address all problems, And their foreign policy, while being very limited, will only consist of dealing with the Alternites, which is a main policy point of the new leader of India, and dealing with their own economic allies and, of course, their closest ally, Orange Afghanistan. As far as capital cities go, Pakistan, which is I think what I'm going to call it, will get their capital city right here. The purple team, of course, will receive their old one, and so will the yellow team. Actually, they won't, because it's not there anymore. Did I do that? I don't remember if there's a story with that or not. But they put their new capital all the way up here for obvious reasons. They want to be far away from the Alternites. Now, the re-emergence of the yellow team is a very risky move. And they are very aware of that. They no longer have the military protection of India, which means that they might start to seek out said military protection. They might try to sign an alliance with India. Unfortunately for them, though, as we know, India isn't really interested in military alliances or foreign policy at this point, so Yellow Team might want to figure it out soon. But we do have to remember that if they end up joining in on either of the international orders, that they will simply just be protected by that one, and they'll be a part of the coalition that will form against the Alternites if any of those countries are attacked. So that's more likely than not what they're going to try to pursue. Anyway, heading on over to the green team over here. Guess what they're doing? They're expanding. This country is still the only monarchist territory in the world, and under the direction of their new king, they send their forces into the orange team. That is because the orange team is on the brink of collapse. Similar to other countries, they are going crazy, and they are the closest one to actually falling into anarchy of all the stable countries, and the green team's forces quickly move in, and really the orange team's military doesn't try to stop it. The green team is pulling off upset after upset after upset. They go ahead and take the capital city of the orange team, and very soon they are also joined by the forces of the purple team. The purple team wants their old land back. That's fair enough. They send their forces down and start to reclaim their old lost territory. And the story of the orange team is going to come to a crashing end finally, as both the former microstate of the green team and the purple team take on their revenge. Well, their revenge, their aggression. So with the unstable territory now under their control, they're going to do their best to use their military to suppress any of the violence or revolutionary kind of acts that are happening here. And they're going to put down all the anarchy through all means, which is a common theme of countries nowadays. You know, that whole humanitarian, doctrine thing, that's kind of in the past. The AN, that's so last year. Now we just do whatever we want because the AN doesn't have as much power. So yeah. Anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at this peace treaty. And in this treaty here, I discovered that I was again wrong about the history of my own series. I don't think the purple team had any historic land here. I think it was actually the other way around. They were taking land from the orange team. But nonetheless, this treaty has the orange team ceasing to exist, as both the green team and the purple team split it fairly evenly. Ceasing to exist. Yes, they're seizuring out of existence. No, they're ceasing to exist. Difference. There's a difference in those words. But yeah, the green team pulls off yet another victory in a war where they probably should have lost, and the resurgence of this thing is pretty insurmountable. They could look to expand even further in the future, maybe even trying to reform that Caspian Empire that was all the way back in episode 1. Unlikely though, because that's an ancient empire that was thousands of years ago. It doesn't make sense for it to reform, guys. Anyway, moving on from this area and heading straight back on over to South Asia, we have a major development happening here with the Bengali countries. And that is that, first of all, they fill in all of the unclaimed territory here that is remnant of the old Bangladesh. That will look something like this, and then they decide to form a community. This is going to be a little bit different from your traditional old military or economic alliance, because essentially they are going to work together as one, just separate. And that's because the anarchism within this territory is still being micromanaged by each individual country. Coming under one whole Bangladesh country again would possibly reignite that movement and bring the country apart again. So in this instance, being separate and smaller is actually better for the overall nation of Bangladesh, which is of course consisting of this entire community. There just is no official Bangladesh state. So to represent this, they will all officially sign an economic alliance together that is also going to kind of function as a military alliance. Once again, this is a community of nations. They are independent, technically, however, they act as one in terms of foreign policy, kind of similar to the Russian HRA we saw a few decades ago. Very similar to that, if not maybe even the exact same, but the community of Bengali nations will come together and officially form, and they will actually get full international recognition from the NWO, not the AN though. The assembly wants to only recognize one Bengali country, which there is none, so kind of stupid by the AN, but the NWO will recognize each and every individual one, which might pave a path for them to actually eventually join that international order if they want to. It does give them protection against the Alternites, so it could be within their interests. But still dealing with anarchy territories, we're now heading on over to Sudan, where we have a few major developments that have been occurring here. Over the course of time since we last talked about it, the main Sudanese government has filled in a majority of the territory here. Notably though, there's also been some competition as the Dark Science Sudanese territory has done a lot of conquest of the other anarchist territories, and they filled in a considerable amount of land as well, wrapping all the way down and around the western area. And after it's all said and done, we're down to this. There are two Sudans, North Sudan and South Sudan. Isn't that ironic? Which one is the actual official Sudan? I've said before that this one was seen as kind of like the official Sudanese government, but this one has also offered itself as an official government. And really, there's like a lot of debate over it because they're really the same country, just different governments. There's no difference between the two. They're both Sudan, just there's a border between them, two different leaders. Governments function the same. It's kind of weird. Why don't they just unite together? Simply enough, the leaders have different philosophies as for the future of their nation. Both think that they should be the rulers of the United Sudan, and because of that, obviously, they can't unite together. Now, they don't want to fight a war against each other because that's not good for the people. Once again, these are the same two countries basically here, and, putting the people against each other will get them both kicked out of power. So it's best to probably not do that and try to figure this out politically. So they're going to go to the Assembly of Nations for help. Both leaders are going to give their case to the AN on the floor, and the Assembly of Nations will grant recognition to one of them. And of course, they're going to grant recognition to the one they feel has the better case, the one that had the better pitch. And the AN recognizes North Sudan, who joins the AN. This is to the dismay of South Sudan, who feels like they should be the true Sudan. They were, the larger country first, and they didn't really conquest all this territory. They did their expansion pretty peacefully. So why do they get recognition by the AN and we don't? So South Sudan will do something very interesting. They're going to go over to the NWO and ask for recognition. And what do you know? The NWO chooses to recognize them. So now there are two Sudans, North Sudan and South Sudan, both of them recognized by a different international order, and because of that, they still can't unite together, and because of that, the leaders are still mad at each other because they still feel like they should be the one leading Sudan. Now, obviously though, unification is near impossible. So, the AN and the NWO have just ruined any chance of a united Sudan. Good job, international organizations. You messed up again. But now heading back on over to South America, we have a major event happening here as the South American bloc makes a interesting decision to oust the leader of this Ecuador. He's been in power for a very short amount of time, and in that amount of time, he has done some horrific things, and the AN hasn't done anything about it, so the South American military alliance is like, yeah, maybe we're going to step in and change something here. Now, South America as a whole is going through a very large change right now, which we will address as the final event of the video here in a second. But for now, Ecuador will be responsible for toppling this government, and they do so very quickly. That leader of Ecuador, not very popular. His military actually betrays him, and they kill him before Ecuador even gets there. Probably one of the weakest countries in the world, because it's mostly just rainforest, and now it's going to be annexed by Ecuador. Not because it couldn't be independent on its own once again, but because of the situation in the world, everyone's crazy, and the fact that this was an anarchist territory, it's best just to put them under the control of a country that is actually kind of stable, Ecuador. So they are mostly annexed by Ecuador. However, we do see a deal being made between the Brazilians, the Colombians, and the Ecuadorians over some land here. Basically, both Brazil and Colombia decided to buy some land off of Ecuador because they need more resources, because the Amazon rainforest has been mostly depleted at this point, which is not good for the environment, but we don't really talk about the environment here. Basically, trees here, a lot of trees here, and they need the trees because they've cut down a lot of the other trees in the Amazon rainforest. Now, though, a major event is uncovering as the Alternites are expanding their influence across the world. With Australia joining in on the Alternite Dominion, there has been a sudden shift in policy for many countries and one significant bloc. As I said earlier, Australia's decision to join the Alternite Dominion is a world-changing, history-changing event. They have betrayed humanity, and they have given the idea to other countries that, hey, joining the Alternites might be the way for existence because we know that they are going to try to forcibly assimilate us, and that oppression doesn't sound good for our people. So it might be of our best interest to just submit to the Alternites now, have that limited freedom they promised, and just be a part of Earth dominated by the Alternites. That's why Australia joined. No country thought that that would ever happen. And on top of that, no country was ever willing to make the initiative to be the first country to do so, but Australia went ahead and broke the mold. They did it. And like I said, that opens the door now for other countries to join in on the Alternite Dominion. And in a joint declaration to both the AN, the NWO, and the entire world, the following countries will declare their allegiance to the Alternite Dominion. They will be subjects of the Alternites now in the world. They don't want to fight the Alternites should the time come. They are simply subjugating themselves now. Tibet will join the Alternite Dominion, as does South Africa, Madagascar, West Africa, and a majority of South America. These countries all submit to the Alternites. They do not see a future where they can realistically win against an Alternite force invasion, and they don't think that fighting back is the correct choice for their people. They feel as if that for the survival of their people and for the survival of their own sovereign countries in the future, it is best to give up some of that freedom so you can exist. Remember, if you don't become subjects of the Alternites, like the commander said, you're going to get eviscerated. You're done. You're being invaded. It is not known how long the WICSO world has to make that decision, but these countries feel as if this is what they need to do. Now, there is a little bit of foul play in West Africa, and going back to the peace treaty we saw earlier, they join because they were forced to. That was part of the deal. We won't take as much land from you if you agree to become subjects. And West Africa kind of had their hand tied there. There wasn't much they could do to deny that. So West Africa is forced into the Alternate Dominion, and the world has taken yet another step away from unity, and a step towards a great war. A war between the Alternites and the WICSO world. For now, tensions will continue to escalate, but relations between the two groups will continue to wear down. On top of this, the overall threat of the Empire, the Great Galactic Empire, coming to Earth has put a lot of fear into both groups. The Alternites aren't scared of the WICSO world, they're scared of the Empire. The WICSO world isn't really scared of the Empire because they've never seen it before, they're scared of the Alternites. But the Alternites have officially established their influential dominion. Tibet, West Africa, a good chunk of South America, South Africa, and of course, Australia. Now quickly, covering South America real quick because there is a very obvious split here. Only a few of the South American countries decided to join the Alternate Dominion, and notably, the countries that did join are the ones in the Assembly of Nations, other than the Peruvians, who decided that that wasn't for them. Notably, joining in on the Alternate Domain also is going to go ahead and make these countries no longer a member of the AN. They all collectively leave the Assembly of Nations to be a part of the new alternate world order. So, a majority of South America leaves the Assembly of Nations. Now it is only Peru who, after seeing that happen, also decides to leave. The Assembly of Nations is no longer in South America. They have no control, no influence over an entire continent. Additionally, South Africa is leaving. A former Security Council member, no longer in it. That is a huge loss for the AN. Madagascar, of course, will leave. And so will Tibet, another former Security Council member. All of a sudden, the Assembly of Nations now only consists of 24 member states after once encompassing the entire world. There was a point where the entire world, every single country, was in the Assembly of Nations. It is now down to only 24 members. But with all those countries leaving, a few other countries are also influenced to leave. Orange Africa, for example, is no longer interested. Neither is the gold team, the green team down here, or the red team. Mexico will go ahead and make their exit, meaning that there are now only 19 Assembly of Nations countries. Where are they all at? Well, there's Pacifica, there's Hawaii, and there's Central America. Those are the North American ones. In Europe, it's Iceland, Ireland, Ukraine, Bulgaria, and Greece, and Crete. In Africa, Libya, North Sudan, and Tanzania. And then finally, over in Asia and Oceania, there's the Sea from Green Country, the Gold Team, China, South China, India, Afghanistan, this thing, and also down here, of course, the Grey Papa Country. And this brings up a very, very important question. Is the Assembly of Nations officially in international order anymore? And the answer to that question is no. The Assembly of Nations will now officially disband, marking the end of an era. The international order that once united the world and brought it together is no longer functioning. It no longer exists. The Assembly of Nations is gone. Without an international order, the world could erupt into even further chaos. Now, notably, this does mean that there's only one left. That one, of course, being the New World Order, which is open to all of the countries that are not Alternite countries. But the New World Order is going to get a lot of looks now from a lot of neutral countries because the AN is no longer there, and there needs to possibly be some kind of international order to hold everyone together in the face of the Alternites. The Assembly is gone, and that marks the end of a very, very long-lasting era.
So today we're going to be starting a brand new series where civilization starts over. Now you guys have been requesting this to become a series like crazy. And I mean like crazy, because ever since that video came out, constantly, can you make this a series? Well, today we're making it a series.
This world is truly beautiful, isn't it? I've never seen anything like it.
The legends and stories of Earth only told of its cruelty. But it's a truly marvelous planet.
I never would have thought that our race could return. The re-emergence of humanity here is certainly surprising, though.
The stories end in tragedy. They only mention our people escaping a doomed world. The fact that it is still here and thriving with life is astonishing.
The barrier machine on Europa as well. Do you think it was them?
Those genius scientists from the tales? Probably. The fact that Earth is still here means those stories likely have some truth to them.
But how? Time travel? Not even the Swiss Empire has that kind of technology.
Who knows? The past is the past. Now that we have returned, we need to start thinking of the future. Our rebellion. Our people.
Right. Falling back to this solar system is the best option. If we can recreate the barrier machine, we can seal ourselves and the second kin away from the Empire.
That's a grand plan. And what happens after the system is sealed?
We coexist with the people of Earth, peacefully. We could also try terraforming other planets. Mars once inhabited Alternites before the Great Disappearance.
Wilson, do you truly believe that coexistence is possible with the second kin? Bringing Alternite citizens to Earth would double its population. Plus, we've flooded their planet already. I doubt they would want coexistence.
Then we will terraform another planet. We have options.
But not time. That would take years. Our people can't live in spaceships for that long. There isn't enough room on the ancient continents either.
We'll figure it out. Like I said, if we are tolerant and peaceful towards the second kin, we might have a chance of coexistence across Earth until we finish terraforming.
Why do you wish to take a peaceful approach to this? We could just remove the second kin completely and repopulate Earth with our own people.
Jodhan, do you remember the reason we led this rebellion in the first place? To escape tyranny, to escape subjugation. We shall not impose the order of the Empire on Earth.
Right.
Remember during the Black Knife Rebellion when we blew up that Imperial station? I was so scared that we would be caught and executed, but everything worked out in the end. We were dreaming of creating a perfect world without tyranny. Let's create that perfect world here, comrade. Jodhan?
I'm sorry it had to come to this. Please forgive me.
What are you talking about?
I had no other choice.
Sir, the Empire's mothership is approaching.
Send out another fleet to hold them off. The barrier machine needs more time.
These are our last remaining space forces, sir. What if they get sealed on the other side?
It is a sacrifice we will have to make. Do it.
Yes, sir. Attention 38th Space Fleet. You are being ordered to stall the advance of the Imperial mothership. We need more time. Do what you must.
Affirmative.
Sir, the mothership has reached the asteroid belt.
Quick, get me in contact with the engineers on the moon.
Supreme Commander?
What is the holdup? We need the barrier machine activated now.
Sir, it's just about ready. We're connecting it to the outer satellites. The Major General will notify you when it's ready to launch.
Hurry up then.
The machine is ready.
Activate.
It's vanished?
Seismic gravitational imbalance detected. The star has completely vanished with its 4 terrestrial planets. No signs of life either.
A second great disappearance.
Did we do it?
The lunar engineers report complete success. We did it, sir.
We're safe. The Empire can't reach us here.
According to the engineers, no, sir, they cannot.
The rebellion. Our people are saved. The war is over. We finally obtained freedom, Wilson.
Sir?
Men, return to Earth. Tell all of our forces to stand by in the atmosphere. Now that the Empire is no longer an issue, we must shift our focus to Earth.
And conquer the planet?
That choice belongs to the second kin. I will give them one last chance to accept our ultimatum.
What happens to those who refuse?
They will be annihilated completely. Earth belongs to us now, whether we are forced to take it or not.
Mr. Bowes, it's nice to finally meet you.
Ah, Mr. McLaughlin. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting.
Of course. I was hoping we could discuss security in Europe. especially with the recent high intentions of the Alternites.
Of course, Mr. McLaughlin. There will be much to discuss. First, I feel as though you have something you want to say.
Oh well, possibly.
And what exactly do you have to say?
I also want to discuss your country's recent expansions.
Oh, of course. Go on then.
Right, well, I understand that the world is turned upside down right now, but I feel as if we should discuss more peaceful approaches to security. I understand that we have ideological differences, but saving democracy is Ireland's current objective in Europe.
How troublesome. It appears we have conflicting views of the world, Mr. McLaughlin. Our Dutch Empire needs security through land and power, not diplomacy. There is no other approach for us and our allies. I apologize.
Perhaps we can still discuss this in greater detail.
Hey! No need, my Irish counterpart. Man, tell the commanding general to launch the invasion. The Irish Isles shall be Dutch once more.
So today we're going to be taking a look at a scenario where civilization starts over. We are now on episode 100 of the series. After over 2 years, we are finally here on episode 100, the grand finale of What If Civilization Started Over. I hope you guys are ready. In the previous WICSO video, we saw a ton of things happening. Most importantly, however, we saw the formation of the Alternite Dominion, which includes a bunch of countries which have pledged their loyalty to the Alternites in fear of being invaded and conquered. They would rather betray their own humanity and join the Alternites than see suffering and see a large-scale war that the Alternites are kind of hinting at. Remember, the vice commander of the Alternites, who is now the just straight-up commander, gave an ultimatum to the entire world that said basically, if you don't come under our leadership, if you don't give up your sovereignty and become a part of this Alternite Dominion, you are going to be invaded and conquered when the day of reckoning comes. These countries decided that their best interest for them and for their people was to accept this ultimatum and not fight a hypothetical large-scale war against the Alternites. A majority of the world is against the Alternites at this point. The new leader is very, very strict, very stern. He is a dictator. Unlike the old commander of the Alternites, he does not believe in peaceful assimilation. He believes in direct control and suppression. Now though, as we saw in the cinematics, the Alternites were able to deploy a second barrier machine. When they first arrived in the solar system, they found the original barrier machine on Europa, the one that was created by the 2 Swiss scientists after the end of Alternate Future Season 2. That barrier machine, of course, is what kept the WICSO world separate from the rest of the universe. It's the reason that the Alternites and the Empire were unable to come to Earth before the barrier machine was mysteriously destroyed. After it was destroyed, of course, the Alternites found Earth, and then the Empire found Earth, and that led to the cinematic sequence you saw before this video officially started. But the 4 terrestrial planets of the solar system are now in this new barrier machine. It covers all the way from the sun to the asteroid belt. But the most important thing is that Earth is safe and the Empire is no longer a threat. However, with the Empire gone, the Alternites are beginning to turn their attention back to Earth. The Vice Commander has once again reminded the world of the ultimatum he sent them, and that time is running very thin. In fact, the Alternites appear to be mobilizing with what remaining forces they have. Remember, most of their population and all of their military that was able to escape came to Earth. That military and population is mostly in the atmosphere right now on the mothership or in other various spaceships, but a portion of it is also on Earth in the ancient continents. With all that being said though, it's time to finally jump into the mapping scenario. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like on it and of course subscribe to the channel if you're new. This one is going to be crazy. But for our first event of this video, we come to Europe, where the Dutch are going to be invading Ireland. As we all saw in the cinematic, the Irish leader met with the Dutch leader in Dutch territory, and unknown to him, it was an assassination plan. The Dutch leader quickly pulled out a gun and eliminated the Irish leader, and then the Dutch guards also took out the Irish leader's escort. Now, the Irish leader thought that this was simply just a diplomatic meeting between the two nations to discuss security over the Alternites. Unfortunately for Ireland, though, that was never really the plan, and the Dutch leader had set this up as a way to kind of give a false sense of security over to Ireland, thinking that they were going to discuss peaceful things, like, not invading all of Europe. Well, as you can see, that's not the case at all, and the Dutch are en route to Ireland. Now, without their leader, Ireland is a little bit shook at first. The whole event is very surprising. However, the shock and all strategy of the Dutch doesn't last forever, as the Irish military begins to push back against the Dutch, showcasing that they are indeed still one of the most powerful countries in Europe. Now, unfortunately for Ireland, though, the Dutch have been in the lab, and they've been making some pretty crazy military equipment with the newfound Alternite technology that the previous Alternite leader granted to the WICSO world. And they've been able to make some pretty fast and impactful missiles. These things are faster than hypersonic missiles, and the damage they deal is a lot more as well. So the Dutch will begin to light up the Irish Isles with these missiles, and the Irish military is simply unable to respond to this great threat, as the Dutch military is now pulverizing the Irish island. In addition to the Dutch invading their Irish Isles, we also have the French joining this war and setting up their troops as well as a way to help out their new ally, or their new official ally, I should say. But unfortunately for the Irish, they don't have any allies of their own. Norway and Finland are also some remaining democratic countries in Europe, but they were both defeated by the Dutch and Russians not too long ago, so of course they will not be participating in this war. Iberia, that would be a death wish, and Greece is all the way down here. So the Irish are alone in this war, and no one will be daring to join, as the neo-authoritarian order has become incredibly strong. But the Dutch military will now enter into Scotland, and once again, they are wreaking havoc, as the Irish military is simply unprepared for and out-equipped by the Dutch army. The British part of the Irish Isles now comes under full Dutch control, and shortly after, a landing is made in Northern Ireland, which will go ahead and establish a front line up here, looking something like this. The Irish military has never fought an opponent like this before. With that being said, they haven't fought many opponents at all. But this just goes to show the new strength acquired by the Dutch in their quick annexation of Europe, as the capital of Ireland will fall, and shortly after, one of the last remaining democratic nations in Europe will surrender over to the neo-authoritarian Dutch. Their strategy of shock and awe was effective against the Irish, assassinating the leader in what appeared to be a peaceful meeting really put the shock in shock and awe. Additionally, the Dutch's deployment of Alternite level technology, those hypersonic missiles, against the Irish completely destroyed a lot of their military capabilities. And on the topic of military tech, the Dutch are becoming one of the most technologically advanced militaries in the world, and they are once again utilizing the Alternite tech. At this point, every single WICSO country has that Alternite tech. Some of them are still implementing it into their military, but a nation like the Dutch, for example, which has over 50% Alternite tech, is really ahead of the pack. Compare that to like one of these Bengali nations where, you know, maybe 1% of their military is Alternite tech. I mean, even if these guys have a military, I'm not too sure how that would work. My guess is that they would have one unified military between all of these countries. But still, you know, it's a very low percentage of Alternite tech compared to the Dutch. Anyway, though, the Dutch and the French are victorious in taking out the Irish Isles. This place has been stagnant for way too long. But with all that being said, the Dutch and the French have successfully toppled the Irish government in the Irish Isles. And we can go ahead and take a look at a peace treaty, which will disassemble one of the longest lasting democracies in the world. And in this treaty here, we see that Ireland is going to lose all of its territory in Great Britain, as the Dutch will completely dismantle all of their claims in that territory. Now, the Irish are still left standing over here in, of course, Ireland, but the Dutch have now re-established themselves in the British Isles as they take back some of their oldest lands up here, as well as expand north towards the border of the blue team here. Now, this war possibly could have had two objectives. Not only do they take back their old lands, but they also gain a larger border with Doggerland, who they now completely surround on 3 different sides. It is possible that the Dutch didn't see the Irish doing enough for security in Europe. They thought that maybe Ireland's forces weren't bolstered enough. So they are kind of taking the matter into their own hands now, just at the expense of Ireland. But as for the capital cities of these new countries, the Cornwall country will have theirs right here. We then have the Welsh country having their capital right here, if you can see it. The blue team's capital will be right here, and then Scotland's capital will be all the way up here. So there you go, Daily Britain update. Zooming out and looking at the Dutch Empire as a whole now, we see that they are at their peak. I don't think the Dutch have ever been as large as they have been now, which I think is going to warrant us to finally take a look at the power rankings of the WICSO world. So we'll get the obvious out of the way first, of course. The Alternites are the strongest military force in the world. Atlantis, Mauritius, Zealandia, and Doggerland, those are all the strongest countries, or strongest combined country in the world, without a doubt. And yes, that is to say that the military that is stationed in Doggerland is stronger than that of even the Dutch military, so something to think about there. But the strongest actual WICSO military does belong to the Dutch, and that comes after much expansion in Europe. The second strongest military in the world belongs to India. The third goes to Mesopotamian Unitaria. The fourth strongest is, interestingly, Australia. 5 goes over to America. 6 goes over to Russia. 7 is African Unitaria. 8 is West Africa. 9 is Pacifica. And 10 is China. So here are the top 10, technically top 14 strongest militaries in the entire world at this point. The Alternites, of course, are far superior, but the WICSO rankings do follow as such. And on the topic of this, we're going to talk about Pacifica real quick. I did ask you guys if you wanted to change the name of this country, and I didn't really see any suggestions that really stuck, in my opinion, so let's just keep it as Pacifica because, I mean, it does border the entire Pacific Ocean, and apparently it also has 2 capital cities. But now, though, we're going to head down to South America, where we have a pretty major event happening here. Now, at the end of episode 99, all of the countries with the lightning bolt decided to join the Alternite Dominion, which essentially kind of made them give up their sovereignty. They're joining this movement with the Alternites. They're giving up some of their freedoms because they're scared of the Alternite military. They're scared of being overrun, and they're scared of their people being enslaved or maybe even disposed of. So they did what they thought was best. Now, unfortunately for these countries, though, joining the Alternite Dominion means that you're going to kind of lose your governance a little bit. And the Alternites are going to come to these countries, and they're going to demand 2 things. The first thing they command is the complete dissolution of the South American military alliance. With a majority vote, because a majority of these countries are now in that Alternate Dominion, South America will completely disband their military alliance. No longer are they militarily aligned at all. And for the second command, the Alternites will go ahead and force the dissolution of the South American Economic Alliance. So just like that, the 2 institutions that were keeping South America united are officially gone. Being a part of the Alternate Dominion means that they can make decisions for you in regard to foreign policy, and that's exactly what we saw happening here. An updated look of South America will see that we have 2 main sides emerging, the pro-Alternites and the anti-Alternite sides. But this will completely ruin relations between the Alternite and the non-Alternite countries, and they will start to become a little bit hostile with each other. Now, the obvious reason for the Alternites doing this is that they don't want the WICSO world to band together and fight together, and obviously it is counterproductive if the countries that are listening to you are also aligned with countries that are not listening to you. But this is really starting to show the influence and the power that the Alternites are gaining over the WICSO world. They were able to topple one of the strongest countries, West Africa, without even lifting a finger. Now they've been able to disband the largest military and economic alliance in the world with the snap of their finger. It's looking dire, I can't lie. But now, though, we're heading over here to China, where there is a very important election underway. This is probably one of the most consequential Chinese elections in history, as there are 2 candidates that are extremely popular at the ballot box. One of them is seeking to maintain the order of Chinese democracy. Recently, China has been going through a few struggles with their democracy. They used to be one of the purest democracies in the world. Now, however, they're considered a limited democracy. The other candidate, however, wants to take a much different approach to the future of China. He has openly stated that he is against Chinese democracy and is more so in favor of direct rule. Now that seems crazy because we're seeing direct rule pop up in Europe through neo-authoritarianism, and that is very limited in the freedoms of the people, and as we see, very aggressive, very fascist-like. But why is he so popular in one of the most democratic nations in the world? With Ireland falling, one of the other strongest democracies in the world, and with democracy in Europe as a whole kind of falling, as well as the fact that the Alternites are no longer democratic and are now ruled by a dictator, it has become very apparent to the world that democracy is a dying ideology. Even the Mesopotamians, one of the most pro-people countries in the world, is starting to stray away from that ideology. And in China, and in this election, the anti-democrat will win the election. By a margin of 5 votes, China will seal away their democracy, and they will essentially elect a dictator. Between the time of election day and inaugural day, there are a few statements made by this new leader of China, and it is eventually revealed that he is a strong supporter and advocate for neo-authoritarianism. China has elected a neo-authoritarian leader who is very close with and very acquainted with the European NA powers. Now knowing that, however, the Chinese democratic government is going to make a very dramatic decision. The democratic government of China will cancel the election, and they will refuse to swear in the new dictator. And by doing just that, China will fall into its second Great Revolution. Across China, multiple pockets of rebellions will pop up, in denial of the government's decision. These pockets, of course, are being led by the neo-authoritarian dictator who just won the democratic election. Now, this brings up a pretty interesting situation in that the Chinese government, by denying the democratic election, is in a way becoming authoritative on their own. Elections are one of the most democratic things a country can do, and by canceling that, you are obviously not a democratic country. However, the reason they're canceling the election is to maintain their democracy, even though canceling that election is once again counterproductive to that. So in a way, China has destroyed democracy not only by electing a dictator, but by also refusing to accept said dictator. It is technically a lose-lose situation for the Chinese government. However, they feel like that if they can win this civil war, then they can go ahead and just like ban the running of dictator candidates or candidates that are deemed a threat to democracy. But the fighting will now begin, and where the rebels are the most strongest, of course, are down here in the south in these heavily economically rich areas, but also up here in the north in this area right here, which is also very economically rich. The rebels will begin their advance in the Chinese territory, and more so their advance towards the capital city of China, where that democratic government awaits. But China isn't messing around here. They know that this is a high-stakes war that really could determine the future of the country, so they're also sending their military out, and they immediately squashed this entire rebellious group over here. Additionally, their forces will also begin to move up and into this section of the rebellion over here, while of course counteracting the advance in the south. Over in the outskirts of China, this rebellious group will have a ton of success in moving into this relatively vacant territory. Now, this is like a kind of rural area of China, you know, it's definitely out of the way, definitely not urban. And it's kind of interesting to see that this area is rebelling in this revolution in favor of a dictator, especially considering that there used to be a country here that actually broke away from China after World War V. If I remember correctly, the reason they broke away is because they didn't feel like they were being treated correctly by the government. And ironically enough, they still weren't treated correctly by the government, and I guess that's why they broke away here. Still though, the Chinese government is not doing much to defend this area at all, as the rebellion is spreading out immensely and also very quickly. We also see this rebellious group over here begin to reach out towards it in a way that would likely connect up a bunch of these networks. It would make supply lines a lot easier to maintain. But overall, China is somewhat holding their own in this war as of now, as they now send troops into yet another section of the rebellion, the one that was just expanding over here. While down south, they do much of the same in starting a new front line, now heading into the strongest part of the rebellion. Up north around this claim, rebellion troops will now begin to move down towards the other sections, and really the goal here for these guys is to all connect up into one large front line that can then march down south towards the Chinese capital and helping out the main unit down here. But to do that, of course, they need to take out a lot of land and take over a lot of cities, which is going to be problematic, of course, at first. Down south on the border of South China, we now have this group moving up and connecting up with the green team up here. And slowly but surely, the green team is amassing more and more land in China. They now connect up over here, which is not what China wants at all, as this entire area is now completely surrounded, which is definitely not what the Chinese government wants at this point. This area is now completely secluded, and moving of supplies and troops up through this area is getting more and more difficult. So their solution to that is to focus their military forces on taking out this area over here, which they mostly do, pushing them all the way back to the tip of this peninsula, while also advancing even further into this group here. Down south, though, the rebellion has picked up just a little bit of momentum, which is being used to push back the Chinese advance in the north. They are completely ousted from their territory, and their advance will once again start, now moving up from the southernmost area and wrapping around this inlet right here. Up north, we have the democratic government of China taking out the rebellion's advance, while also moving troops into said territory. Over in this section, though, there is a little bit of issue on the Chinese logistics side, as the rebellion is able to push back and maintain over half of their territory. Additionally, the rebellion is having an all-out advance into the secluded area over here, where Chinese troops are without resources and equipment, and overall, if they weren't having a bad day already, it's about to get a lot worse. Now, China has lost a lot of land here, and it seems like they're in a really bad spot, but truthfully, the land that they've lost isn't too valuable. Like, there isn't a whole lot that goes on over here. Meanwhile, though, they've been able to take out some pretty powerful land from the rebellion, of course. This is all heavily populated and very viable for the rebellion. So technically, China is winning this, even though they've lost so much land over here, and it has just gotten worse. But once again, not a whole lot happening here. Anyway, as China continues to advance into these rebellious groups, showing that they are indeed winning, the drums of history begin to echo once more. And we all know that the drums of history tend to echo in this series, but these ones are pretty loud, and these ones are pretty obnoxious. And they've been heard multiple times before. In the middle of one night during the Chinese Revolution, Korean troops will cross the border in a full-scale advance in the Chinese territory. That's right, Korea and China are once again at war as the Koreans seek to finally take down their biggest opponent in this region, not only in this region, but throughout all of history. You see, at first, Korea was the dominant civilization in East Asia. In fact, they were the first civilization in East Asia, but as time went on, the Chinese came around and they outgrew them and they became way more powerful. From there, Korea was a victim of a few wars where they lost to the Chinese, but as of recently, they've been making their way back up. Now though, as China is super vulnerable in its own revolution, the Koreans make the decision to strike. And once again, the goal of the Koreans here isn't necessarily to take a bunch of land, I mean that would be nice, but their main goal is to topple the Chinese government, and by doing this and entering the war, they are essentially helping out the neo-authoritarians take over the Chinese government. They believe that a prolonged war with the revolutionaries will weaken both sides, so even if the neo-authoritarians win, they won't be as strong as China was, because simply enough, they were fighting that war for so long. But yeah, Korean troops enter into China. They don't really invade into the rebellion territory, they mostly focus on the democratic territory. But of course, it isn't just them invading China, as Manchuria will soon after join the war as well, once again with the objective of knocking Chinese influence out forever. The drums of history, yes, they are still beating, and this isn't the first time that Korea and Manchuria have jumped China. So this new front line will open in northern China, and the democratic government of China was not ready for this at all, of course. They are in a very sticky situation now as the Koreans begin to pour into their territory. And honestly, it isn't looking good at all for China. Now though, we're going to take a break from the Chinese Revolution, and we're going to come over here to this part of Africa where the Brown Team will be invading a country. And this isn't some ideological war or anything like that. Simply enough, the Brown Team wants land, and more so, they want access to the ocean down here. So they will send their troops out, and they will begin an invasion of the Green Team here, which just formed a few episodes ago. Remember, there used to be a country here, it fell straight into anarchy, and from that, of course, we got this collection of countries here, which have officially become countries. They do need capital cities now, but the Brown Team doesn't really care about that. But they gain access to the Atlantic Ocean, and the Green Team will surrender over to their forces. And of course, in the peace treaty, they will fully annex this country as to, once again, gain access to the Atlantic Ocean. Now, this military action is going to come with a little bit of consequence, but not like a negative consequence, it's just a neutral consequence. And that is that the red team and the blue team in this region will be uniting into one. Once again, these countries used to all be united into one, however, that original country fell into anarchy, and from there these groups formed. A lot of them wanted to stay independent, however, with this recent military action, it has become clear that maybe unity is the way forward, and maybe we should reform that country as to not leave ourselves super weak and vulnerable to these other outside powers. So yeah, the red and blue unite together, and the gold team is considering it, however, they will stay independent for now. On this topic, though, we are going to go ahead and give them a capital city, which will be right here in this part of their country. But yeah, here's an updated look at the borders in Africa, a little bit chaotic in this region, but hey, sometimes chaotic is good. Now though, we're going back over here to the front lines of China, where a very important event has just occurred. First of all though, the rebellion was able to push back the Chinese from their country, and that is mostly due to the fact that Korea came in and began to blow everything up. And second of all, the Koreans have been able to advance even deeper in the Chinese territory. This applies to the Manchurians as well in the north, but the major event that I was just talking about is actually a settlement that was reached. Essentially, the Chinese government made a bunch of promises over to Korea and Manchuria in exchange for them stopping their advance, not leaving the war, not like, getting out of their territory or anything like that. Simply enough, a ceasefire in exchange for valuable land. That valuable land includes all of this green rebellion right here. It includes this entire peninsula, and it includes various ports throughout this region here. It would greatly boost Korea's economy, and that's why they decided to stop their advance, because at the end of the day, that deal might be better than stopping Chinese influence. If Korea gets an economy that is either very close to or even on par with China, then China's influence will naturally wane, and Korea will be able to compete with them without having to worry about being the insuperior power, without having to worry about being militarily overran. So this is a very good deal offered by the Chinese government, and Korea and Manchuria will stop their advance. This does mean, however, that China has to win this war in order for that deal to apply to Korea and Manchuria. And these countries are both very aware of that. So they stop their advance, but they're also ready to go if needed. But back to the actual revolution down here, Chinese troops have pushed this group to its very limits, as they now only reside in the very tip of this peninsula. While over in the western regions, they have begun to advance into this group and have nearly finished off this group as well. In the northernmost regions, we have the neo-authoritarians reaching out and meeting the front line of Manchuria, which will go ahead and subjugate this piece of land to Green Team control. And overall, the Chinese are at a huge risk here as this rebellion up here in the Yellow Sea will begin to move down south. If these two front lines connect right here, this entire region is lost, and this entire region is pretty valuable, especially in comparison to, like, you know, this region. And China is still mostly focused on the southern rebellion down here, which is where it's strongest, so they are in a very dangerous situation. Up north, the green team will continue their advance into this Chinese territory. However, they are now experiencing some actual combatants, and it isn't all sunshine and rainbows anymore. Their frontline advance will eventually be stalled, and the Chinese government is able to hold off in this northern region while also maintaining this corridor connecting resources and supplies up to these troops. Down south, however, and especially over here in this eastern region, the rebellion is having a lot of success, and that is mostly due to the fact that a lot of people in this region are now in open support of the neo-authoritarian government. Going back to what I said earlier, the Chinese government in a way is also dismantling democracy by canceling that election, and that has some people wary. Think about like independent voters. They like barely voted for the Chinese democratic government, and they're seeing this revolution, and they're seeing that the Chinese democratic government canceled an election. They're most likely going to be in support of the neo-authoritarians now because they're actually following through with the remaining democracy that China has. So the majority of people in China are now actually in support of the neo-authoritarians, and the Chinese democratic government is extremely unpopular. With that, many civilians begin to sabotage their own government, and in key battlegrounds like up here in this area as well as over here in this peninsula, civilians begin to kind of just completely screw over and in some cases kill their own troops. Some civilians take up arms, some civilians refuse to provide the soldiers with things like food, water. A lot of the local doctors aren't helping out the Chinese military, and instead, they're mostly helping out the neo-authoritarian troops. The very occurrence of the civilian betrayal is going to weaken China's grasp in the northern region especially, and eventually they're kicked completely out and the corridor is essentially destroyed as all this land comes under control of the green team. Over here, the Chinese government is able to wipe out this whole group completely. However, the front line does still remain, and in reality, you know, it isn't much of a front line, and more so it should look like this, you know, just the actual neo-authoritarian government. But that's not as fun as a lot of colors on the map, right guys? Anyway, as you can see, the Chinese government pulls off a massive counteroffensive in the southern region, which takes back some of the more important rural areas. Like I was saying, you know, there's not a lot happening here, but you know, this is still like relatively populated, not as urban as over here, but not as rural as over here. So yeah, a big victory for the Chinese government in this front over here, and they're able to hold off the neo-authoritarians for now. For some unknown reason, however, the Chinese government is just immensely struggling with the front line in the south, where the neo-authoritarians have their government, and of course, this is where a majority of their troops are as well. And they're making some very notable progress towards China's capital city. It is right there, and the front line is right here. But zooming out now, it does look like that China is no longer doing good. Even considering that this is not super valuable land, it's still a lot of land, and a lot of land that is now controlled by the rebellion at that. So China will do all that it can to continue this fight, but unfortunately, it appears that the neo-authoritarian movement is gaining more and more strength as the days go by. China's counteroffensive was effective at first, but not effective forever, as the neo-authoritarians are able to push back, and eventually these territories begin to be liberated as the civilians welcome back the troops with open arms. Over in this peninsula here, we see one of the greatest counteroffensives of all time, as the rebellion is able to push back the Chinese group completely out of the peninsula into the mainland. And with that, they're able to connect back up with the overall front line. Down south, the neo-authoritarian front line has now just reached the capital city of China, where the Battle of China will begin. This is one of the longest battles in this war. It takes very, very many weeks for a victor to come out on top. But once the dust is settled, the neo-authoritarians will obtain victory and take over China's capital city. With that, they inherit the actual government of China as the democratic officials are removed, executed, and the neo-authoritarian government will now take over China completely. Just like that, democracy is now dead in one of the most democratic countries in the world, technically brought about by its own people, but also brought about by its own government. Now, what does this mean for Korea and Manchuria? They weren't really rooting for China to win, but now that the democratic China is gone, they don't get that deal, and they could have had a lot more territory. But luckily for them, the new dictator of China isn't really looking to fight a much larger war at this point in time. Instead, he is looking to consolidate power in China. So he tells these two countries that you can take the land that you have but we're not giving you those important economic areas because, I mean, why would we do that? We're not desperate. And Manchuria and Korea will decide to accept this deal because it isn't realistic for them to invade the entirety of China. They aren't capable of doing that. But at the same time, they don't really have to worry about the Chinese government because it's extremely weak right now and their military is obviously exhausted. So it's not like China is going to invade them. So yeah, they take the deal, and we can go ahead and take a look at this peace treaty in which democracy dies in China. And in this treaty here, we see a few land exchanges as well as a new Chinese government officially come into power. So starting up north, there were a few changes here in which land pieces that Manchuria and Korea would get. Korea advocated for getting some more valuable land down here, and that was eventually granted to them hesitantly by the new government of China. But the neo-authoritarian government here, they aren't trying to have super bad relations with all of the neighbors around them. They want to be somewhat content and warm with their neighbors because there aren't any other neo-authoritarian powers in Asia as of now. The closest they got is Australia down here, but they're fascist and they're also kind of freaks because why do they like the Alternites so much? Like, what's your deal, bro? So yeah, the world kind of looks at Australia really weird because, I mean, what happened here? What was that? Like, what's going on here? But yeah, Manchuria will get this piece of land over here, and Korea will get this piece of, that's not the right color. Korea will get this land right here, but both countries will of course expand their territories. They're happy that China's democratic government is gone because the democratic government of China never ever liked Korea and Manchuria. But this new government seems to be somewhat promising in that it will be willing to cooperate and maybe even have warm relations with Korea and Manchuria. Also, the guy that comes into power in China is like putting his foot down, like this is a new era for China. And to kind of mark that, he's going to be doing a few things, such as rewriting the country's constitution, because that's what all dictators do. Changing the flag, so going from a very long-standing flag to a completely brand new one. And also changing the official name of the country from the Republic of China to the Chinese Federation. It's still going to be referred to as China, but this great change in constitution, name, and flag all warrants a change in color. China is now green. And this is really just to reinforce that China is changing completely. It has been democratic forever, arguably democratic. It did get a little bit fuzzy there during the War of the Elites, but things are changing, not only in East Asia, but across the entire world. And speaking of change, we have a few countries that are now going to be joining the only remaining international organization in the world. That, of course, is the New World Order, headed by the Unitarians. But with the collapse of the Assembly of Nations in the previous episode, there is now only one international order. There's no longer competing sides for influence. It is now either New World Order or bust. You either are in an international order or you're not. Now, the NWO isn't as clingy as the AN was. They're not going to try to force a bunch of countries to join. It isn't a requirement. You don't have to join the organization, but just know that if you are a member, you do receive protections from Alternite attacks. But the countries joining this thing are Iceland, East Russia, Persia, South China, the Philippines, America, Central America, Egypt, which I could have sworn was already in the NWO, but I guess not. And then finally, these 4 South American countries down here. And these countries were the ones that ran to the door immediately after the AN collapse because, I mean, these are all alternate countries that surround them now. And, you might want protection from them. So they all joined the NWO, and they all joined this kind of global military alliance that is formed through the NWO. So just like that, yeah, the AN is gone, but the New World Order is still here, and they offer protection. So most countries, of course, are interested in joining that, especially the countries that either border the Alternites or countries that are very close to the Alternites. Speaking of the Alternites, though, we are now heading down here to Mauritius, or more so Madagascar, because we have something that is unseen and very interesting happening here. Madagascar is uniting with the Alternites. Yeah, okay. Madagascar has been going through some pretty interesting things as of recently. First of all, there was a split between the northern government and the rest of the country, and then the Madagascar government in the north decided to join the Alternite Dominion, and now they've just united with the Alternites. So Madagascar is whole again, united again, just under the Alternites. So I guess good job, Madagascar. You became relevant in your final days, and well, I mean, it was very humorous relevance, I guess. But yeah, the Alternites expand and Madagascar is gone. Hey, something really cool is happening in Europe. Rome's invading Greece. The Romans have reestablished their country, and it appears that no matter how many times they've been put down in history, they always find a way to rise back up. And today, with the death of democracy in Ireland and China, Rome feels that it is best to go ahead and just get rid of the ideology in whole, as they now attack one of the last remaining just straight up pure democracies in the world. Okay, well, they're not a pure democracy, but they're a representative democracy, which is like really the only form of democracy that actually works. But still, one of the strongest representative democracies in the world. Rome doesn't like that, though. Now, Greece is in a military alliance with a few other countries, including the Orange Bulgarian country, who will join the war on the side of Greece. But also with the Horn of Africa, the Gold Team, and the Orange Afghanistan country. Do you think that Orange Afghanistan and the Gold Team care about Greece being invaded by Rome? No, absolutely not. This alliance was formed to stop Mesopotamian expansion, not Roman expansion. So while Greece's ally in Bulgaria will join the war, these other two countries, they're just going to leave the alliance because, I mean, it was really only being propped up by India, but India had a slight government change there, and they left that military alliance, so it's not really strong anymore. Greece is the strongest military in the alliance, and they're being invaded by a stronger country in Rome. So yeah, it's just a lost cause. Good luck, Greece. We're out of here. Today is a horrible day to be Greek. Roman troops are having slight issues advancing further into Greece's country, of course. Not only is the geography in this region relatively challenging, but the Greek army isn't necessarily a pushover at all. We also have to remember they're fighting Bulgaria here, a very strong country. Don't sleep on Bulgaria, they're sieging a city. But Rome's objective here is simple: reestablish all old Purple Team lands. These are like ancient historic lands, and what we're seeing recently in the world is that countries are becoming very obsessed with their ethnic lands. Like the Dutch, for example, they were the ones that settled the British Isles. This used to be Dutch a very long time ago. However, they lost their control over this island after losing a war. But still, there are Dutch people in these areas, and the Dutch feel as if they should be all united under one country, which is especially what they've done here. Think about it. They have all of their old historic lands. They have, of course, this piece of land which they acquired recently. That wasn't like modernly a part of the Dutch, but historically it was. And that's one of the reasons why they took it over. Same thing with lands in Germany, with some lands in Denmark, and I think even Norway. Iceland, you better watch out. And also, I guess, all of the world, because the Dutch did colonize like all of the North American continent. But who cares about the Dutch? We're talking about the Romans. I've noticed that Dutch fans and Roman fans don't really like each other. Fair enough, the countries don't like each other. I mean, the countries don't like each other, so that makes sense. But Greece is getting obliterated by the Roman army here, and even their ally in Bulgaria, who had the mighty audacity to siege the city, is now being pushed back by the far superior Roman forces. Rome is also one of those countries that has gone ahead and implemented Alternite technology into a vast majority of their military, not on the same scale as the Dutch, of course, but on a much larger scale than the Greeks have. And it's coming to really show that you might need Alternite technology in your military if you want to survive in the modern day. Anyway though, Rome will go ahead and capture the capital city of Greece, which is a very big loss for the Greeks. They now begin to kind of collapse throughout the rest of the peninsula over here, but over here in the Turkish areas they do still hold strong. The Roman army will now conquer all of this area of Greece. I should really learn the name of this peninsula, because I think it's a peninsula, not an island, right? It's like connected right here. I could be wrong though. I'm stupid, so ignore me. But don't ignore me because you need to finish this video, duh. Greek troops will hold out in this one city down here as the Romans are unable to advance into it. But a little bit up north, we have Bulgaria being dismembered. Yeah, it's not pretty, and it's also a very quick war. The Romans move in and they move out. There wasn't much fighting that happened here. Now though, they are advancing into some troubling territory as the Greek army is becoming more and more fierce in their defense, especially as this front line shrinks and goes towards the city of Constantinople. Something like that, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, the Romans will be successful in taking out all of Greece's European claims, but they do struggle moving into Asia. Additionally, the superior Greek navy is helping out some of these remaining front lines over here, as this area is actually able to push back, and we even see like a kind of naval amphibious landing over here in this part of Greece, which will go ahead and reestablish this island as a part of Greece. Still though, the land forces are incapable of beating back the Roman forces, so the Greeks are really just kind of relying on their navy to keep them alive at this point, but that could be changing very soon. That was your cue, Mesopotamia. All of a sudden, Mesopotamian troops will enter into Greece. This is a shocking revelation for the entire world, including the Unitarian Alliance, because, once again, Unitarians don't go to war. They don't ever fight offensive wars, but here we go. Here's Mesopotamia doing it. Someone might be lying about their intentions. Or, more simply, as the Unitarian government in Mesopotamia says, they are reclaiming lost Mesopotamian lands away from the Greeks, and not necessarily to counter the Romans, but simply enough, there are Mesopotamians that live in this peninsula. A majority of the people that live here are Mesopotamian. And, well, simply enough, with how things are going in the world right now, if you're of a certain ethnicity, you are likely to be living in that ethnic country. The Dutch believe that all Dutch citizens should live within their country, the Russians believe that all Russians should live in Russia, the Romans believe that all Romans should live in Rome, and apparently the Mesopotamians think that all Mesopotamians should live in Mesopotamia. This is levels of nationalism that the WICSO world has not ever seen before, and it's coming at a relatively inconvenient time because, the Alternites are here and they're threatening to invade the entire world. Nonetheless, though, Mesopotamia's military will successfully go into this part of Greece and they will successfully have a lot of success. Yeah, there's a lot of success going on over here. But eventually, of course, the Greeks are going to be extremely weakened and they will nearly capitulate as the Romans now enter into Anatolia and they begin to take over these coastal areas before the Mesopotamians can get there. They'll span all the way down here to the island of Rhodes, and eventually the Mesopotamians will finish off the Greeks as the two front lines meet over here in this area of Turkey. Now, Rome and Mesopotamia are friendly with each other. They've had this kind of warm relationship for very many centuries now, where they haven't been hostile at all. In fact, they've worked together on the international front very many times. It's not like they're full-on allies or anything like that, like Rome would never come to the aid of Mesopotamia, and Mesopotamia would never come to the aid of Rome. But still, there was like a mutual respect between these two nations. Anyway though, with all that yap and lore out of the way though, we can take a look at this peace treaty in which Greece and Bulgaria will both cease to exist. And in this treaty here, like I said, Greece and Bulgaria are gone. They are completely annexed. They are actually kind of divided up, but they are ultimately all annexed by either new countries or Rome, Mesopotamia, or Crete. Now, Crete didn't join the war, so what's going on here? We'll get into that here in a second, but we'll start with Rome first. They obviously take back all of their ancient lands down here in Greece. They didn't take over southern Greece, which is now occupied by Crete, and this was part of a broader regional agreement of the Adriatic Sea. Essentially, Rome is a little bit worried that the Greek population in this area, of course, is going to be prone to rising up against the Roman government, which is a lot less democratic. In fact, it's actually just authoritative compared to the original Greek government. So they feel as if having a bunch of these brand new pro-democracy citizens in their nation will be counterproductive to their agenda of trying to consolidate power as a neo-authoritative country. Because remember, they are neo-authoritarian, except just not on the same wavelength as the Dutch. They hate each other, they don't like each other at all, and even though they share the same ideology, that doesn't necessarily fix their issues. But like I was saying, they don't want a bunch of pro-democracy rebellions in the south, so they give over a bunch of ethnic Greek land over to the Cretans. Cretans and Greeks are very similar ethnically in this world, so it's not too far-fetched. It's not like these guys are going to rise up against the Cretan government, which is a democratic government. But like I was saying, this is a part of a broader regional agreement, so what exactly is that agreement? First of all, Rome will have complete military access to this section of Crete, and not only will they have complete military access, they will also have control over a few very important ports that are along the section of land. As you can see right here, they actually just completely own this piece of land, or this strip of land. And this is mostly for naval purposes, but also it is a very important trade hub in this part of Europe, and the Romans didn't necessarily want to not control that. So like when they were agreeing to give Crete this land, they were like, there are a few exceptions, and like I was saying, those exceptions are military access and giving up this piece of land. Another part of that agreement is cooperation amongst all four of these nations. So there is a brand new turquoise country here that is known as Marmara, and it is technically allied with the Mesopotamians because there is a majority Mesopotamian population here. But in that regional agreement, they are also friendly with the Romans and the Cretans. They all have agreed to some very loose trade deals, which will lower prices for all these countries when trading with one another. But on top of that, all four of these countries have also signed a permanent non-aggression pact with one another. Basically, Mesopotamia and Rome will never go to war, Crete and Rome will never go to war, Crete and Mesopotamia will never go to war, so on and so forth. It is bringing security and economic prosperity to this region. So all in all, not like a super bad deal for the Greeks. You lose your country, but hey, it's going to be a lot better here now. Hopefully, probably, maybe, I don't know. But let's talk about the elephant in the room here. Mesopotamia, you just invaded Greece, which is anti-Unitarian. So what's up with that? The last time a Unitarian country declared war on another country, they were kicked out of the Unitarian order. Except Mesopotamia wasn't kicked out, and they won't be kicked out. And that's because Mesopotamia is one of the strongest countries in the world, and the new official leader of the Unitarian Alliance, you can't really kick the leader out. Africa Unitaria was against kicking them out, so was Indonesia Unitaria. Japan was actually in favor of kicking them out, but that doesn't mean they have bad relations now. It just means that Japan is upholding their Unitarian ideology the most. And then Canada refused to comment, so that's interesting. Rules for me, but not for ye. But this is kind of in a way going along with what we've been seeing recently, in that countries are no longer upholding their utmost of democratic values. They're no longer actually following their agenda or their ideology. They're tending to sway away from these things. And that is, of course, due to the broader death of democracy, but also the chaos that was brought to the world by the Alternites. Sticking with Mesopotamia, though, we actually have them uniting with another country, and that country, of course, is going to be Caucasia. Now, why didn't this happen sooner? We all know that Caucasia is a part of the region of Mesopotamia in this series. We all know that they share very close relations, open borders. It's basically the same country, so why didn't they unite sooner? Well, I'm sure we all remember the almost World War VI that happened in the series between the Mesopotamians and the coalition. The whole reason that started was because of the Mesopotamia Accord, which was a document, a founding document of the Assembly of Nations. And in the last episode, the Assembly of Nations officially collapsed. So the Mesopotamia Accord no longer exists. And that means that there's nothing stopping all of the Mesopotamian countries from uniting together. Not that the Mesopotamia Accord stopped them before, but now definitely there is no official document in place, and all of these countries could unite together if they wanted to. The thing is, though, they don't really want to. The Great Team up here is very far from Mesopotamia, and even though they were once a part of that old empire, they don't really want to rejoin it as of right now. Persia obviously has been independent for an extraordinarily long time. They have their own culture, so they don't want to be a part of the Mesopotamians. And the same applies to Egypt and other countries in the surrounding area. This is pretty much the peak of what Mesopotamia can achieve at this point. But still, one of the strongest countries in the world has just gotten a little bit stronger with the addition of Caucasia. Now we're going to head a little bit south of this region down to Sudan, where there is another blaring issue, and that is that, once again, the Assembly of Nations has collapsed, meaning that North Sudan is no longer recognized by anybody but themselves. I mean, I'm sure they have a few other former AN countries that recognize them over South Sudan, but they kind of lose that protection from the assembly. But good news, these two Sudans are not interested in going to war with each other because, of course, it's counterproductive. They are both the same ethnic group, or, same nation, just divided by a sovereign border. Fighting one another is completely useless, so two governments will remain. But since there are two governments, they can make separate decisions, and simply enough, North Sudan will be joining in on the Horn of Africa Economic Alliance. So they are now economically partnered with the Gold Team, the Purple Team, Red Team, and of course the Mesopotamian Green Team. And on the very topic of economic alliances, we have South Sudan going ahead and joining in on the Mesopotamian Economic Alliance. So these two countries are coming about their way. They of course now are officially countries, and the door is opening for recognition of both by the NWO. Of course, right now they only recognize South Sudan, but North Sudan seems to be cooperating. The government's a little bit different, but still, it's a country, so their recognition is probably on the way. But now we're heading over here to the Seafoam Green country. And usually when we come here, something good happens for them, like expanding or, uniting with another country, but their luck has finally run out. And that's because Russia and China, two neo-authoritarian governments, are going to be jointly invading the Seafoam Green country at the same time in a joint operation. All of a sudden, the nicest guy in the room is being attacked. But this is a movement that has been building up for a very long time for the Russians. They have been having these ambitions to go out and reconquer old Russian land, and the Seafoam Green country has a lot of old Russian land. At the same time, China kind of feels the same way, in which that the Seafoam Green country has a lot of old Chinese land, especially up here. Now, China's ambitions for the Seafoam Green country didn't really emerge until recently, and of course that came with the neo-authoritarian government, but just like all the other authoritarians, they are obsessed with gaining old lands back, and China is blitzing through Seafoam Green country territory. Now, notably, China was just fighting a revolution, and somehow they're still just blitzing through Siberia. That's not because they're super strong or they've already rebuilt or anything. It's just because the Seafoam Green country, their military sucks. Like, they've never really been a strong country. They've just gotten really lucky and have gotten really big. But unfortunately, you're fighting against two very strong countries now, and it's not looking too good. Top 10 power Russia over here is obliterating all of your villages in Europe, so there goes that. And they're advancing very quickly as they now reach the border of the Pink Team, and they're just marching right along. Really, it's not really an invasion. It's more so of a changing the flag and government in these areas. Like, yeah, we're just going to raise the Russian flag. Very low casualty numbers as the Seafoam Green country just loses political authority over here. And Russia, that's very interesting, Russia. Very cool. Anyway, though, back over here with China into the Seafoam Green country, they are very similar to Russia, just obliterating all these villages. There is a little bit more of a challenge over here, though, because this is where a majority of the Seafoam Green country's population is, and of course their capital city is right there, so they're defending that with all they have. while Russia is just kind of walking through their territory. Now, interestingly enough, though, with the Sea from Green Country, they aren't really interested in fighting this war. Like, they know they're cooked. They don't have any, like, true allies in this region, so they're just gonna surrender. Yeah, that's it. That's the end of the war. The casualty count was a grand total of 38,000. So a very low-cost war, not a lot of lives were lost, and in the end, the Sea from Green Country just straight up surrendered. Now, they didn't surrender just unconditionally. There were terms that were sent out, and those terms were saying that basically, can we just please still exist after this? And Russia and China are like, yeah, of course. Russia and China didn't plan on taking out the entire country in the first place. They were kind of hoping that they would surrender early on, so they didn't have to send troops all the way out. They fought a little bit longer than they thought, but, you know, ultimately the end result is still the same, just a few more thousand dead. But yeah, the Sea from Green Country will not be removed from existence, and we can go ahead and take a look at this peace treaty. But in this treaty here, we have the Sea from Green Country losing a very large amount of land, but still, it's not a ton of land. So first of all, China will be annexing all of this, and China is not very happy about the outcome of this peace treaty, but we'll get into that here in a second. But then over here, we have Russia getting all of this land, and it seems like a lot of land, and that's because it is, but it isn't really like a whole lot of valuable land. It's relatively empty and barren. I mean, there's a lot of population along the border here, but like up here, you know, just resources and stuff, so that's good for Russia. Well, they do like double the size of their country here, so still a huge pickup for them. Now, China's angry because they wanted more, and they feel like they should have gotten way more, but they didn't, and it leads to some very intense struggles between Russia and China under the umbrella of neo-authoritarian cooperation. It is very hard for dictators to cooperate because their power is absolute within their own country, and of course their interest will always be with their own country, not the country of some other dictator. So neo-authoritarians working together is something that is very difficult, but somehow it has worked in a very small case in Europe between the Dutch, the French, the Dark Cyan in Russia, and the Yellow Team. But we see cases where they don't cooperate, like how Rome doesn't like the Dutch, or like how now China doesn't like the Russians. There may have been a plan in place to accept China into the military alliance in Europe, but that has fallen through now as China is looking to kind of distance themselves from the authoritarians after Russia accepted Siberia's unconditional surrender. That's the main issue. China wanted to keep fighting, but Russia put an end to the fight. And because they're the stronger country, they ultimately have the last say. And yeah, so China was just whatever, fine. But yeah, the Siberian country loses a ton of land, but not a whole lot. They're still one of the largest countries in the world. But zooming out now, we can see how much larger Russia is. And we can also see how China is kind of starting to retake their old shape. But heading on over to the region of Africa now, we have a very interesting event happening and a very unfortunate event. This event will be formulated by the Alternites as West Africa declares war on this country here. Their human military will move into this country and they will very quickly conquer. Remember, West Africa is still one of the strongest countries in the world. They are just under the control of the Alternites. But yeah, they move into this country here and they obliterate it. And this wasn't by their own nature, of course. This was ordered by the Alternite government, which is trying to flex a new kind of power. Remember, the Assembly of Nations also had this kind of agreement where if any of their countries were attacked by the Alternites, the other Assembly Nations would come to their help, a part of that Planetary Defensive Treaty Organization thing. But in this case, they indirectly invaded this country through controlling the government of West Africa. They ordered them to do it, which means that the Alternites didn't directly attack them. So if the Assembly of Nations was still here and this country was still in it, it wouldn't have really violated the PDTO because it was West Africa doing it, technically. So this is kind of their way around that PDTO thing. Remember, the NWO also has one, but this country wasn't in the NWO, so too bad, so sad, you suck. In this treaty, of course, this country will be fully annexed by West Africa, who now reaches all the way down to Central Africa. But once again, this is kind of the Alternites flexing their muscles, especially as they have rapid military buildup all over the world at this point. Millions of troops are within each and every single one of their country, and a majority of the Alternate army that was in the atmosphere is now on Earth. It is possible that the Alternites are signaling their intent with this little invasion here. But for now, we're heading back up to Russia. And Russia here, who's still riding the high off of taking a bunch of land from Siberia, is wanting even more land because, I mean, why wouldn't they? Dictatorships are always greedy, right guys? Not always true, but in this case they definitely are. Anyway, they're eyeing up some old Russian land in East Russia, which is majority ethnic Russian, and this makes them very scared. In fact, they're going down to Mesopotamia and they're asking to join their military alliance, which Mesopotamia is a little bit hesitant in adding them because you don't want to go to war with Russia. If you go to war with Russia, you're also going to war with the neo-authoritarian order, and that would bring about World War VI. And yeah, Mesopotamia is good, so they're stalling on that. But like I was saying, East Russia definitely has something to be scared of because they are a majority ethnic Russian nation. This neo-Russian empire is trying to reconquer all Russian lands. So yeah, scare times. Scare times? Scared times. Very frightening. And they're even more scared when the Russians arrive at the border, except they're not carrying guns. They're actually carrying a pen and paper. And that's because the Russians are sending an ultimatum to Eastern Russia, which demands the reclamation of a bunch of high ethnic percentage Russian provinces on the border of Russia. East Russia is so relieved by this because, oh god, they're not invading us, right? But yeah, Russia is demanding these outer provinces here, as you can see, and East Russia is 100% fine. Okay, not that much, but Eastern Russia is 100% fine with giving up this land. You can have it, bro, just don't invade us. And the Russians, they really aren't trying to invade East Russia right now because they just invaded Siberia. You know, you don't want to get too into that war stuff because you're doing a lot of it recently, and the people don't really like war. Better safe than sorry, just take it diplomatically, which is exactly what they do. East Russia is very weakened, however, they do still exist, and that's all they could really ask for. But bouncing between regions here, we're heading straight back to Africa, and we're taking a look at Southwest Africa. Now, recently, there's been a lot of alternate expansion up north between both West Africa and the actual Atlantis country itself. But like I was saying, there's millions of Alternite troops kind of on this border with Orange Africa here. And Orange Africa sees that, and they also see the buildup of troops by West Africa on their border, and they're like, oh god. So Orange Africa will make the probably smart decision to join the Alternite Dominion. This is extremely unpopular for them, their government, their people. They don't want to do this. However, with impending doom on their border, they make the decision to go ahead and, you know, better safe than sorry. So they join the Alternate Dominion, except those troops still march in. And they're not like fighting Orange Africa or anything like that. They are accepted into the Alternate Dominion. You know, they take the ultimatum, but those troops do keep marching, and they eventually line up on the border of the Brown team, which, yikes. The Brown team won't join, but they're very wary, and they're considering joining in on the NWO immediately. Once again, the Alternate Dominion expands as yet another country portrays the WICSO world and sides with the aliens. But now leaving this region and once again bouncing back over here to this part of Eurasia, we're coming over here to the Green Team, who as of recently has been doing a lot of expanding, going from a small microstate over here to an actual functioning country that is very large. And we're coming over here because they're taking on yet another daunting task. They will now be invading the Teal country up here. And why is this so daunting? Well, it's because the Green Team is actually weaker than the Teal Team, but the Monarch here seems to be very obsessed with taking on opponents that are much stronger than him. And of course, the Teal Team will push back here, but the Green Team is doing like really good considering that they are technically weaker than the Teal Team. And as it turns out, a philosophy we've seen earlier is at play here, where the Green Team has way more Alternite tech in their military than the Teal Team does. It isn't like a huge difference, like maybe only 5 to 10% more, but that's still enough of a difference to turn the tide of the war in favor of Caspia. So even though the Teal Team has more manpower, and even though their military is technically better, the fact that they don't have as much Alternite technology means that they are still getting their ass handed to them on a silver platter. Still, they'll push back, they'll have a few counteroffensives that are successful. You know, it's not all sunshine and rainbows for the Green Team here. They will suffer a little bit of defeat, but at the end of the day, those counteroffensives don't mean much. They're able to completely separate this region over here, and the Green Team then is able to capture the capital city of the Teal Team, dividing it into 3 separate parts and forcing it into complete surrender. And just like that, the Green Team has once again taken down a country that should be way stronger than them. So, good job, Green Team, but let's go ahead and take a look at this peace treaty. And unsurprisingly, in this peace treaty, the Green Team will completely annex the Teal Team, and guys, Caspia is back. So, one of the oldest countries in the world, if not actually the oldest remaining country in the world, is just on the rise again. Somehow, this ancient civilization has come back from being a microstate and is now occupying a lot of its very ancient historical lands, as seen here by the ethnicity/religion map. The blue team, which was the Green Team's ethnicity, is throughout all of Central Asia. But yeah, they and Rome are really the only 2 episode 1 countries left, and I say that with a grain of salt because there's no way that the same exact country would still exist from all that time ago. It's like if there was a real life Mesopotamia, or like maybe if like the Aztec Empire still existed, or one of the empires that came before them, or the ancient civilizations that came before them. It's very impossible. Well, so while these are the same color as like the purple team and the green team, they technically aren't them. but still, we all like to pretend they kind of are, right? Because that's fun. So yeah, I'll leave it up to you guys. Now though, zooming off from here, we're heading on back over to Africa, and that's because we have our next event taking place here between the Unitarians and the light blue country right here. So these two countries have become very friendly as of recently, and with the Unitarians' recent expansion into the Lavender team, it has opened the door for these guys to also join the Unitarians if they so want to. Now, it is kind of a complicated process because the Unitarians are getting extremely large, and they're going to be extending all the way up into Central Africa, possibly, and that's a lot of land to control. So there has been a lot of talks over this, and they aren't necessarily joining just yet, but they are.
Second kin, I speak to you today in celebration, as all of our hard work has paid off, yet there are still pressing matters at hand. I believe I have been more than generous in providing you adequate time to prepare for and accept our ultimatum. Now that the Empire has been dealt with, we must advance to the next phase, eternal order of the Alternite people on Earth. With the sealing of the solar system, there is no longer anywhere else for us or you to go, leaving only Earth. While you people may think you're entitled to it, Earth was once inhabited by our people. We will not be denied a home on the birthplace of our civilization, even if yours rose from its ashes. With that being said, your time has now run out. Alternite forces have been ordered to enter and occupy every single one of your countries, states, and territories. Should you deny essentially, you will face the wrath of our full military might. So stand aside, and we will show you mercy in our world. The gods have given our people enlightenment and freedom. Under no circumstances shall it be infringed on. The second kin shall know the power of Earth's original inhabitants, those guided by the cosmos, those who sacrificed everything for their future. The Alternite people shall not be denied, and for that I declare a battle of heaven and earth.
Suddenly, when the WICSO world was least expecting it, the Alternites declare war on the entire world. The Battle of Heaven and Earth officially begins, as the Alternites begin to pour into the WICSO countries which denied their ultimatum. Across the world, millions upon millions of Alternite troops have been waiting for this very order, and the time is now, as the Alternites and the Second Kin will be going to full-scale war. Immediately, of course, the Alternites order their entire dominion to join the war. That includes West Africa, Orange Africa, a majority of South America, South Africa, Australia, and Tibet. But don't forget that this includes Doggerland, Mauritius, and Zealandia. Together, these countries and the Alternites are going to be seeking to take out the entire world in one single battle, the Battle of Heaven and Earth. A war between two humanities, one lost to the stars, and one reborn in its ashes. The final battle is officially upon us, as the WICSO world will stop fighting against each other and unify in this crisis against a common enemy, the Alternites. With that being said, let World War VI, the final battle of this series, officially begin. In the first day of the war, the Alternites will consolidate their power into one unitary country. West Africa and Orange Africa will temporarily become a part of Atlantis, as this government takes complete administrative control over both countries and their militaries. A similar feat happens over in South America, but instead of being a part of Atlantis, these countries are all combined into a new dominion headed by Brazil, but still controlled by the Alternite government. Interestingly enough, the Alternites refer to this country as South America. Now, of course, me and the viewer, you, call this South America, but in the WICSO world, of course, it's not actually called South America. We just call it that because it's easy to remember. But the Alternites give it its official, actual real-life name here, something that is confusing to the WICSO world, but something that makes perfect sense to the First Kin. Over in Oceania, the same thing happens here, as the Australians are combined with Zealandia. This time though, this is referred to as Oceania proper by the Alternites. Once again, the WICSO world doesn't call this region Oceania, but the Alternites do. And for the Alternites' last unification, South Africa will be integrated into the Alternite country of Mauritius. Now, the entire Alternite Dominion is united under complete, absolute Alternite rule, and the militaries are beginning to roll out. The fighting will first break out in Africa, as West Africa, now controlled by Atlantis, will send all of its forces, plus millions of Alternite forces, into the Mediterranean country. Even as a member of the neo-authoritarian order, with the help of the Dutch and the Russians, the Mediterranean country is overran within days. The Alternite advance is absolute and it's nearly unstoppable, as their forces will roll right through the capital city of the Mediterranean country. But remember, this is a declaration to the entire world at once. The Alternites want to finish off the WICSO world in one go. They don't want a series of prolonged wars that last decades, maybe even centuries. They want it all gone now, and that is why they're sending out tens of millions of Alternite troops to conquer the entire planet. These invasions all happen simultaneously, and in all cases, the WICSO world is simply outnumbered and outmaneuvered by the far superior Alternite militaries. The Brown team, which was fearing for its life not too long ago, is indeed still fearing for its life as Alternite troops blitz through the country, and it is actually the first country just to outright surrender. Notably, this makes a few countries around it pretty mad, but the Alternites don't care about the emotions of the second kin. The Alternites are here on a military mission, which through all means they are willing to accomplish as they are blitzing through various African countries all at once. Over in South America, the same is happening here, as Alternite troops will now cross over from Brazil and begin to enter into the Brown team. The Brown team just recently joined the NWO, but the NWO doesn't matter anymore because the Alternites are after the entire world. The Brazilians, as well as the Alternites, will completely blitz through this country and destroy it, taking over its capital city and forcing it into an unconditional capitulation. Alternite forces are also invading into Peru up here as they go ahead and spearhead straight down to its capital city, taking it over and destroying its entire military. These weaker South American countries stand little to no chance, as the Alternites show superior logistics, superior equipment of course, superior manpower, and superior navigation of intense terrain, especially like the mountains over here in Peru. It isn't much of an issue for the Alternites, whereas of course traversing mountains for the actual conventional WICSO world is relatively challenging. Not for the Alternites though, they've done this before. Their troops will now enter into the Yellow Team, and much like the other countries we've seen so far, the Yellow Team stands absolutely no chance. Now, interestingly enough, in this region, there were recent talks about combining the Yellow Team and the Red Team into one unitary country. Not a Unitarian country, but under one government, just as it had been many years ago. Those dreams have been crushed by the overwhelming force of the Alternites, who are now onto their last South American country already. Pretty much all of this continent is already under Alternite control, and this war has only been ongoing for a few weeks at this point. And of course, this isn't happening in sequential order. All of these invasions are happening at once. So while the Alternites were invading Africa, they were also simultaneously invading South America, and they're also invading into other areas that I haven't covered yet, so let's go ahead and cover those areas. In South Africa, we have that country as well as the Alternites beginning to invade into Africa Unitaria, who at this point is fighting a two-front war between Atlantis and Mauritius. In its coastal areas, the Alternites will land multiple invasions, and eventually they will consolidate this into one whole front line. Up north, Tanzanian troops will cross over into African Unitaria. It appears that Tanzania might be getting the wrong idea here. As this isn't a war against the Unitarians, no, the Alternites are going after the entire world. And very quickly, they're woken up to reality as the Alternites then land troops in their country, take out their capital city, and as the Tanzanians begin to pull their troops back, it's already too late, as the Alternites have established almost complete control over their country, forcing them into an early surrender. This is it. What just happened in Tanzania is the wake-up call for the entire world, who at this point is completely discombobulated. They are just swept off their feet right now. The Dutch don't know what to do. The Romans don't know what to do. The Mesopotamians, Indians, Americans, Pacificans, nobody knows what to do because the Alternites have hit the world with their own version of shock and awe. And their version of shock and awe is super effective. South America, already almost gone. West Africa, completely under Alternite control, and the war is just starting. But it's on this very day that Tanzania capitulates that the entire WICSO world comes together through the New World Order. Every country is immediately accepted in. All you have to do is ask. There's no conditions. You don't have to apply for it. There's no process. If you want in, you're in, and you're joining it, and you're fighting this military coalition. Every single country in the world, regardless of historical standing, regardless of ancient rivalry, regardless of size, ideology, or current relations, will come together to join the New World Order, or as it is now renamed to, the Global Alliance of Humanity. No longer will the WICSO world fight wars between each other. That is in the past. Nothing is more important right now than maintaining the sovereignty of the entire world against the threat of the Alternites. The Dutch and Romans may hate each other, but there is a bigger threat at hand here. And for this war, they will put aside their differences and they will work together and they will cooperate. They will be able to move troops through each other's territory without an issue. Essentially, humanity is uniting into one country and they are putting up their fight as best as they can against the Alternite forces. Fighting in Africa will continue though, as the Alternites begin to expand even further into African Unitaria. This country, despite being one of the strongest in the world, is against all odds here, as an overwhelming amount of Alternite troops begin to pummel through their territory. This of course is tens of millions of troops compared to their roughly 3 to 4 million size army. Without conscription, of course. With conscription, it's a lot more. Still though, they are against all odds here. And this shock and awe strategy by the Alternites is very effective, and that's because the WICSO world isn't just one country like how the Alternites are. The WICSO world has various different governments which don't always collaborate together. Now, of course, they are collaborating together, and that's due to the nature of the war at hand, but still, they're separate governments, which means that this is going to be a very long and hard-fought war for the WICSO world, who may not be able to coordinate nearly as well as the Alternites. As you see, they're making their way into India. Now, India here, one of the strongest countries in the world, isn't going to sit around and let this happen. India has been preparing for this ever since they got a new government. India is one of the most technologically advanced in terms of Alternite technology in the world. They have done a lot of military, re-equipment, in that they have been equipping their military with Alternite technology, which has enabled them to somewhat push back here. As you see, they reached the border of the purple team. Unfortunately for India though, the Alternites knew that India was going to be capable, as they now land multiple naval invasions across the western Indian coast. Not only that, but they are absolutely destroying all of India's military assets that are not already underground. The Alternites have extremely superior missile technology, something that the WICSO world hasn't been able to fully replicate just yet. Only a few select countries have been able to do it, including the Dutch, the Russians, the Mesopotamians, and interestingly enough, the Pacificans. Everyone else though hasn't been so fortunate in getting that technology, and that is a huge deal breaker in this war, as the Alternates are able to outmaneuver the Indians and are starting to approach their capital city. So far, all of the front lines in this war have been advancing with extreme quickness. None of them, however, are going to be going as fast as the front line between Zealandia and Australia and Indonesian Unitaria. Australia has been studying this region for many, many decades, and they have lent the Alternites that study, and they now know very much so of the capabilities of Indonesian Unitaria. That is one advantage that the Alternites have in this region. Australia was complying with them from the very beginning. So using what Australia knows, the Alternites now know exactly where every single military base is in Indonesia. They know where every single leader lives, and they're able to do an immense amount of damage in the opening days of this war because of that knowledge. Indonesian Unitaria is wiped off the map extremely quickly. Now the Alternites here, they aren't really taking much time to go through the entire country and, take out every single military base and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of guerrilla warfare happening within these occupied territories, in such that Indonesian Unitaria might be completely colored this color here, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're done fighting. Their whole government is completely gone. All of the local governments are completely gone. There is no governance, but there are still people with guns that are fighting. On top of that, the Alternites aren't really doing a thorough reach throughout this entire country. It's not like they're taking out every single military base. They simply don't have time for that. There is a broader war to fight, but guerrilla warfare will still be fought here. Anyway, the Alternites now make their way into the Philippine Islands, and much like Indonesia, this will be an extremely fast front here, as Australia had already mapped out the Philippines as well. Zealandia has now occupied all of Oceania in a few weeks. Heading over to Tibet though, this is a country that is completely surrounded on all sides by enemies. It is the only country in Asia that joined the Alternite Dominion, and the Alternites are very aware of the fact that they are at a disadvantage. So the Alternites made sure to put even more troops into Tibet compared to the other countries. So much so that Tibet, for a very brief moment, becomes one of the most powerful countries in all of history. The Alternite troops here will now move out, entering into Orange Afghanistan and wiping this small, weak country off the map immediately. There is some difficulty for the Alternites navigating the Himalayan mountains, because I don't know how any species would realistically be able to do that, so they don't necessarily try to attack India from the north. Instead, they focus on every other single country around them. Alternite troops will enter into the Bangladesh community countries, and this is a huge loss for the WICSO world right off the bat, because these countries are giving the Alternites access to the ocean through Tibet. And by doing so, and by wiping out all of these countries, it makes it a lot easier for the Alternites to reinforce these areas, as once again, the entire Bangladesh community of countries is wiped out by Alternite forces. From here, of course, they will continue their expansion into other countries, now moving into the blue team in China, taking over its capital city and forcing it into an early surrender. The Tibetans will also now invade into China, moving into territory that was just recently under a whole revolution. The Chinese government, however, is one of those countries that was kind of prepared to fight the Alternites. It appears that even though the neo-authoritarian order is inherently fascist, it is still relatively prepared for the whole war against the Alternites. All of these countries were preaching it. The Dutch were preaching it. We know that the Chinese now were preaching it. So in a way, neo-authoritarianism might stem from fear of Alternite invasion. And in the end, those neo-authoritarians ended up being right, because the Alternite invasion did happen, and it is currently ongoing. But the Alternites through Tibet are able to take over a bunch of territory, and really the WICSO world has yet to properly respond to this all-out invasion by the alien forces. Over in Europe though, this is probably the area where the Alternites are actually having a little bit of struggle, because the Alternites don't have as much military here as they probably should. Now Doggerland is the smallest of the ancient continents, meaning that obviously it's not going to have as much military, but it does have the most Alternite civilian population in it. Interestingly enough, the Alternites don't really seem to be too worried about saving their population, especially on the border of the strongest non-Alternite country in the world. Nonetheless though, the Alternites will take out Cornwall, Wales, and all of England, and not long after, of course, they will begin to move their troops over into the Dutch. Except the Dutch are throwing hands. So much so that they're actually able to repel the initial invasion and even move in to occupy some territory around their capital city. It is more likely than not that the Dutch were preparing for this day, in that they knew that the Alternites would immediately try to blitz into their capital city, so they've been spending probably years, even before the neo-authoritarian government, planning for this day and planning for the defense of their capital. More likely than not though, the Dutch leader is going to leave his country and probably seek refuge in Russia, because at the end of the day, the Alternites are still stronger. Now though, heading back to South America, the Alternites are now expanding into the Red Team, who is the last remaining non-Alternite country in South America, and unfortunately for them, they are against all odds here, and from a very early point on, this country was considering surrender. Now though, with over half of their country conquered, they will fully accept the conditions of the ultimatum and become a part of the Alternite Dominion. Just like that, an entire continent has been conquered by Alternite forces. These forces now turn their guns up north and begin to invade into Central America. The Alternites disregard the Darien Gap. It is a challenge for humanity to move through that area, but not for the Alternites, as they can kind of just fly over it with their super high-tech space stuff, super cool stuff. Millions of Alternite troops are moving through this territory as they now approach the border of Mexico. Except when they get to Mexico, they're facing a combined military of Canadian Unitaria, America, Pacifica, Mexico, and Hawaii. These countries, despite their history, have now put aside their differences and have made one continental military controlled by a council of generals from each and every single one of these countries. Together, they begin to coordinate a defensive war against the Alternites, one that actually sees extreme success. The Alternites are able to still blitz through this territory, and the WICSO world is still experiencing heavy casualties in comparison to the Alternites. But this defensive strategy they have is somewhat working, as the Alternate expansion into Mexico begins to slow. Not because the Alternites are uninterested in taking out Mexico, but because the WICSO world is turning the tide of war. North America is demonstrating that through unity, you have a chance to slow down the extreme blitz of the Alternites. Because remember, once again, this all has happened within a few weeks. That's how fast the Alternites are invading. And the main reason, once again, that they've had so much success is that the governments of the world are divided, and even though they're all in the NWO now, and even though all of their militaries are still cooperating together, it is still overlapping layers of orders and demands. Some countries might be requesting a ton of manpower, and other countries may not be able to meet those needs, and they might be hesitant to send troops out because they want to defend their own territory. Overall, there's still a lot of overlapping differences between the governments and their military strategy. But in North America, they've demonstrated that unity actually has a chance to stop the blitz and turn it into an actual attritional warfare as time goes on. That is still apparent in Mexico. Once again, the Alternites are still expanding here and they still have the advantage, but their advance is slowing, and eventually it's going to come to a complete stop. Mathematically, of course, as of right now, that's not happening at all. And the Alternite commander over in Atlantis is noticing this. He's seeing how the unity of the world is putting a stop to his territorial ambitions. To say the least, he isn't too happy about that at all. And he will order the beginning of a new front line, one that is started over here in Puerto Rico, as Alternite troops now land in this island and move from island to island, taking over all of America's claims. This is a region that was decimated by the Alternites upon their return, and it is now a region that is once again being decimated by the Alternites, except this time through the use of military force. All of Cuba will come under Alternite control, and just like that, the North Americans lose a very important section of land. Now, however, the Alternites will begin to move into Florida, starting a whole new front line against America, one of the strongest countries in the world. But once again, utilizing the United North American military, these countries are able to slow down the advance, and eventually the Alternites are actually stopped in their tracks in Florida. At first, the North Americans claimed victory. They were the first country to be able to stop the advance of the Alternites. But as it turns out, that is not the case, as the Alternites were preparing for an expansion into Canadian Unitaria, taking out this entire island here, before making another naval landing into Nova Scotia. Another is also made over in Quebec, with them now expanding towards the Canadians' capital, but first they take over this island here. And the Alternites here, through Atlantis, are fighting multiple fronts across the world, of course. North America is being helped out by the South Americans, but they're also fighting over here in Africa against the Europeans and the Africans. Overall, this just goes to show the strength of the Alternites, and especially the strength of Atlantis. Back to this front line though, we have the complete capitulation of Libya, as Alternite troops now move into the blue Central African country, and much of the same happens here. They are incapable of proper defense, especially this country though, because it's extremely weak and their military has always sucked. But the Alternites don't care about that. They blitz through their territory and immediately capture their capital city. And after beginning to move down south, the militaries of Africa begin to kind of assimilate into one, as this front line is getting way too out of hand. Unfortunately though, their cooperation never reaches the level of North America, and the blue team here is going to be lost almost instantly. This now opens the door for an invasion of the teal team here, which will ensue shortly after the fall of the blue team, and much like everyone else to this point, their capital city will be captured and they will be forced into an early surrender. The Alternites are now demonstrating to the entire world that they should have accepted their ultimatum. This could have all been prevented should you have just joined our dominion and accept suppression. It is what it is. We're stronger than you. We don't have to fight this war. So the Alternite commander will come on television across the world utilizing the satellites, and he'll say that once again, you have the choice, one final chance to join our dominion. You see the destruction we've already wrecked across the world. This doesn't have to go any further. I don't want to sacrifice my troops. You don't want to sacrifice your troops. The best thing to do right now is to accept peace. And for some countries, that's enough. Red Africa will accept the ultimatum. The purple team will accept the ultimatum. So will South Sudan and North Sudan, which is a huge blow to the countries that wanted to keep fighting, like Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the gold team. They didn't want to accept the ultimatum. They believe they have a chance, even though it looks dire. It's looking even more dire as the Alternites frontline expands all the way across northern Africa into the Red Sea. But those countries aren't the only ones to now suddenly switch sides and accept the ultimatum. The brown team over here, which just formed, will accept. So will this yellow country here, as well as the gold team. In Europe, we have the blue country accepting it, as well as Scotland in the north. And just like that, by broadcasting to the world a second chance, the Alternite leader has all of a sudden taken over way more countries. The gold team, almost all of North Africa now under their control, all of the British Isles. It is clear that the WICSO world knows that they are likely doomed. They know that this war is unwinnable, and they know that the best option moving forward is to surrender. Still though, the countries that didn't accept the ultimatum will continue their fight against the Alternites. Unlike the countries that have given up so far, these countries still have hope, and it's a specific group of countries that still has hope. More so, the Unitarians, such as Mesopotamia, Canadian Unitaria, Japan, even the remaining fighters in Indonesia, they all have a common understanding that is unknown to the world, and that is what's keeping this world fighting. They are motivated in the countries around them to not give up and to keep fighting, because there is a chance that humanity can win this battle between heaven and earth. Still though, the fighting will continue. In Africa, Mauritius is still dealing heavy blows over to the African Unitarians, who are no longer receiving any support from any other country, as they are now pretty much fighting an entire front line from the north to the south. The Alternites are able to move through this vast territory, wiping out any military resistance, while also aiming to continue their expansion into the north, targeting the Gold Team and Egypt. Here, the Alternites will move in swiftly from all sides, and Egypt, despite being a growing military power, is simply overwhelmed. Now, the Mesopotamians, though, are beginning to send in a large amount of forces to help out Egypt. And much like what we saw over in Europe with the Dutch, the Mesopotamians and the Egyptians are able to put a stop to the Alternate expansion for a brief moment, pushing them back and regaining a lot of lost territory. Even with this counteroffensive though, the Alternites are able to regroup and they once again continue their blitz through Egypt. It is becoming apparent though that the Alternites expansion into the countries of the world is beginning to slow down, especially in the African front, as millions of casualties have already been inflicted on both sides. Remember, the WICSO world has access to Alternite technology. Not every single military in the world, of course, is fully equipped with Alternite technology, but there are countries like the Dutch who have done a really good job at replacing their old equipment with modern Alternite tech. And because of that, the WICSO world is able to win at very small intervals. There might be a battle here and there that they actually win against the Alternite forces, but in the grand scheme of things, of course, in the whole war, they are at this disadvantage, and even though they might win a battle here, they'll lose that same battle the next day. So yes, the technology provides them with some temporary relief and some very temporary victories. It may slow down their advance, but it never fully stops it, as now we have the Alternites reaching over to the Suez Canal and meeting against the entire Mesopotamian military, combined between themselves, Persia, the other countries up here, even Russia is sending a large amount of troops into Mesopotamia. The Romans, of course, are fighting, but the Romans might be fighting a naval battle. Everyone is united in this stance right here between Africa and Asia. Over in Europe though, the Alternites are continuing their expansion, now moving over into the Irish Isles and wiping this whole country out. Additionally, a landing is made over in Norway, which immediately captures their capital city as the Alternite forces begin to expand throughout this country, possibly signaling an early defeat by one of the stronger countries in Europe. Back down on the front line with the Dutch, however, the Alternites are able to finally push back. The Dutch are kicked out of their territory, and Doggerland begins its advance into Dutch territory. They are right outside the Dutch's capital city, and from here we see a huge battle ensue, one of which the Dutch are able to win. But now moving back over here to India with the front line of Mauritius, India is beginning to experience way too many casualties for its military as their capital city is taken over by the Alternite forces. And this might be the biggest loss for the WICSO world so far, as one of the strongest capitals in the world is now under Alternite control. With this, the entire Indian frontline begins to somewhat collapse as Indian forces begin to rapidly lose hope. Even under the guidance of their new leader, who is very focused on stopping Alternite expansion, they still come up short, as the Alternites are moving through their country with extreme speed, taking over any major city or military base that stands in their way. India begins to fall back to the Himalayas in hopes of continuing their fight there. However, unfortunately for them, a massacre awaits. As when those Indian troops fall back to the Himalayas, the Alternites begin a complete assault on the geographical region. Those missiles I was talking about earlier are being broadly deployed throughout the Himalayan region, which is absolutely destroying all of the Indian military. It stands little to no chance. It walked right into a trap, and unfortunately the Alternites are going to find victory in India as most of their military forces are disposed of. Tibet now meets up with Mauritius, and India is cut into two separate pieces, which will now be invaded from all sides by the Alternites. They utilize the front lines they have previously established to do this. India is cut off from ocean access, weakening them even further, and eventually this group over here will completely fall. Indian troops remaining over here in this section of the country will now fall back to Persia, as the Alternites are now declaring a complete victory in India. which, if you remember the power rankings from earlier, is a top 3 military power in the world, ranking at, I think, number 2. It might have been number 3, I don't remember. This is the strongest country that has fallen so far over into the Alternites, and this isn't the only top 10 power that is experiencing loss at this point. The African Unitarians are barely hanging on. America is being invaded. The Dutch invaded. China being invaded. No one is really safe from the Alternites expansion, highlighting how dominant their military really is. Back over in Egypt now, the Alternites will finally complete their annexation of that country, and they will begin to invade into one of the most powerful nations in history, one of the richest countries in the world, arguably the center for humanity. Mesopotamia is now fighting this war in their own territory. Down south in Africa, we have the Alternite commander demanding a swift victory, telling his forces to hurry on up and finish off this so we can fight elsewhere. A lot of Mauritian forces are divided between these two fronts right now, of course, one being in Africa and the other being in India, but he wants to put them into Mesopotamia to take over this region in particular. By doing so, the morale of the world would be completely lost. Mesopotamia is holding together a lot of countries right now, like Persia, for example. They really want to surrender, but Mesopotamia is keeping them in the war. Now heading back over to North America though, we see something astonishing happening here, as the front line into Mexico is slowing and it eventually completely stops. The Alternites are unable to advance any further, and whether it's because of lack of manpower, or if it's because of bad logistics, or maybe even superior military force, the WICSO world doesn't really know. But what they do know here is that this is an actual victory. And with this actual victory, they slowly but surely begin to push back against the Alternites. This isn't like any other counteroffensive we've seen before where it immediately gets pushed back right after they advance. No, this is here to stay, as this front line is now heavily in favor of the North American military. Even over in Florida, where there are hundreds of thousands of Alternite troops, their advance is eventually slowed and eventually stopped by these forces. The only area where they're really having any trouble is up in Canadian Unitaria, where there are a considerably larger amount of Alternite troops compared to any other front line in North America. That includes Florida, and that also includes Mexico. There's a few million invading into this Unitarian country, and it isn't exactly known why the Alternites appear to be targeting the Unitarian countries in particular. It is possible that maybe the Alternites know something that we don't. Either way though, they're able to capture the capital city of Canadian Unitaria, which is a huge victory in North America, which for a little bit there didn't appear to be going as well as the Alternites had wanted. But still though, with South America fighting by their side, they still have the military advantage in this region. But now heading back over here, we have Atlantis finally starting a military invasion into Europe, now going across the Strait of Gibraltar and straight into the Dark Cyan team, taking over their capital city with relative ease. But once again, and similar to North America, we're seeing a very strange phenomenon happen here. The Alternites are losing their ability to blitz through countries completely. That is how they've established most of their land so far. That's how they've taken control over all of North Africa, pretty much actually all of Africa. That's how they took control over all of South America, all of Oceania, all of the countries surrounding Tibet. They used blitz-like strategies where they would just pummel a high amount of forces straight into an area, and the opposing militaries would be unable to respond. They are no longer able to do that, and that's because of the WICSO world's resistance. Using Alternite technology, like I was saying earlier, they're able to slow down this advance, and they've now been able to stop blitz techniques. In a way, the WICSO world is somewhat adapting to the fighting style of the Alternites. They're adapting to their logistics, their way of war, and everything like that. They're slowly but surely learning how the Alternites fight. And even though the Alternites still have a manpower advantage and a technology advantage, it is showing promising signs for a WICSO world that looks to be on the verge of defeat. But now back over here, we're heading straight to Southeast Asia, where Mauritius as well as the Zealandian Alternites will start an invasion into Vietnam, heading straight into the country from the south. Now, air superiority is by far the Alternites' largest feat. The WICSO world is still working on making their Alternite variants of jets and stuff, so when it comes to the battle in the skies, they're relatively cooked. Navally, however, it's actually relatively even. The main reason for that is that the Alternites aren't really too, I guess, familiar with water-based planets. Most of the other planets around Earth don't have water on them. They have some other liquid or are composed of some other material, so the Alternites aren't super familiar with working with water, and that's why their naval assets aren't really great. and most of the ships they have are just simply ships that they reverse engineered from the WICSO world. So once again, in a way, navally, they are somewhat equal. Air Force, that completely goes over to the Alternites. It is no challenge there. But now coming to the actual army fighting in this war, the Alternites only have a slight advantage at this point. Most of their actual military assets were lost when they were fighting against the Empire. Remember, the Alternites are a rebellion that rebelled away from the Empire. They suffered defeat, but they were able to escape to Earth. The remaining military forces, of course, are super reduced from fighting against that prolonged rebellion against the Empire. Still, though, technically stronger than that of Earth, which is why they're carrying this out right now. But this isn't like a full power Alternites. They are weakened. And that's why we see them being equal in Navy, being only slightly ahead in the Army department. And that's also why we're seeing them starting to slow down a lot. They're able to take over the Iberian country in Europe, but as they advance into France, they are eventually stopped, and especially stopped once they get to this mountain range here that is located between France and Spain. They make small advances here and there, but for the most part, Europe is able to hold them off, and this inability to invade further into Europe is going to anger the Alternite commander immensely because he feels as if his forces should still be in the blitzing stage throughout the world, taking out all these various countries, but for some reason, he's being slowed down and stopped. And the main reason for that is once again the Alternite technology that the former commander gave to the WICSO world. So even though he had the former commander assassinated and killed, that old commander is still coming back to bite him through the afterlife, of course, through his means of giving the WICSO world access to their technology. Anyway though, now over here in the Indian region, we have the troops of Mauritius crossing the border over into Persia. And this is a big deal because they are getting ever so closer to the Unitarian Mesopotamians. The capital city of Persia will be lost, and at that point the country does try to surrender. However, the Mesopotamian military comes in and they completely occupy this territory to stop that surrender. Just north of here we have the surrender of Orange Afghanistan though, which will greenlight the expansion of Tibet over into Persia as well, defeating a ton of Mesopotamian forces and also meeting up with the Mauritian army to consolidate into one front line. Back over in Vietnam, we have the Zealandians continuing their advance, now taking over the capital city of Vietnam and wrapping around this bay right here. Additionally, at this point, we also see that the Alternites are expanding in from Tibet, going through this area of Myanmar, eventually meeting up with the Zealandian forces in Vietnam. Vietnam, after being overwhelmed, will completely surrender, meaning the front line now shifts over to South China. Down south in Africa, we have Mauritius being able to take out the north of African Unitaria. However, the country does manage to hold on for a little bit longer in the south, something that is extremely important for the Unitarian alliance at this point. For some reason, they're still being relatively suspicious about this whole war, and they were also incredibly suspicious when the nation of Indonesia fell, kind of like they were disappointed or a little bit starstruck by that. When asked to elaborate by, like Russia, for example, the Mesopotamians keep their mouth closed, saying there are much bigger issues at hand. And, you know, to an extent, they're right. There are much bigger issues at hand. Like, for example, the invasion of South China, which has just started. But now we finally see the slowing down of this front line as well, and eventually South China, working together with their regional partners, are able to put a stop to Zealandia's expansion. And this is huge, because this is Zealandia at full strength. The neo-authoritarian government in China has done something immaculate in which it has conscripted a high percentage of its population, which at this point is probably around 2 to 3 billion. Remember, the WICSO world is more populated than our world at this point, when the entire human population on Earth might be something like, I don't know, 12 to 13 billion. Similar numbers for the Alternites, of course. But China's population is still relatively high in this series, just like in real life, and they've been able to put together an army of 100 million people. The largest standing military in this world's history, assembled by humans, of course. And using that military, they're able to put a stop to the expansion of the entire Alternite Zealandia. The second weakest Alternite country being stopped by one of the top 10, probably outside of the top 10 military powers in the world. Really, the only thing that China has going for it, China was really weakened after the revolution, but it appears that the policies of the new government were able to quickly rebuild this country, and it was also very focused on enlisting more people into its military, once again achieving the largest standing military in history. But as we're about to see, this isn't the only region where the Alternites expansion is coming to a stop, as the Tibetan forces are now stopped. This is also occurring over in Central Asia, as Tibet does not get very far into the pink team at all. It isn't necessarily stagnant, the Alternites are still winning, but the speed of which they're invading is slowing immensely. Back down in Africa though, we have Mauritian forces crossing the border over into the Gold Team, and utilizing a few naval landings in the tip, they're able to take over this entire eastern coast and begin moving towards their capital city, taking it over said capital city with relative ease, as the Gold Team's military has been restricted since World War IV. Yeah, they're not allowed to have a big military. You would think that maybe they would get rid of that since the Alternites returned, but they didn't. And unfortunately for the Gold Team, they're disadvantaged. I mean, of course, they probably started conscripting once the war started, but they were still miles behind other countries around them, like, you know, Africa Unitaria, for example. But yeah, the Gold Team will fall over to Alternite forces, and with the African Unitarians barely holding on anymore down south, all of Africa has come under Alternite control. This means that they now control 3 entire continents: South America, Africa, and Oceania. They've made very good progress in North America, and they've made extraordinary progress in Asia. Speaking of Asia, they will now start a new front line that is aimed at gaining connection to the Caspian Sea. They will utilize these weaker countries over here to achieve that, taking out the Purple Team with relative ease and forcing them into surrender, before then moving out and into the Green Team over here, blitzing right through and connecting up with the Caspian coast. The Green Team, however, does not surrender, because that's not what the Green Team does. Caspia would never. Instead, they continue to fight even as the Alternates take over more and more of their country, reducing them pretty much only to their capital city. Down south, a similar advance will be started as Alternate forces blitz through the Green Team, take over its capital city, and force it into surrender before Mesopotamian troops are once again required to fill into this area to stop the advance of the much stronger alien forces. Additionally, the front line in Persia has begun to move once again, still not in the favor of the Mesopotamians, but now at a much slower rate, which is really showcasing how strong the Mesopotamian military really is when it comes to defending the homeland. Back over in Europe, we have the Alternites now making a landing in Sicily and taking out this entire island, before also taking out Sardinia. This is one of the few regions in the world where the Alternate Navy is actually having somewhat success, and it is mostly over here in the western portion of the Mediterranean, as the Mesopotamian Navy is giving them a lot of trouble in this part, as well as the Red Sea and pretty much all the areas around their country. Don't mess with the Mesopotamian Navy, it's ridiculously strong for some reason. You know who else has a relatively strong navy? America. And using that navy, they're able to actually push back in Florida just a little bit, making a much smaller front line that is a lot more manageable. Back over in Europe and with Doggerland, we finally have their forces taking out the capital city of the Dutch, as their forces fall back and their capital city is lost. Once again, the Dutch's leader is more likely than not in his country anymore and might be residing like maybe in the Yellow Team or Russia, or maybe he is in his country and maybe he's chilling over here. But he definitely ain't over here. I don't recommend that. And that really reinforces the ability of the Alternate military as they now begin to move through the strongest country in the world, but are eventually stopped. They make a little bit more progress over in France, but once again, they are stopped. And as they begin to expand over into Copenhagen as well as Norway, they are once again stopped. Doggerland is almost exhausted all of its forces. But not only that, upon requesting reinforcements, the Alternate commander doesn't really appear to be too interested. He instead is sending all of his forces to North America, to Africa, and to various other regions around the world to help out the other Alternate nations. But in a sense, Doggerland is being left behind by the Alternites, which is very interesting. In the south, reinforcements do arrive and they're able to push up into France, taking over their capital city. But this advance, much like the other Alternate advances at this point, is eventually slowed down. Back up north in Europe, the Dutch begin to push back against the Alternites, now heading straight towards their capital city. And the operation that is unfolding here is one of the most successful counteroffensives of this entire war, as the WICSO world is able to repel the Alternate Doggerland forces and is even able to spearhead to the capital city of the Dutch. Here, another battle ensues, and unfortunately for the WICSO world, they do lose, but this counteroffensive was still an overall success as the front line becomes a stalemate once more. Back over in Mesopotamia, we have Alternate forces continuing their advance towards Mesopotamia's capital city, and this is where it's starting to get really urgent for the Unitarians for some reason. They are now kind of panicking and being very strange in how they're acting with the rest of the world. It appears that the Unitarians, through all cost, want to protect the capital city of Mesopotamia. It is unknown as to why they have such priorities over a simple capital city. I mean, sure, it's like one of the most notorious capitals in the whole world, but other capital cities like India's has already been lost, so what's the big deal about this one? The world is still left in the dark as to why Mesopotamia is acting this way, but nonetheless they begin to send reinforcements down to this region in order to stop the advance of the Alternites. Unfortunately for Mesopotamia, however, a massive naval invasion will take place one of the largest naval invasions in history. The Alternites are able to carry out near the Holy City coast in Mesopotamia, taking out this entire coastline. And the atrocities that the Alternites begin to commit here are undeniably some of the worst ever seen in history. They begin to target cultural centers, museums, historical sites. They destroy all of it. Essentially, they are beginning to, in a way, ethnically cleanse Mesopotamia in this region. And they aren't doing this because there's some genocidal, warmongers like a certain someone from history, but they're doing this as a way to destroy the morale of Mesopotamia. The Alternites have now come to realize that Mesopotamia is a very large player in this war. They are keeping a lot of countries in this war. They're keeping a lot of countries from accepting the ultimatum. So the Alternites now believe that an important step in winning this war is taking out Mesopotamia, and that's why we see this morale destroying down here. That's why we see this huge naval landing. The route is on for Mesopotamia's capital city. Another naval landing will be made, this time over here in the green team, and working together with other Mauritian forces. This country is very quick to surrender, and that defies what Mesopotamia was trying to do. That was one of the countries that Mesopotamia was able to keep in the war, but now though, after being very briefly invaded, they've lost control and they have surrendered. Not only for Mesopotamia, but for the cohesion of the world. The main three forces keeping the WICSO world united and out of just complete chaos right now are North America's United Military Front. I don't think they have necessarily a combined government, but there might be some overlapping that is very temporary in order to carry out strategic goals and stuff like that. The other two forces, though, are once again Mesopotamia and China over here with their huge 100 million manpower military. Korea here, who was hopeful that they'd be able to balance with China, was taken away when China revealed that they had a military that large, and they were like, yo, wait a minute. But yeah, those three countries are keeping everything together. Like even Rome, for example, they're really considering accepting that ultimatum. The gold team, a super neutral and non-participant country, they want to accept it, but they're going to keep fighting because of Mesopotamia. Mexico, who is on their last breath, is still in this war thanks to the North American front. But over in Europe, a horrible event has just occurred for the WICSO world, because not only has Atlantis been able to meet up with Daggerland forces, but they've encircled a large amount of Dutch and French troops over here in this section of France, somewhere along the lines of 300,000 encircled. And using similar strategies to what we just saw on the Holy City's coast, the Alternites will come into this territory and they will begin to destroy cultural sites, museums, historical sites, everything. They will begin a somewhat ethnic cleansing of this region. And that, of course, is meant to destroy the morale of not only the Dutch, but all of Europe, as this is a collective history area. There's so much European history throughout this entire continent, and the Alternites are beginning to destroy it in all assets. This is paving the way to the new world order that the Alternate commander has envisioned. A world ruled by Alternites, in a world where the second kin, where the WICSO world is suppressed and has limited freedoms, if any at all. This new strategy that the Alternites have developed has evolved from the fact that they were no longer able to blitz through countries. The WICSO world adapted to their fighting style, and the Alternites needed a new way to get at the WICSO world and to weaken them, and by doing this, that's exactly what they've accomplished. The Dutch and their people are feeling horrible right now. They feel hopeless. They feel that their history is going to be erased, and seeing that they are kind of losing this war, they feel like that might be the very future they face. One of their oldest allies, France, just surrendered over. It's not looking good for the Dutch people, but they will continue fighting. It is at this moment that Earth has been pushed to its limits. The WICSO world, despite its access to Alternite technology, remains unable to surpass the superior force. Dread and Doom have won the hearts of the second kin, as victory becomes an impossible feat. Unknown to the world, however, hope still persists in the shadows. While the battle of heaven and earth was raging, a secret organization has completed its ultimate plan. A final, obtainable action can reignite the flame of the WICSO world and possibly propel their people to victory. For that, we head to Canadian Unitaria, where the secret organization known as the Rapid Human Evolution Project is having its final meeting.
Men, the Alternate military is rapidly approaching our location. We believe that a traitor has even leaked the whereabouts of our secret underground facility. Earth is on its last breath. The time to act is now.
Evolution will finally be obtained. Everything is ready. We just have to get the machine to the site.
Security will guarantee our safety, correct?
I believe so, if everything goes right.
Once the machine is in place, we will retreat back here to avoid radiation. What's the status on all of the receiving towers?
The Unitarian government's report that all towers are online.
Has the Mesopotamian energy source reached our facility?
It has. All systems are powered and ready to go.
Men, shall we advance to the activation site?
An alarm?
The Alternites are here.
We need to go. Now!
Huh?
I have to get to the activation site. It's ready. The fate of humanity now lies in my hands alone. The teachings of the Singularity Testament were absolute. Everything happened exactly as written. This machine has become my life work, but the journey here has been disastrous. This technology has been stolen so many times over, but it makes sense. It's what any powerful person would want. Control of destiny. Of fate. That is exactly what I have achieved. Mere godlike premise. I alone choose what happens to humanity next. I am the difference between eternal weakness and superb ability. The stepping stone for humanity to enter the next phase. A phase that shows promise of a peaceful world without war. A world guided by intellectual thought. Without this machine, the Alternites will surely destroy us. The Testament explains this clearly. We cannot win as we are. But the prophecy also explains that undergoing evolution will solve humanity's war-obsessed problem. The two scientists who left this testament were clearly well aware of humankind's nature, but it appears the answer of evolution was just a theory. The Alternites have already proven to us that evolution doesn't deter humanity's ugliest trait. War still follows, in all its glory, regardless of intellect or physical ability. So while evolution may save humanity now, it won't save us from ourselves in the future. That is why I made a change. The rest of REP knew this machine to be the Rapid Evolution machine, but it also stores another feature, one I had secretly implemented. Aside from rapidly evolving the entire human race, it also has a more direct solution to the issue of never-ending war. The merging of all souls into one. For years, I've worked on this sort of grand final plan. The Singularity Testament offers a temporary solution, but my method is absolute. By merging the souls of all of humanity into one, war will cease to exist, among other tragedies that plague mankind. No more disease, death, betrayal, sadness, anything. Humanity will be one, eternally united. Conflict will cease to exist entirely. Alas, the merging trials have never shown absolute success. The last test I conducted failed, but the main flaws were indeed discovered. So, theoretically, the machine's merging function should work. Even so, I am wary about using it. There is no coming back from the merging of all souls, especially after the second barrier machine was deployed. But should this decision even belong to me? I've doomed the world countless times over. The blood of millions is on my hands. From the global wars, the assassinations, the trials, I've been responsible for the death of so many. By bringing humanity forward, I'm painted as a hero, a legend. Those titles don't belong to someone like me. Perhaps I should allow for the universe to take its own course. But time is running thin. The Alternites will surely find me out here after clearing the rep bunker. The decision is mine alone, to rapidly evolve humanity and defeat the Alternites, to merge all of humankind's souls to stop endless war for all of time, or to step aside and allow the universe to finish its grand ambition.